The senior sister came knocking, and my childhood friend panicked. With the welcome party performance approaching, my childhood friend, who I've pursued for 7 years, left me alone for her white moonlight. Their heartbreak brought me clarity, and I took the stage to sing, deciding from that moment on to live for myself. A diva invites me to sing, creating the era of Su Yang in the entertainment industry. But my childhood friend is in a panic. Su Yang, I was wrong. Can you come back to me? Su Yang, a late confession feels as cheap as grass. Chapter 1, Jiang's first lick dog. Su Yang, confessing to me in front of so many people is just to put me on the spot, making me have to agree to you, right? Har har, I never expected you would play this kind of moral coercion trick. In Huaguo, Jiangcheng Media University, at the university's activity center. On stage, the new welcome party is underway, while backstage, all eyes are focused on the doorway of the makeup room. Su Yang kneels on one knee, holding flowers. In front of him stands a delicate-looking girl with an unhappy expression. She is the object of Su Yang's confession today, Lin Xueqing, the belle of the music department at Jiangcheng Media University. Seeing the two of them, the expressions of those around them visibly excited. I can't believe it, Su Yang confessed to Lin again, what's he thinking? I heard he has confessed several times before. Su Yang is the #1 lick dog at Jiangcheng. LOL, he became a campus celebrity by being a lick dog. He truly is the first. Honestly, Lin is a bit too much. Su Yang has done nothing wrong to her. Mockery, pity, disdain, perfection. Various gazes focus on Su Yang, and he can hear bits and pieces of the surrounding whispers. But at this moment, he doesn't care about that. He just stares in shock at Lin Xueqing, who is in her performance outfit, radiating an air of arrogance. He and Lin Xueqing are childhood friends. When they were 13, their families became neighbors. They attended the same middle school, the same high school, and even took the same tutoring classes. Just because Lin Xueqing said she wanted him to accompany her to Jiangcheng, he gave up a better university and his strong suit in mathematics to apply for the journalism program at Jiangcheng. To avoid affecting Lin Xueqing's studies, he held off his first confession until after the college entrance examination. He still remembers that at that time, Lin Xueqing wasn't surprised and decisively rejected him. She said, Su Yang, let us talk about this in college. Because of her words, during his freshman and sophomore years, he confessed 3 times, but Lin Xueqing rejected him every time while still leaving him with hope. She said, Su Yang, you are indeed special to me, but I'm not ready to date yet. After that, he assumed Lin Xueqing just wasn't prepared, and continued to be her humble knight as usual. Then, 1 month ago, on the 3rd day of their junior year, when he went to the girls' dormitory to deliver lunch to Lin Xueqing and her roommates, Lin Xueqing looked at him and said, Su Yang, I want a confession under everyone's gaze. Moreover, she invited him to participate in the freshman welcome party performance together. He was overjoyed. In fact, he didn't like this kind of confession. It had a hint of moral coercion. But since Lin Xueqing wanted it, he would do it. He knew that Lin Xueqing loved beauty, so he chose to confess when she was dressed beautifully in her performance outfit, holding her favorite iris flowers. He thought he would receive a positive response today, but unexpectedly. Xueqing, you said you wanted a public confession. I thought. What did you think? Lin Xueqing frowned, interrupting him coldly. Su Yang, please, stop being self-righteous. I did say I wanted a public confession, but it has to be one that receives blessings after all these years, don't you understand? Ask everyone, do you really deserve me? Su Yang froze, staring at Lin Xueqing, still holding his knee on the ground. The murmurs stopped, and the expressions of those around varied. But they all probably thought the same. Su Yang was just a nobody in the journalism department. Although his grades were decent, that was all. Lin Xueqing, however, was the belle of the music department, already participating in several TV shows with her mentor in her sophomore year, with hundreds of thousands of followers online and a bright future ahead. How could the obscure Su Yang be worthy of her? Silence spoke volumes. Lin Xueqing raised her chin, feeling even more justified, looking down at Su Yang without regard for his gradually paling face. Lin Xueqing, you're really going too far. A voice interrupted. A tall, sturdy guy about 1.85 meters came over and helped Su Yang up. He was Su Yang's roommate, Hao Feng. Hao Feng looked grim, glaring at Lin Xueqing. You clearly gave Su Yang a hint, and that's why he planned this confession today. What, did you receive an invitation from Xinguang Entertainment yesterday? and today you're turning your back. Lin Xueqing, you really are an ungrateful wolf. Upon hearing this, the backstage erupted. Xinguang Entertainment. Wow. Lin Xueqing is incredible. Xinguang is no joke, they VE nurtured two top stars. No wonder Lin Xueqing rejected Su Yang. Artists can't have relationships before they are established, it could affect their future. Lin Xueqing's actions are a bit unscrupulous perfection. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Lin Xueqing's expression changed slightly. Last night, she indeed received an invitation to sign with Xinguang Entertainment, which promised to let her participate in the audition for Produce 101. But she hadn't told anyone else about this, except for her roommates. Su Yang was momentarily stunned, staring directly at Lin Xueqing. So, you rejected me because he came back? He? Who is he? The crowd's interest was piqued, all ears perked up. So what if I did? Su Yang, I rejected you not because of anyone, it's simply because I'm fed up. From childhood to now, you've always stuck to me, self-righteously thinking you're doing this for my good. Did you ever ask me if I wanted it? Do you know how much misunderstanding and trouble you've caused me? In middle school and high school, you followed me everywhere, and now in college, you want to take the same path to Jiangchen. You think this is companionship, but for me, it's confinement. Su Yang, I have no time to play the childhood sweethearts act with you. I turned you down 3 times before, can't you understand? Since that is the case, let me make it clear, I'm about to participate in an audition, and during this time, I'll be in special training. I hope you won't bother me anymore. Lin Xueqing's expression was grim as she slapped the flowers from Su Yang's hands onto the ground, glaring at him. She never expected Su Yang would directly ask her in front of so many people. Didn't Su Yang like her? How could he let Hao Feng publicly humiliate her? She had indeed hinted at Su Yang before, but so what? At that time, she had grown tired of waiting and was moved by Su Yang, which led her to impulsively say those words. If that person hadn't come back, she might have given Su Yang a chance. But unfortunately, that person returned, and she also saw her own heart clearly. Since Su Yang liked her, he should support her, just like before. Silently taking a step back and standing behind her was enough. How could he be so aggressive? Lin Xueqing, do you have any conscience left? Hao Feng, furious, rolled up his sleeves and was about to confront Lin Xueqing, but Su Yang held him back. Aside from matters related to Lin Xueqing, Su Yang had always been a dignified person. Even now, despite feeling cold and pained inside, he managed to pull out a faint smile, though his pale face was hard to hide. So you didn't really want it at all? If that is the case, then I don't need to try anymore, right? Lin Xueqing's expression darkened, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Yes, I don't want it. Please stop bothering me from now on. Consider it my plea, just grant me this wish. Su Yang fell silent for a moment. Yes, Lin Xueqing had never forced him to try harder. She simply never rejected his kindness, casually making requests of him. Whenever he failed to meet her expectations or was a little late, she would always blame him. Misunderstandings and troubles. Har har. So all those years when he rushed out to protect her when she was bullied, carried her to the hospital when she had a high fever, or dropped everything to be by her side when she wanted him to, were all just misunderstandings and troubles for her. Su Yang looked at Lin Xueqing, feeling a bit lost. He suddenly didn't understand how he could have liked Lin Xueqing for so long. Even if they were childhood friends, a childhood friend didn't necessarily have to protect the girl, right? Perhaps it was because, growing up, people always told him, Xiao Yang, you're the older brother, older brothers should protect their younger sisters. Xiao Yang, you and Qingqing are childhood friends, you must take good care of her and spoil her like a little princess. Xiao Yang, Qingqing is still young, you should give in to her. Hearing these phrases so many times made him truly believe that taking care of Lin Xueqing was only natural. But in fact, he was only 3 months older than Lin Xueqing. Because of those 3 months, he had protected her for 7 years. Or perhaps it was because Lin Xueqing had never truly rejected him. 7 years, how could he not feel disheartened at times? It was just that every time he decided to focus on himself, Lin Xueqing would show up like nothing had happened and then tell him that he was special to her. This time, he thought he was about to succeed, but the moment that person appeared, he fell apart. Forget it, he didn't want to keep accompanying Lin Xueqing in this endless cycle anymore. He was tired. After coming to this realization, Su Yang felt a lot lighter, self-deprecatingly smiling to himself. When he looked at Lin Xueqing again, The enthusiasm in his eyes had faded considerably. All right, I understand. I won't bother you anymore from now on. Upon hearing this, Lin Xueqing's body trembled slightly, staring at Su Yang in shock. No, this wasn't the response Su Yang should have had. Traditionally, Su Yang would have quietly handed her a bottle of water and said, "I'm sorry." Then, after she calmed down, they would continue their usual interactions, right? Lin Xueqing, Su Yang, it's almost time for you two to go on stage, you should prepare. Zhu Wan, the head of the literary arts department, looked at the time, cleared her throat, and interrupted their conversation. Su Yang nodded and walked over. As he passed Lin Xueqing, he didn't spare her a single glance. Lin Xueqing's expression suddenly darkened. She admitted that her words earlier were a bit hurtful, but Su Yang shouldn't have questioned her in front of so many people and publicly repeated her words. Moreover, Su Yang had always known her feelings. Now that that person had returned, how could she let this opportunity slip away? Su Yang, if you really love me as you say, then you should transform your small love into great love, helping and supporting me. It shouldn't be like this, sulking and being selfish. You ruined my good mood. I'll perform by myself. Lin Xueqing's expression was grim as she turned on her high heels and walked away. Zhu Wan panicked, wanting to stop Lin Xueqing, but she was already far away. Today's welcome party features senior students making their debut. Our school places great importance on it. If anything goes wrong on stage, I'll be held accountable. She quickly turned to Su Yang. Su Yang, this is a duet. If not, I'll rearrange your program. Think of a way. Su Yang glanced in the direction Lin Xueqing had left, his gaze unchanged. No need, just help me prepare a piano. Zhu Wan was taken aback. You mean? Su Yang nodded. Yes, I'll perform solo. Chapter 2, Su Yang, Say Goodbye to the Past. Due to Lin Xueqing's invitation, Su Yang had been practicing his vocal skills these days, not wanting to hold her back. Last night, a voice kept echoing in his mind, urging him to unlock his memories. He was troubled by it and agreed, thinking it was just a sudden whim. However, he didn't expect that in last night's dream, he saw another world called Earth, a world with a cultural background highly similar to theirs but vastly superior in entertainment. The music, books, and films in that world overwhelmed him, immersing him in a flood of information that took him until this afternoon to digest somewhat. According to the books he had read, this should be called inheritance. Su Yang touched his fingertips, his expression calm. He didn't care much for fame and fortune, but he knew Lin Xueqing did. He originally wanted to use these to help her, but now it seemed unnecessary. Zhu Wan was still hesitating when the program on stage ended, and the host's voice came through. With the gentle breeze and the evening wind, our seniors also want to bring a bit of coolness to the new students in this scorching summer. Next, let us welcome Lin Xueqing, a third-year student from the music department, and Su Yang, a third-year student from the journalism department, to perform the song Wind Chime. Clap, clap, clap. The enthusiastic applause reached the backstage. It's over, it's over. Zhu Wan's face turned pale. She glanced at Su Yang and gritted her teeth. Su Yang, it's up to you now. I'll have them bring up the piano right away. Su Yang nodded and walked to the waiting area. The female host, Zhang Yang, had already stepped off the stage. The new students sitting below all looked excited and expectant. Lin Xueqing had a certain level of fame online and was also an excellent student representative from Jiangchuan. Many of them had applied to Jiangchuan just to be around Lin Xueqing. The other students who came to join in were also eagerly watching, clapping non-stop. At this moment, Lin Xueqing had already run to the stage, and as she listened to the applause, she impatiently took out her phone to send a voice message to Su Yang. Su Yang, if you want me to go on stage, you need to apologize to me right now. Otherwise, you can perform alone. Normally, Su Yang would have come over to appease her by now, but today he was taking his time. Did he really know they were about to go on stage and still dawdle? So inconsiderate. Lin Xueqing stomped her foot in frustration. She really had to teach Su Yang a lesson, he was getting too demanding. Bang! A sound from the stage drew everyone's attention. Lin Xueqing looked up, and to her surprise, a piano had been placed on the stage. The sound she heard earlier was from the staff adjusting it. She was stunned. What was going on? She was supposed to use the guzheng today, so why was there a piano? It had to be Su Yang messing up again. Lin Xueqing was now anxious and called Su Yang. She was only angry with him, she never intended to ruin the performance. Backstage, Su Yang saw the incoming call and hesitated before pressing the answer button. Su Yang, why is there a piano brought up? What are you doing? Are you trying to ruin this stage? Hurry and get them to take it down, and personally invite me on stage. Lin Xueqing's angry voice came through quickly. A smirk appeared on Su Yang's face. Look, this was the princess he had spoiled. Even now, Lin Xueqing didn't think she was in the wrong, still ordering him around arrogantly. It was pointless, truly pointless. He hung up the phone, straightened his back, and walked onto the stage. Su Yang, it's time to say goodbye to the past. Beep, beep. The busy signal rang, leaving Lin Xueqing in a daze, frozen in place. No way. How could Su Yang hang up on her? Since they met, Su Yang had always set her number as a special reminder, so he wouldn't miss her messages. Aside from one time when Su Yang's phone accidentally shut down, he had never actively hung up on her. After that time, she had been extremely angry, and Su Yang had spent a whole week soothing her, bringing her breakfast and snacks every day. To help her calm down, he even helped her roommate fetch water and deliver meals, just so they would say nice things about him in front of her. Right, it must be that his phone shut down again. Su Yang, you have to make it up to me for half a month this time, or I will never forgive you. Before she could finish, Lin Xueqing's face turned pale. On stage, Su Yang had already reached the piano and sat down. At the same time, their host Zhang Yang received instructions and quickly stepped on stage, saying, "Sorry, due to unforeseen circumstances, this performance will now be completed by Su Yang alone." At this, the applause from the audience instantly ceased, replaced by a commotion. What? Lin Xueqing isn't he going on stage? What's this Su Yang? I've never even heard of him. If Lin Xueqing isn't he performing, I came here for nothing. The announcer just said the person on stage is from the journalism department. What does a journalism student know about performing? I want Lin Xueqing on stage. Lin Xueqing on stage. The audience became restless, with many intentionally booing, urging Su Yang to get off the stage. The school leaders in the front row also looked displeased, but they couldn't intervene at that moment, only thinking that if Su Yang ruined the welcome party's stage, they would definitely have to hold the literary arts department accountable. Lin Xueqing's expression cleared slightly as she fixed her gaze on Su Yang on stage. Su Yang, do you see? This is the consequence of bullying me. If you invite me on stage now, I might still give you some face. Su Yang ignored the boos from the audience. He took a few deep breaths, let his fingers lightly glide over the piano keys, and melancholic notes flowed from his fingertips. Lin Xueqing stared at Su Yang in surprise. When did he learn to play the piano? Su Yang slowly closed his eyes, immersed in the music. Although the inheritance from another timeline had given him some basic skills on various instruments, he had already known how to play the piano and guitar. Ever since he found out Lin Xueqing liked music in the 8th grade, he had started learning secretly. It was just that at that time, Lin Xueqing only had eyes for someone else. Deciding to give up on something he had persisted with for 7 years wasn't easy. The pain in his heart still lingered, but it was no longer tearing him apart. At least he had made progress, hadn't he? Lin Xueqing, you want me to let you go? All right, I promise you. Su Yang would no longer like Lin Xueqing. Watching you walk towards me with him. Smiling and saying, long time no see. If I hadn't helped you back then, wouldn't you still be circling in place today? Su Yang's voice wasn't perfect, but it was very clear enough to easily touch people's hearts. The booing from the audience abruptly stopped, and many felt a jolt in their hearts as they turned their gazes to the stage. This guy sings quite well. Though there's not much technique, it's definitely nice to listen to. But I don't think I've heard this song before. I haven't heard it either. Let us keep listening. Meanwhile, a girl in a black mask, who was about to leave, suddenly halted her steps and looked toward the stage. Not for the sake of forcing it, ridiculous dignity. All the sadness stays on the day of parting. Love isn't necessarily complete if it's forever. One person's letting go is better than 3 people's entanglement perfection. Su Yang felt a slight sting at the tip of his nose. This song was called Letting Go, sung by a Liu surnamed singer on Earth, and later covered by many artists. Among them, his favorite version was by a Lin surnamed male singer. Hearing this song in his dream had caused a sharp pain in his heart. He knew this song didn't quite resonate with his relationship with Lin Xueqing. After all, he had never truly possessed her. But today, he wanted to dedicate this song to himself, to that foolish yet stubborn version of himself from before. The moment Su Yang started singing, Lin Xueqing froze in place. She had no idea Su Yang could sing so beautifully. One person's letting go is better than three people's entanglement. What did Su Yang mean? Was he really going to give her up? No way, absolutely not. How could Su Yang give up on Lin Xueqing? For a moment, Lin Xueqing's heart raced, as she scrolled through the messages Su Yang had sent her in the past, desperately trying to reassure herself. At that moment, the chorus arrived, and Su Yang's voice continued. I've dedicated so many years of my youth to you. Only to receive a thank you for letting go. Letting go of your ease and adventures. Letting go of my blue seas and skies. He slowly opened his eyes, emotions flooding him, and his eyes reddened slightly. 7 years it had been 7 years. How many 7 years does a person have? It was unbearable, it felt unjust. Su Yang turned his head and suddenly looked in Lin Xueqing's direction. Chapter 3, This song is great, but it costs tears. Meeting Su Yang's gaze made Lin Xueqing's body involuntarily tremble for a moment, and the next second, she turned away to avoid it. She didn't know why, but at that moment, she felt inexplicably guilty. The audience fell silent, as the students stared at Su Yang on stage as if in a daze. Some felt a deep resonance, tears slipping unconsciously from the corners of their eyes, while most others had reddened eyes as well. A school leader sitting in the front row bit his lip so hard that he almost broke the armrest of his chair. The girl in the back row wearing a black mask took a few deep breaths to steady her emotions. Su Yang continued to sing, looking in Lin Xueqing's direction, a bittersweet feeling rising in his heart. See how well he understood Lin Xueqing. He knew that Lin Xueqing wouldn't run far, and he also knew that she always stood on the left side of the stage after performing, making her easy to find. He recalled the time in high school when Lin Xueqing had run away from home. He had been in another province for the National Middle School Math Olympiad finals. The night before the competition, he received a call from Uncle Lin informing him about this situation. By that time, Lin Xueqing had already been gone for 8 hours, and even the police had been mobilized, yet they still hadn't found her. He was frantic and, without a second thought, took a taxi back to Wei County. Upon learning that Lin Xueqing had left because her parents were against her pursuing music, he hurriedly ran to the school's back hill and found her in a small pavilion, her eyes swollen from crying. Lin Xueqing's appearance was still etched in his mind. She was wearing a thin white dress, her face pale, and her figure so frail it made one's heart ache. When she saw him, Lin Xueqing ran over and hugged him tightly. She said, Su Yang, why aren't you him? Why? Hearing this broke his heart, and he didn't know how to respond, but Lin Xueqing continued. Su Yang, I've given up. I really have. Will you always stay by my side? Please, always stay with me, and I'll stay with you, okay? At that time, Lin Xueqing cried as if she were about to shatter. He cautiously embraced her and told her that Su Yang would always be by her side. Until the police and Lin's parents found them, Lin Xueqing clung to him, not letting him leave, and he couldn't refuse. To this day, Lin's parents still feel guilty about that incident, knowing that if he had participated in the competition, he might have been offered a place at Peking University. But back then, he was content. He even took pride in being the only one who could find Lin Xueqing, feeling that no one understood her better than he did. And although he missed the competition, he gained Lin Xueqing's promise. Now, looking back, he found it all quite ridiculous. Yes, he understood Lin Xueqing too well. He should have known that she had long forgotten that promise. Even though Lin Xueqing avoided his gaze, Su Yang continued to stare at her, stopping his playing and singing each word clearly. I've dedicated so many years of my youth to you. Only to receive a thank you for letting go. Lin Xueqing, I've given up. The letting go you wanted, I've given it to you. From now on, I will no longer be anyone's subordinate. I am just Su Yang. His vows of love, sweet words. I only have one letting go that I don't regret. Letting go of your today and tomorrow. Letting go of my next summer. As the song came to an end, the entire event center fell silent. Su Yang exhaled, wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, adjusted his emotions, and bowed deeply to the audience. The stage was quiet for a moment, then a muffled sobbing broke out. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted from the right side of the stage as the other students, immersed in the music, finally snapped back to reality. Soon, thunderous applause filled the entire venue. "Senior, you sang so well," a female student shouted, her eyes red, instantly lifting the atmosphere in the room. "Dude, you sang so well even I, a big guy, was moved. I'm going out for a smoke. This song is really nice, but it makes me cry, it's so sad. Woo woo, what has the senior gone through? It makes my heart ache so much. What is the name of this song? I've never heard it before, I'll search for it when I get home, I want to listen to it on repeat. Is the journalism department this good at singing? I knew applying to Jiangchuan was the right choice." The applause continued, the music from Earth providing a powerful impact in this realm. Host Zhang Yang's eyes were also reddened as she took a deep breath, steadying her emotions as she walked onto the stage. "Thank you, Senior Su Yang, for your heartfelt performance. I've dedicated so many years of my youth to you, only to receive a thank you for letting go in the end, letting you go and also letting myself go. How poignant." Zhang Yang looked at Su Yang and said, "Here, I would also like to ask on behalf of our classmates, what is the name of this song? I think many students will want to play it on repeat when they get home today." The audience immediately echoed her words. Su Yang's voice was calm and not overly verbose. "This song is called Letting Go." Letting Go? Once they had the name, many students in the audience quickly took out their phones to search for the song. "I found it. Wait, it doesn't seem like the same song. I couldn't find it either, I couldn't even find the lyrics. No way, is this song an original by our senior? Is the journalism department this talented now? If it's not searchable, it must be his original. My goodness, so talented and good looking, and he is so brooding. Before I die, I want to have a relationship with someone like that. Senior, don't cry, it breaks my heart. If you're going to cry, come cry in a junior's arms. Juniors are also good, they are even more comforting." Su Yang couldn't hear the discussions among the crowd. With more performances to come, he nodded to everyone and turned to leave the stage. "Su Yang." The girl in the black mask murmured, as if making a decision, and stood up to leave. On the other side, Lin Xueqing stood frozen in place, her face pale, with Su Yang's song still echoing in her mind. Suddenly feeling something wet on her hand, she paused and reached up to touch her cheek, only to realize that her face was already drenched in tears. It felt as if a part of her heart had hollowed out, causing her great discomfort, and a wave of grievance washed over her. She had previously rejected Su Yang several times, and he had quietly accepted it, continuing to stand by her side, always obedient. Why did it feel different today? "Su Yang, I only rejected you, right? Did you really need to write a song like this to intentionally make me sad? This time, I really want to forgive you easily." Lin Xueqing wiped her tears and was about to leave. Ding ding ding. At that moment, her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, her eyes lit up. "Oh, I'm at school today. Chershi bar? Okay, got it, perfection." Backstage, Ju Wan let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Su Yang come off the stage, she hurried over. "Su Yang, thanks to you, we really saved the day. If I had known you sang so well, I would have scheduled you to perform last." She had been worried that after the performance, the school leaders would hold her accountable. But with Su Yang's rendition of Letting Go, not only did it preserve the school's reputation in front of the graduating seniors, but it also elevated Jiangchuan's standards in front of the freshmen. With journalism students this talented in music, didn't that show Jiangchuan's strength? This time, she had escaped a crisis. "You're too kind," Su Yang replied. Ju Wan shook her head with a smile. "I'm not exaggerating. In the 2 years I've hosted this event, I've never seen such a response from the audience. Not to mention, your song almost brought me to tears. Did you really write it yourself?" Su Yang hesitated for a moment before finally responding, "In this world, I am the original singer." If he mentioned anything about Earth now, he'd probably be considered crazy. Ju Wan didn't think much of it, interpreting it as a confirmation, and there was a hint of admiration in her eyes. Suddenly, she remembered something and picked up an iris flower from the nearby table, hesitating to speak. "A perfection, I picked this flower up for you. Don't be upset, actually, we girls discussed it privately, and we think you're really outstanding, good grades, great personality, and you look good. If you weren't always pursuing Lin Xueqing, you would definitely be the most popular guy at school. Su Yang was taken aback and took the flower, smiling self-deprecatingly. Really? I thought my reputation at school wasn't that good. Don't they all call me the number one simp? Ju Wan immediately retorted, don't listen to their nonsense. Why should a passionate person be mocked? The girls in our dorm have a good impression of you. We all say if you cut your hair short and trimmed your bangs, you'd definitely be a heartthrob. Hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle. He never expected that even someone like him, who was transparent when it came to matters related to Lin Xueqing, would be discussed. Ju Wan realized this and her face turned slightly red. Anyway, don't belittle yourself. Thanks for everything this time, you've worked hard. Go rest now. Yeah, thanks for your comfort. Su Yang nodded to Ju Wan and left the backstage area. Hao Feng had been waiting at the door. Seeing Su Yang, he tossed him a bottle of mineral water. Did you hear it all? Have you really given up? Su Yang caught the water and took a few gulps, his expression complex. Yeah, I've given up. He had spent 7 years on this. It was enough to justify his obsession. From now on, he just wanted to treat himself well and be with those who truly loved him and cared for him. Hao Feng's nose inexplicably tinged with emotion. He fought to hold back his feelings and threw an arm around Su Yang's shoulder. Kid, now you're the third member of our hot-blooded male group, 141. Look at how you were all twisted up for a woman who didn't appreciate you. This time, I mean it, you can't be a simp anymore. If you are, I'll be your father. Get lost. Su Yang laughed and kicked him playfully. How about we grab a drink tonight? Let us drink. I'll call Lao Tu and Lao Sai back right away to celebrate that you finally figured out you want to be yourself. Hao Feng decided on the spot. Su Yang's forehead twitched with 2 black lines. Su Yang, stop. Why didn't you answer my call? As they were joking, Lin Xueqing approached, her expression displeased. Chapter 4, Lin Xueqing, you're still so self-righteous. Upon seeing Lin Xueqing, the smile on Su Yang's face instantly faded a little, and he stopped in his tracks. Is there something you want? You? Lin Xueqing felt extremely aggrieved. Can't I come to find you if I have nothing else to do? Su Yang, you've changed. You weren't like this before. In the past, Su Yang always spoke to her gently and patiently. When had he ever been this cold? She might have been a bit harsh with her previous words, but wasn't she the one taking the initiative to approach him now? She had already made it easier for him, yet Su Yang pretended not to see it. Hao Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Didn't you say you wanted Su Yang to stop clinging to you? Now you're here saying he has changed. What's the matter? Is it a crime for him not to be your simp anymore? Lin Xueqing ignored him, biting her lip and staring intently at Su Yang. Are you really going to let him talk about me like that? Also, what does the song you sang mean? Are you regretting the things you did for me before? Have you forgotten your promise to always protect me? Ding ding ding. At that moment, Lin Xueqing's phone rang. Su Yang glanced at the caller ID, which had the name Lang on it, and a cold glint crossed his eyes. He had guessed correctly. That person had returned from abroad. Go ahead and answer the phone. It's not easy to get a call like this, Su Yang said lightly, no longer paying attention to Lin Xueqing as he turned to leave. Lin Xueqing's eyes instantly reddened. Su Yang, I only rejected you. Do you really have to be so petty? I'm about to go into special training and won't be around for a while. You better not regret this. I'm really angry this time. After saying that, she ran off with her phone. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. Lin Xueqing, even now, you're still so self-righteous. In the past, I cared about you, so I willingly let you control me. But now, I don't like you. Whether you're angry or not, what does it matter to me? Lin Xueqing ran forward without looking back. In the past, when Su Yang angered her, she would stand up and leave in a huff. Even if she was in the wrong, as long as she used this trick, Su Yang would definitely compromise, silently following her until she calmed down and then apologizing. Then, she would act like a princess, demanding Su Yang carry her back to her previous spot. Hearing a rustling sound behind her, Lin Xueqing's eyes brightened a bit, and she couldn't help but smile. She knew it. Feeling that the person behind her was getting closer, Lin Xueqing stopped, restored her usual proud demeanor, and turned around while speaking. Su Yang, do you realize your mistake? You know how long I've been waiting for Brother Lang. You should support me. Zhong Rong? Why are you here? Her words suddenly halted, and Lin Xueqing's face turned ashen. Standing in front of her wasn't Su Yang as she had thought, but her roommate Zhang Rong. Xueqing, why do you look so pale? Zhang Rong grabbed Lin Xueqing's hand with concern, but then she became excited. By the way, I have good news. Teacher Qin is amazing, he really let me join Produce 101. But I'm definitely going as your backup this time. Xueqing, I owe it all to you. Lin Xueqing felt completely dazed at this moment. Where is Su? Su Yang? Zhang Rong was taken aback, her brows furrowing. Su Yang? I just saw him leave with Hao Feng. I heard about what happened backstage today. Su Yang is really clueless, how could he be worthy of someone as excellent as you? I heard he went on stage to sing alone. Har har, a journalism student singing solo. Isn't he that just being a clown? Zhang Rong rambled on, but Lin Xueqing couldn't absorb any of it. She stared blankly ahead, tears streaming down her face, completely indifferent to her vibrating phone. On the other side, Hao Feng had already informed the other two members of 141, Fu Lei and Yang Meng. The two had just finished their part-time jobs. After hearing that Su Yang wanted to turn over a new leaf, they immediately reserved a table at the newly opened Xieshi bar across from the school. This was a newly opened bar, having only been open for a week. Business was decent, but they always left a few tables empty every day. When Su Yang and Hao Feng arrived, Fu Lei and Yang Meng were already there. Hey! You made it, old third. I heard you're turning over a new leaf? Fu Lei, who was never serious, rushed over to throw his arm around Su Yang's shoulder, giving him a flirtatious look. Fu Lei was 172 centimeters tall, not particularly tall, but he was handsome and dashing, usually the flashiest one in dorm 141. Every time before going out, he would style his hair, and he had a few admirers at school. He was the second oldest, but old too didn't he sound good, so in the end, everyone started calling him Old Rabbit at his insistence. Two black lines appeared on Su Yang's forehead. Your admirers would cry if they knew you acted like this behind the scenes. Fu Lei pretended to be sorrowful as he brushed his bangs. For their sake, I have to maintain my public image and be a handsome guy. It's so hard. Yang Meng rolled his eyes from the side. Fu Lei flicked his hair again. With worries like this, our Meng won't have any. I really envy you. Yang Meng immediately bared his teeth. If you call me Meng one more time, I'll strangle you. Fu Lei smirked. Meng tilde. Yang Meng exploded, jumping up from his chair to chase him down. Su Yang and Hao Feng exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Yang Meng, who stood at 175 centimeters tall and wore glasses, had the typical appearance people referred to as a cream boy, with a small round face that was quite fair. He had looked like this since childhood, which led his grandfather to give him the nickname Yang Meng. Imagine the frustration of a grown man being called Meng. You can imagine how unhappy Yang Meng felt. So, the moment he got into university, he changed his name. However, when it came time to assign dormitory rooms, his old name Yang Meng still appeared on his bed, and his roommate Fu Lei occasionally brought it up to tease him. But Fu Lei knew where to draw the line and always referred to him as Meng Ji in front of others. Hao Feng, being the largest of the group, grabbed the two who were playfully wrestling and pulled them apart. Alright, today is Old Third's day. You two stop messing around and each raise a glass to Old Third to congratulate him on turning over a new leaf. Fu Lei and Yang Meng immediately became serious, each raising a glass of alcohol. Third brother, congratulations on turning over a new leaf. Su Yang, perfection. I really want to hit them. After a few drinks, the four of them became more lively. Hao Feng also recounted Su Yang's heroic deed from earlier, which left Fu Lei and Yang Meng wide-eyed. What? Old Third sang a song on stage all by himself. You've got that kind of talent. I heard that for this welcome party, a lot of alumni were invited, and the school is using it for promotion. They actually let you, a journalism student, perform. Plus, you sang your own song? Boss, Old Third, are you two joking? Su Yang smiled. He understood their shock. After all, he was someone who usually avoided the limelight and didn't talk much. If it weren't for the sudden surge of inherited memories, he wouldn't have had the ability or courage to perform alone on stage. Hao Feng, being the only one who witnessed it all firsthand, looked pleased and cleared his throat, about to elaborate, when Fu Lei suddenly stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and with a shocked expression, held his phone in front of the others. Wow! You guys, check this out. Chapter 5. This relationship cost him half his life. Su Yang and the other two were all frightened by Fu Lei. Yang Meng was so frightened that he shivered and almost dropped the wine glass in his hand. Are you sick? You scared your father? Hao Feng slapped Fu Lei on the back of his head in a bad mood. Fu Lei's face flushed with excitement and he stared at Su Yang. Stop talking, go to Douyin and look at our school's account. Third brother, you are really popular. Douyin is one of the best short video platforms in China today, and is also known as the incubator of internet celebrities. Nowadays, Douyin is becoming more and more diversified, with more and more groups entering. Many universities have opened accounts on it for the purpose of publicity and enrollment. And now, the latest post on Jiang Chuan's Douyin account is actually a video of Su Yang singing on stage. The accompanying text is, "At the new welcome party, the senior student of the journalism department sang the original, Cheng Quan, and cried a lot." Su Yang was stunned and quickly took the phone to watch. The video is not complete, and the stage picture is not so clear. Despite this, it has only been uploaded for half an hour, and the number of likes has exceeded 70,000, and the number of comments has reached more than 7,000, and it is still rising. Why don't you post the video recorded from the beginning? Why? Why? I cried. Is this handsome guy sure he is from the journalism department? My heart is broken when I heard it. I testify that this is Su Yang, our senior from the journalism department. He is handsome and sings well. I was in the audience today and cried my heart out. I have devoted my youth to you for so many years, and in exchange I got a thank you for your help. It really hurts my heart. If you haven't been a bootlicker for a few years, you can't sing this flavor. Don't ask me why I know, I'm going to smoke a cigarette. I was still recording today, and my hands were shaking when my junior sang. Don't say it, as long as my junior wants, I'll let you lean on my chest. I'm begging for the whole song now. Please give me the full song plus 10,086. Perfection. Most of the comments were positive, but there were also some negative comments, saying that this song is average and that Su Yang has no singing skills, all of which were rushed by alumni. I am from the music department, this song is nice, but this person has no skills at all. It sounds average to me, this is obviously a dog-licking song, maybe I don't have the experience, so I can't understand it. I am also from the music department, our professors all say that emotion is the main thing and skills are the secondary thing, you know nothing. You don't even have a chance to be a dog-licking, if you can't understand it, get out. Support senior Su Yang. Perfection. Su Yang looked through some comments and couldn't help laughing. He has always been a nobody, but he didn't expect that one day he would contribute to the school's publicity. Hao Feng and the others had already taken out their mobile phones to look through them, and now they were staring at Su Yang, their eyes glowing green. Su Yang was stared at so hard that his hair swelled all over his body. He put away his phone and asked, "What?" Fu Lei stood up and rushed to Su Yang with a glass of wine. "Old third, you are so hidden. The school has used your singing video for publicity. Let me make a deal. I will accompany you to class these days. If any seniors or juniors harass you, I will help you. I'll toast you first." Yang Meng kicked him away in a bad mood. Are you trying to help third brother? You are just greedy for the bodies of seniors or juniors. You are cheap. After that, he approached Su Yang and said, "Third brother, take care of me while you have time now. You know that I am still single. How dare you say that to me? You just want to use old third as your wingman." Fu Lei gritted his teeth. The two looked at each other and looked at Su Yang in unison. "Third brother. Who are you helping?" Su Yang's forehead was throbbing. "These two dogs. Give up your idea. If I take you to class, I will definitely fail this semester." He refused without hesitation. Although they were in the same dormitory, the four of them had different majors. He and Hao Feng were both in the journalism department, but Fu Lei and Yang Meng were in the acting department. I don't know if it was because the acting department had to practice lines, but these two usually liked to bicker in the dormitory and on the road, and they didn't control their voices. He must be crazy to bring these two conspicuous bags to class together. Fu Lei and Yang Meng wilted instantly. Third brother. The two wanted to say something, but Hao Feng slapped them on the head to put them out. Do you believe me now? He looked at Su Yang. Old 3, many people in our school have created accounts on Douyin to attract fans. You are junior now. Take advantage of this wave of popularity and create an account to become an internet celebrity. Yes, Lin Xueqing has also created an account on Douyin. Old 3, you should create one quickly and suppress her. See if she is still arrogant. Fu Lei also agreed. Yang Meng nodded, yes, yes, yes. Hearing Lin Xueqing's name again, Su Yang's eyes dimmed a little. The feelings invested for so many years cannot be withdrawn just by saying so. He knew that he would definitely go through a tormenting period, but even if he was skinned alive, he didn't want to go back to the past. He didn't like Lin Xueqing anymore, but he didn't hate her for anything. He didn't want to care about anything about her. He shook his head. I'm not interested in being an internet celebrity. Hao Feng glared at Fu Lei, bringing up the topic. Fu Lei touched his nose guiltily and changed the subject. Let's not talk about this, let's have another drink to celebrate the third brother's fame. Yang Meng immediately followed up. Yes, 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 let's have a drink. Third brother, I'll toast you first, let's discuss the matter of going to class just now. Yang Meng, you really want to snatch it from me, right? Fu Lei rolled up his sleeves. Hao Feng held his forehead. Looking at the noisy people, Su Yang couldn't help but raise his mouth, and a warm feeling rose in his heart. He knew that these 3 people were doing this to make him happy. From freshman to now, they have witnessed how he treated Lin Xueqing with all his heart, and naturally they also knew that this relationship almost cost him half his life. Are you not happy playing with your brothers? What kind of love is this? Achoo! In the side box of Cheshi Bar, Lin Xueqing and Zhang Rong sat in a row. Across from her sat a man wearing a mask and a hat. Ching, are you okay? Do you have a cold? The man took off his mask and hat and touched the top of Lin Xueqing's head with concern. His name is Qin Lang, he is 23 years old this year. 5 years ago, he became popular on the internet with the song Dream and signed with Starlight Entertainment. In the same year, he was admitted to the American Conservatory of Music in advance. Starlight Entertainment cherished his talent and paid the full tuition. During this period, Qin Lang did not remain silent. With the help of Starlight Entertainment, he was abroad, but he released songs on domestic music platforms many times and created a Weibo account to interact with fans. Occasionally he returned to China to participate in activities, and won the Best Male Singer of the Year 2 years ago. Now he is already a well-known star in China, and his popularity is already a leader among stars of the same age. He was also Su Yang and Lin Xueqing's former neighbor. Looking at Qin Lang in front of her, Lin Xueqing's face instantly turned red. I'm fine, Brother Lang, are you really going to stay in China in the future? Lin Xueqing asked anxiously. Qin Lang looked affectionately, can I still lie to you? I have completed my studies abroad, and I will be active in China from now on. And, you know, there are people in China that I care about. He looked at Lin Xueqing, and a look of satisfaction floated in his eyes. After not seeing each other for 5 years, Lin Xueqing really did not disappoint him. After growing up, she is more beautiful than before, and has a little more charm. She is a beauty. Lin Xueqing's face flushed, and the corners of her mouth pursed unconsciously. Zhang Rong took the opportunity to interrupt, Xueqing, I really envy you. I never thought that you and teacher Qin were childhood sweethearts. When he came back, he arranged a place for you in Produce Trainee. The ratings of this program are very high now. As long as the exposure rate is high enough, no matter whether you form a group in the end or not, you can accumulate a group of fans. The starting point is very high. Lin Xueqing's fingers trembled slightly, and she picked up the wine glass. Brother Lang, thank you for your help. This glass, I toast you. Qin Lang smiled, pressed Lin Xueqing's wine glass with one hand, and drank the wine in his glass with the other hand. Ching, girl, drink less wine, I ordered juice for you. Qin Lang's appearance belongs to the gentle and handsome one, giving people the feeling of a rich young man, with a warm temperament all over his body. It is very easy for a man like him to control a girl of Lin Xueqing's age. Lin Xueqing couldn't help but stare at him, her eyes slightly red. It's been 5 years, she has waited for him for 5 years, and today, she finally saw him again. God knows how excited and thrilled I was when I received his message yesterday. Now, he appeared in front of me, and he was still as gentle to me as before. He had never changed, unlike Su Yang. Thinking of Su Yang, Lin Xueqing's face turned ugly, and she looked down at her phone. It was already 10 o'clock. Normally, Su Yang should send a message at this time to ask her and her roommate about tomorrow's breakfast arrangements. And he made me angry today, but until now, he hasn't sent a single message. Just because I rejected him in public, he was so stingy that he didn't look for me until now. Lin Xueqing bit her lip lightly, and her heart suddenly became uncomfortable. Zhang Rong and Qin Lang were still chatting. Teacher Qin, I'll toast you a glass too. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to enter produce trainee. Don't worry, I know my duty. I'm going in this time to be a supporting role for Xueqing, and I can't steal her limelight. Qin Lang smiled and looked at Lin Xueqing affectionately. Qingqing's limelight, of course no one can take it away. You are Xueqing's good friend, of course I have to take care of you, right, Xueqing? Lin Xueqing came back to her senses and suddenly became absent-minded. Yeah. Zhang Rong nudged Lin Xueqing with her elbow and winked. Oh, now I finally know what it means to love someone and love their dog, Xueqing, I really envy you. Teacher Qin is handsome, and he is so gentle and considerate. Su Yang can't compare with him at all. You rejected Su Yang today, which was very wise. Teacher Qin, you don't know that Su Yang also learned from others to propose marriage, kneeling on one knee, but the flowers were blown away by our Xueqing, which made me laugh to death. Later, he had the nerve to go on stage to sing, which was really ridiculous. When Lin Xueqing rejected Su Yang, many people saw it, and naturally someone spread it. After Zhang Rong knew about it, she told Qin Lang about it as soon as possible. Qin Lang smiled. He and Su Yang used to not get along, and he couldn't stand his pretending to be cool. Especially the night before he went abroad, that guy came to fight with him for Lin Xueqing. Har, what if he gave so much, isn't Lin Xueqing still thinking about me? Zhang Rong kept talking about Su Yang's bad things. In the past, Lin Xueqing would just listen silently and didn't say anything. But today, she felt so upset that she couldn't help but scold. Okay, stop talking. Zhang Rong was stunned. Xueqing. What's the matter? Usually, Xueqing would be happy to hear what she said. Lin Xueqing felt very uncomfortable at this moment. Now that she thought about it, there were indeed a lot of people around her today. She rejected Su Yang, threw away Su Yang's flowers, and asked Su Yang not to bother her anymore. It seemed that she had done a little too much. Su Yang is also a boy, and he needs to save face. Lin Xueqing's eyes suddenly lit up, and her expression changed from gloomy to sunny. Yes, it must be because he was rejected in front of so many people and hurt his face, that Su Yang was so cold to her today. Boys care most about this useless face. Forget it, she will give Su Yang another chance and wait for him. She just doesn't want to be a couple with Su Yang, but she didn't say they can't continue to be friends. Qin Lang observed Lin Xueqing's expression and smiled. Su Yang, I haven't seen him for a long time. We can make an appointment to have a meal together later, but the thing I'm looking for you today is really related to him. Chapter 6. Are you talking about me? Lin Xueqing was slightly startled. What does it have to do with him? Qin Lang took out his mobile phone, flipped through it, and handed it to Lin Xueqing. The song Su Yang sang on the stage today has set off some sparks on the internet. You should have heard the whole song on the spot. How did you feel? Lin Xueqing's heart moved slightly. She took the phone and took a breath when she saw the number of likes and comments. Surprisingly, there is such a high flow. Qin Lang nodded. Without any promotion, the number of likes has reached more than 500,000 in a short period of time, and it is still rising, which is enough to prove that this song will become the trend at this stage. You also know that the traffic on Douyin is unpredictable, and this trend may not last for a few days. I want to buy the copyright of this song, and then I will give you the right to sing it. Qin Lang stared at Lin Xueqing. You also know that your first stage is very important, and I think this song is very suitable for you. Buy the copyright of this song. Lin Xueqing hesitated. Su Yang should attach great importance to this song. Qingqing. Qin Lang interrupted her and continued, I just returned to China and I also need a song to stabilize my position. Su Yang is from the journalism department and has little interest in music. This song cannot play its greatest value in his hands. He is now a junior and it is time for him to get involved in work. I bought this song as his first pot of gold, and I can also introduce him to a job later. Besides, if we sing this song, the lyricist and composer will be discovered, and it may be a new opportunity for him. This. Lin Xueqing was still hesitant. According to her understanding of Su Yang, if she knew that it was Qin Lang who wanted to buy it, Su Yang might not agree. Qin Lang smiled as if he heard Lin Xueqing's thoughts. I know what you are worried about. I asked you to come forward for this reason, so I asked you to communicate with him. You said you would buy it in your name, and then give me the contract and I will sign it. Zhang Rong also persuaded, Xueqing, I think Teacher Qin is right. Su Yang doesn't want to be a singer. It's a waste to leave the song in his hands. It's better to fulfill your first stage. Aren't you always afraid that you can't help Teacher Qin? Isn't this an opportunity? But, this is a lie to him. Lin Xueqing frowned. Anyway, Su Yang likes you so much. You can apologize to him later, and he will be fine, right? Zhang Rong said nonchalantly. Lin Xueqing thought about it. Yes, Su Yang is not interested in being a singer. Using this song to make the first pot of gold and get a job opportunity, Su Yang did not lose money in this deal, and even made money. She was also considering Su Yang's future. Su Yang studied journalism, and the best place to go after graduation was a TV station. But the TV station has very high professional requirements, and there are few vacancies for recruitment every year. Most of the students in the journalism department go to work as real estate editors. If he has the help of Brother Lang, Su Yang will have a much better chance of entering the TV station. Besides, when she becomes famous, she can also help Su Yang, right? Thinking of this, Lin Xueqing nodded. Okay, then when Su Yang brings me breakfast tomorrow, I will mention this to him. Qin Lang smiled, okay, then I'll leave this to you. The two continued to reminisce about the past. After a while, Qin Lang received a message and raised his mouth. Zhang Rong asked quickly, Teacher Qin, is there any good news? Qin Lang smiled and nodded. When I return to China this time, the company wants to arrange a judge position for me in The Voice of China, and it has been finalized now. The Voice of China. Zhang Rong was stunned. This is the most popular music variety show among the people. Lin Xueqing was also shocked. So, the hidden judge this year is you, Brother Lang, you are so amazing. Qin Lang touched Lin Xueqing's head and said with a smile, yes, it's me. The other three judges are all very popular among the people. If I am announced now, I will inevitably be attacked by netizens. So I need a song to occupy the list of new songs at the beginning of next month to stabilize my position. Qingqing, Chengquan is very important to both you and me. I'm giving it to you. I believe you won't let me down. I hope that you will always be by my side when I perform in the future. Lin Xueqing blushed. I know, when you release a new song, I will also vote for you. Okay, my agent urged me to go back to deal with things. The snacks I ordered haven't been served yet. You can eat before going back. Qin Lang looked at Lin Xueqing with concern. Send me a message when you get to the dormitory. Don't let me worry, okay? Lin Xueqing nodded, and Qin Lang said goodbye to her and left. Looking at Qin Lang's back, she felt a little reluctant. She took out her mobile phone again and checked it. There was still no news from Su Yang. Tomorrow morning, I'll make an exception and accompany him to class. Lin Xueqing exhaled a breath and felt much better. This matter can not only help Brother Lang, but also Su Yang. Let's take it as her expiation of her crime. On the other side, Su Yang and his friends drank a few bottles of wine and were a little high. Fu Lei hugged Yang Meng next to him and winked at him behind him. Look at the sister in Cheongsam at the bar. She is the owner of this bar. She looks so cool. Yang Meng was the first to look over. He nodded vigorously, at least 8 points. Fu Lei rolled his eyes at him. Sure enough, you are short-sighted. Is it so easy to get 8 points? This sister is at most 7 points. Yang Meng was unhappy and snorted and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Su Yang was not interested in this kind of thing of grading girls. He didn't even bother to look at it. Hao Feng gave Fu Lei a slap. Be serious, girls nowadays are not ordinary. You score them with your mouth, and they dare to score you with a ruler. Be a human being. Fu Lei felt a little guilty. I'm just talking nonsense, and my scoring is based on facts. I use Song Qingyu as a benchmark, and I don't want to belittle them. Hao Feng was stunned for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. If Song Qingyu is used as a benchmark, then 5 points is very beautiful. Hearing the always serious Hao Feng say this, Su Yang couldn't help but ask, who is Song Qingyu? As soon as he said this, Three pairs of eyes fell on him in a row, with shocked expressions. Su Yang was a little confused. Did I ask something wrong? Fu Lei's eyes widened in shock. Oh my god, third brother, you don't even know Song Qingyu. He immediately squeezed next to Su Yang and gave him scientific popularization. Song Qingyu, a senior from Jiang Chuan's music department, just followed her teacher on stage once in her sophomore year, and the photo went viral on the internet, and she was regarded as a goddess. Later, she participated in The Voice of China, won the first place, and was signed by Starlight Entertainment. At that time, teacher Mai Li commented that she was a candidate for the Queen of Pop, and the media praised her as a new hope in the music industry. So awesome. Su Yang was a little surprised. Teacher Mai Li is a national treasure singer in China. To be commented on by her like this, it shows that this person's strength is indeed extraordinary, but how come he has never heard of it? With Jiang Chuan's nature, with such an amazing student, shouldn't he talk about it every day to promote it? Fu Lei sighed. She was only famous for a few months. It was also because she was so beautiful that it was too easy for her to enter the entertainment industry, so she didn't follow the right path. After signing with Starlight Entertainment, she only released one song. After that, she marketed her beauty, participated in acting talent shows, and hyped herself up with other actors. Now she has become a recognized vase, and her reputation is not very good. Su Yang paid attention to the other side, where two girls were getting closer and closer to them. Fu Lei said while flipping through his phone, but the entertainment industry is a big diva. Those who understand will understand. Come, brother will show you a photo of Song Qingyu. She is really a goddess. You have to have the capital to be a vase. Sorry. At this time, a pleasant voice came, and several people looked over and saw two girls coming over. The taller girl wore a black mask, but even so, it was difficult to hide her temperament. Her beautiful eyes were like autumn water, looking around and shining. The tall girl took off her mask and smiled at several people. Let me introduce myself. I am Song Qingyu. Are you talking about me? Chapter 7. No need to think, this person must be a virgin. Song Qingyu took off her mask, curled her lips slightly, and dimples appeared on her cheeks. At the moment she took off her mask, several people actually had an illusion that the originally dim environment suddenly became brighter. The crowd was full of beautiful eyes, and the colors of the world were like dust. This poem instantly emerged in Su Yang's mind. Fu Lei was not exaggerating this time, Song Qingyu was indeed a goddess. Su Yang was amazed by such a personality, and Fu Lei and the other two were stunned. Yang Meng reacted, his eyes widened. Wow. Wow. Just as the word, cow, was about to come out, Song Qingyu frowned slightly and put her index finger to her mouth and shush. Hao Feng immediately understood, quickly covered Yang Meng's mouth, gritted his teeth and said, don't shout. Yang Meng, a few times and nodded quickly. Fu Lei was so numb that he forced a smile. Senior Qingyu, why are you here to play? Before Song Qingyu could speak, her assistant Lin Weiwei snorted and glared at him. What? It's not right for adults to come to a bar. Su Yang and the others turned their heads and tried to hold back their laughter. Fu Lei's face flushed. I'm going to the bathroom. After that, he got up and left quickly. He ran away. Hao Feng coughed. Senior Qingyu, long time no see. My brother doesn't know how to control his words. I apologize to you on his behalf. How about we drink 3 cups as punishment? Song Qingyu shook her head and smiled at Su Yang, who was still eating squid tentacles. No need to apologize, I'm here to find him. Sure. 2 questioning eyes on the side instantly focused on Su Yang. Su Yang was stunned with the squid tentacles in his hand. Is Song Qingyu here to find me? The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and Su Yang only felt that the 2 gazes around him became more scorching. Song Qingyu's eyebrows were curved, and her eyes like a pool of clear water silently stared at Su Yang, without disturbing his thinking. Su Yang came to his senses and asked in confusion, looking for me? Senior sister, do we know each other? You don't know me, but I know you. I want to talk to you alone, is that okay? Song Qingyu asked. Lin Weiwei's eyes turned around Hao Feng and Yang Meng. The next second, Hao Feng covered his stomach and pretended to be uncomfortable. Ouch, I'm full, I'm going to the bathroom. Yang Meng also pretended to pick up the phone. My family called, third brother, I'm going to answer the phone. The 2 Lao Liu looked at each other and rushed to Fu Lei, who had already opened the other booths on the side. The three of them stared at Su Yang, with a strong fire of gossip burning in their eyes. Perfection, perfection. Song Qingyu nodded to Su Yang and sat down leisurely, her voice clear and pleasant. I watched your performance today, Chengquan, you sang very well. Su Yang was confused. This beauty came to me, wouldn't it be just to praise me? Oh, thank you, what else do you want? Song Qingyu was stunned. Lin Weiwei looked at Su Yang as if she was a monster. All along, men who met Sister Qingyu would want to stick to her, and would find something to talk about even if there was nothing to talk about. This guy was different. Sister Qingyu took the initiative to find him, but he seemed to want to urge Sister Qingyu to speak and leave quickly. No need to think, this guy must be a virgin. Song Qingyu took out a contract and put it on the table, smiling. Then I'll be frank. I want to buy the singing license of Chengquan. The licensing fee is 300,000 a year. I wonder if you are willing. Lin Weiwei added, you may not understand the prices in our circle. At present, the licensing price of a work by an excellent lyricist is between 200,000 and 500,000. You are a new composer, and 300,000 a year is already very high. Su Yang nodded. This price may not be high on Earth, but it is indeed very high on Blue Star. Although he studied journalism, as a student of Jiangchuan, he has also heard of some price ranges in the entertainment industry. Song Qingyu did not lie to him. He currently does not want to rely on Chengquan to become an internet celebrity or a star. If this song can earn him some licensing fees now, why not? It's just. I can license this song, but before that, I have to listen to your recent audio works before deciding whether to license it. Su Yang said without hesitation. After listening to what Fu Lei said, he now doubts Song Qingyu's ability. Chengquan is the first song he took out from the other world, and it also has special meaning to him. Even if he wants to license it, he wants to find a good buyer, a buyer who has the ability to perform this song. Song Qingyu was slightly stunned, and couldn't help but chuckled. Student Su Yang, you are really, very special. She took out her mobile phone and clicked a few times, then handed it over. This is the demo I recorded recently. Su Yang put on headphones and listened, and soon, a look of amazement flashed in his eyes. Fu Lei said that Song Qingyu hasn't released any songs in the past 2 years, but her singing ability should not have weakened. Their voice, emotions and skills are all very mature, and this demo should also be her original creation. Just this short section can squeeze out many songs on the current charts. Tilde. Su Yang exhaled and put down the headphones. Song Qingyu winked at him. How is it, are you satisfied with my singing? Su Yang nodded. It sounds very nice, but I don't understand. You obviously have the ability to create, why don't you sing your own songs, and buy Chengquan? With Song Qingyu's popularity, plus the quality of this song, he believes that if it is released, this song will definitely be a hit in Blue Star. Because I don't have time. Song Qingyu's eyes dimmed a little. I urgently need a song to participate in the new song list competition at the beginning of next month, and I want to win the first place. Su Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. First. Song Qingyu shook his head and stopped talking, but Lin Weiwei beside him couldn't help but continue. Sister Qingyu is not like what is said online. She has always been focused on music and was praised by teacher Mai Li before. After joining Xinguang Entertainment, the boss and others wanted to use Sister Qingyu's appearance to obtain resources, let her attend banquets, and use her to stir up public opinion. Sister Qingyu was unwilling to cooperate, so the company hid her. Not only did they not give us resources, but they also gave the song written by Sister Qingyu to Qin Lang. Qin Lang. Hearing this name, Su Yang's eyes moved slightly. Didn't you explain it? Lin Weiwei sneered. I explained it, but it was useless. The company personally came forward, hired Water Army to lead the rhythm, and also made yellow rumors about Sister Qingyu, causing Sister Qingyu to be scolded by netizens. This time we are desperate and signed a bet agreement with the company. As long as I get the first place on the new song list at the beginning of next month, I can terminate the contract with the company for free. Song Qingyu took over Lin Weiwei's words and looked at Su Yang quietly with her beautiful eyes. So, classmate Su Yang, I really need to use your accomplishment to give it a try. Chapter 8. How could Su Yang reject Lin Xueqing? The two looked at each other for a moment, and Su Yang was the first to look away, sighing in his heart. No wonder there are fewer and fewer talented people in the entertainment industry nowadays. These entertainment companies regard traffic as more important than strength, suppressing talented people and taking some crooked ways. Don't they know that people with only traffic and popularity but no strength will eventually be abandoned by the times? Thinking of this, Suyang was stunned and sneered. No, they must be clear, so they will cultivate batches of traffic stars one after another, just to be able to update in time. If you lose the bet, what will you do? Either pay money to terminate the contract, or obey their arrangements honestly. Hearing this, Suyang opened his mouth, but was speechless for a while. Although Song Qingyu didn't make it clear, since she came to him, he could guess that Song Qingyu probably couldn't afford the penalty. After a while, Suyang spoke. According to what you said, even if you have Chengquan, you may not be able to get the first place. Xinguang Entertainment will find a way to block your way. Song Qingyu lowered her eyes. I know, but I have no other way now. Chengquan at least allows me to fight. Lin Weiwei clenched her fists, indignant. Sister Qingyu sings so well, but the company seems to be blind to this point. They insist on supporting Qin Lang and deceived Sister Qingyu into signing a 5-year songwriting contract. Qin Lang will also participate in this new song list, and the company has also found someone to write songs for him, and they have found 5 people at a time, hoping that he will win the top spot at the beginning of next month. So, they made a bet with Sister Qingyu at this time. Qin Lang is the company's biological son, and we are raised by stepmothers. Suyang, don't disbelieve us, I'll show you how the company forced Sister Qingyu. Before Qin Lang returned to China, he had snatched the songs that Song Qingyu was going to publish several times, and even the songs that Song Qingyu had participated in creating were snatched away. As soon as he returned to China, Xinguang Entertainment planned his future development and found excellent musicians to write songs for him. The new song list at the beginning of next month is to build momentum for Qin Lang. Lin Weiwei became more and more angry as she thought about it. Her eyes were red. She opened the album on her phone and handed it to Suyang. Suyang sneered in his heart, not his own son, but almost. He took Lin Weiwei's phone, which contained several screenshots of chat records. Song Qingyu, why are you pretending to be noble? Once you enter the company, you must obey the company's arrangements. Others can accompany you for drinks, but why can't you? Qingyu, with your face, as long as you give in, the company will still support you. Song Qingyu, don't be shameless. You are now full of black material, and only we can save you. Looking at the messages of coercion and inducement, Suyang's face sank. Lin Weiwei wiped her tears. I thought before that I would send out this information to let the public know that Sister Qingyu was slandered, but they didn't use a work account. If they really sent it out, they would definitely turn the tables and say that Sister Qingyu spread rumors. They can do anything disgusting. It was clearly what happened to her, but when she heard this, Song Qingyu's expression never changed. She just looked up at the empty residence stage in the middle of the bar. In fact, that was her dream. She grew up in an orphanage in a small county town. When the director, Mother Song, found her at the door, she had a silver longevity lock on her neck with the word Qingyu engraved on it. Mother Song named her Song Qingyu. The orphanage in the small county town did not have many people paying attention to it, and the subsidies that could be applied for were not much. Mother Song was a compassionate person. Since a boy in the orphanage was adopted for 3 months, the adoptive mother became pregnant and sent the boy back. Mother Song did not easily hand over the child. Because of this, the economic conditions of the orphanage became more embarrassing. So, when she was 13, she worked part-time to earn money for her studies despite her Mother Song's obstruction. She served dishes, set up stalls, and delivered takeout. In order to make money, she participated in various music talent shows. She yearned for the stage, liked singing, and had talent, which could win prizes and bonuses for the welfare home. She relied on herself to be admitted to the Central Conservatory of Music, one of the best music colleges in China, but she finally chose Jiangchuan, which waived all tuition fees and provided her with 10,000 yuan of living expenses every year. During the time when she had no pressure in life, she worked hard to practice her singing and participated in competitions, wanting to contribute more funds to the academy. Finally, in her sophomore year, she became famous with the championship of The Voice of China. That day, she cried with joy. She called the dean's mother and cried and said that she could make a lot of money, she could renovate the welfare home, and she could let more people hear her music. However, she signed a contract with Starlight Entertainment. Song Qingyu retracted her thoughts. Student Suyang, what do you think? Suyang was silent for a while and picked up the pen on the table. Song Qingyu was very sincere, but he also had his own selfish motives. He signed this contract without losing anything. Song Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief and was about to thank Su Yang, but he stopped. What would you do if Chen Quan didn't get the top spot? Even if I lose everything and am heavily in debt, I will terminate the contract. Song Qingyu said without hesitation. Money can be earned again, but music is her dream and cannot be desecrated. Song Qingyu's tone was calm, but with an unquestionable edge, and the light waves in her eyes were turbulent. Su Yang stared at her for a few seconds and put down the pen. If you believe me, I will give you a new song that can get the top spot tomorrow. Song Qingyu was stunned. Tomorrow. Lin Weiwei frowned. Student Su Yang, I know you are very good, but writing songs is not that easy. You are studying journalism, and you can write a song, Chen Quan, which is already a gift from God. Many people can't write a good song for decades. Don't play with us. Su Yang smiled. You decide. If you don't believe me, I will sell you the copyright of Chen Quan now. Just go for it. Lin Weiwei urged. Okay, then you sign. At this time, Song Qingyu stopped Lin Weiwei. Her eyes stayed on Su Yang's face for a moment, and she gently opened her lips. I believe you. Lin Weiwei was anxious when she heard it. Sister Qingyu. This matter can't be a joke. Don't you remember how much the penalty is? Song Qingyu raised her hand to interrupt her. Student Su Yang, add the contact information. Su Yang nodded, and the two added the contact information. And Hao Feng and others sitting on the other side wanted to prick up their ears to listen. Oh my! Song Qingyu was scanning Su Yang's QR code. They exchanged contact information. Fu Lei's eyes were red. Yang Meng gritted his teeth. Third brother has been hiding his knowledge of beautiful women from us. He is the real sixth brother. Hao Feng walked around behind the two of them, and his fists went down, and he hit them twice. Don't talk. I can't hear clearly. On the other side, Qin Lang had left for a while. Lin Xueqing didn't like bars very much, and didn't want to stay here any longer. After eating some snacks with Zhang Rong, the two got up and left. Xueqing, Teacher Qin is too good to you. After you participate in the show, you will definitely become a hit. Zhang Rong said enviously. Lin Xueqing was silent for a moment and looked at her phone again. Su Yang hasn't contacted her yet. Rong, do you think Su Yang will really agree to sell the copyright of Chen Quan to Brother Lang? Zhang Rong smiled. Xueqing, why would you ask such an outrageous question? He is Su Yang, the Su Yang you can call at any time. As long as you ask, let alone sell it, he will definitely give it to you directly. Don't you remember what happened in the cafeteria? Lin Xueqing's thoughts instantly flowed back to her sophomore year. That day, Su Yang was not feeling well, but he still ran to bring her breakfast, so she didn't let him take her to class. After class at noon, when she and her roommate arrived at the cafeteria, Su Yang was nowhere to be seen. You know, in the past, Su Yang would go to the cafeteria first to reserve a seat for her and help her and her roommate prepare the food. When they walked slowly to the cafeteria, they could just eat the steaming hot food. However, because Su Yang didn't come that time, when they went there, the cafeteria was already crowded and they couldn't find a seat at all. When she called Su Yang was still sleeping. She was very angry. She told Su Yang to arrive at the cafeteria within 5 minutes and then hung up the phone directly. Zhang Rong and the others said that Su Yang would definitely not arrive within 5 minutes. But in fact, Su Yang arrived on time. He was wearing pajamas and slippers, and his hair was a little messy, which made Zhang Rong and the others laugh. That day, she still ate the steaming hot food. In order to make amends, Su Yang spent money to order takeout for the 4 people in their dormitory. Thinking of this, Lin Xueqing smiled. Zhang Rong was right, he was Su Yang. How could Su Yang reject Lin Xueqing? Wait a minute, Xueqing, look, is that Hao Feng and the others? Suddenly, Zhang Rong's voice sounded again. Chapter 9 The Goddess's fighting power is amazing. Zhang Rong gently pushed Lin Xueqing's arm. From this angle, she couldn't see Su Yang's position. Looking in the direction Zhang Rong pointed, Lin Xueqing's mouth corners raised. Hao Feng, Fu Lei and Yang Meng are all here, so Su Yang should be here too. No wonder he didn't send her a message. It seems that he was sad because of her rejection and drank to relieve his sorrow. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xueqing smiled and walked over there with a proud look. On the other side, Su Yang had already added Song Qingyu's contact information. When adding, he only felt an inexplicable chill behind him. Turning his head to look over, Hao Feng and the other two all raised their little fingers to him. Su Yang? Song Qingyu's charm is really great. How Feng and those two idiots have the same brain. I sent you a location. Tomorrow, I'll wait for you there. The pleasant voice came. Su Yang came back to his senses, and after seeing the location, he looked at Song Qingyu in surprise. Yinyu Recording Studio. She really believed in herself enough to make an appointment directly to the recording studio. Song Qingyu smiled. Or, do you need me to wait a few more days? Su Yang shook his head. No need to wait, I will find you after the second class tomorrow. Song Qingyu put on a mask, stretched out her hand, and smiled. The second class, okay, I know. Su Yang stood up and shook hands with her. So soft. The moment he touched Ruyi, these two words popped up in Su Yang's mind. His ears immediately turned red, and he secretly cursed himself for being a LSP, all led astray by Fu Lei. Su Yang, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Su Yang turned his head and looked. Lin Xueqing stared at him angrily. The first moment Lin Xueqing appeared, Su Yang was panicked, and subconsciously wanted to pull back his hand and wanted to explain. At this moment, he suddenly felt his hand being pinched. He turned around and saw Song Qingyu shaking her head at him. Su Yang reacted immediately and smiled self-deprecatingly. After being mean for so long, even his nerve reflexes became mean. Batman doesn't want to fight a clown like him, right? Lin Xueqing stared at Su Yang and Song Qingyu, who were still holding hands, and suddenly anger and bitterness surged in her heart. She thought that after Su Yang was rejected by her, he didn't take the initiative to look for her for such a long time, and he was drinking with Hao Feng and others to drown his sorrows. She originally thought that she would be merciful today and give him some face in front of Su Yang's roommates, telling him that she didn't care about what happened today. However, when she walked to this place, she found that Su Yang was drinking and chatting with the other two girls, and even held the hand of one of them. Su Yang, you didn't answer my call, and you are drinking with other girls here. Are you deliberately going against me? Lin Xueqing had a cold face and her tone was almost interrogative. Su Yang showed a mocking expression. It turned out to be the Lin Xueqing he knew. How could you take it for granted that everything I did was because of you? Since when did it become a big mistake for me not to answer your call? Now, he really wanted to go back and ask his former self why he liked such a person for 7 years. What she said and did were clearly very annoying. Su Yang looked at Lin Xueqing indifferently and spoke slowly. What I do has nothing to do with you. Lin Xueqing froze instantly, looking at Su Yang with disbelief in her eyes. Is the person in front of her really Su Yang? How could Su Yang speak to her in such a tone? Zhang Rong rushed over aggressively and pointed at Su Yang. You are so good, Su Yang. Xueqing rejected you last night, and now you come to the bar to find another woman. Su Yang, you are so disgusting. You are such a scumbag. Su Yang's face turned cold, and before he could speak, Song Qingyu beside him naturally took his arm. Brother Yang, this is the girl you liked before. She looks pretty good. She looked at Lin Xueqing with a smile in her beautiful eyes. In the past 2 years since she entered the circle, Song Qingyu has been in and out of important occasions many times. Coupled with her own personality, she exudes an elegant and noble temperament. And this temperament is incomparable to Lin Xueqing, who spends most of her time in school activities. Brother Yang. Hearing such an intimate name and looking at the two people holding each other's arms, Lin Xueqing felt a pang of pain in her heart. Yes, she was really angry when she saw Su Yang getting close to this girl. But she was still very sure in her heart that this girl would never be Su Yang's girlfriend. Su Yang had been with her for 7 years, spending most of his time with her, whether in junior high school, or college. Nearly half of the people on campus knew that Su Yang loved Lin Xueqing so much that he couldn't help himself. Could Su Yang change his mind in just a few hours? She didn't believe it. But if it was an act, why did Su Yang let this person hold his arm and call him Brother Yang? Moreover, Lin Xueqing looked at Song Qingyu carefully. She found that this girl was very good looking. She was tall, and she wore a simple long dress that looked tailor-made. Although she was wearing a mask, her eyebrows and eyes were extremely bright, and coupled with the aura around her, she was very beautiful. Lin Xueqing suddenly felt flustered. She thought that if Su Yang had found a girl with an ordinary appearance, she might not feel so uncomfortable. Because she was confident that she could beat that person, but now. Lin Xueqing felt a blockage in her chest, and she took a deep breath, trying her best to show an indifferent attitude. Su Yang, congratulations, but I didn't expect you to change your mind so quickly. You created the image of a lovelorn man in school. I wonder if your girlfriend would mind if she knew how you begged me to be with you before. Lin Xueqing regretted it as soon as she said it. She should have acted more indifferent, but for some reason, when she saw Su Yang with another woman, she couldn't help but reject him and subconsciously said such vicious words. It seemed that only by hurting Su Yang could she maintain her face. The atmosphere froze instantly. Zhang Rong silently took a step back. This time, even she felt that Lin Xueqing's words were a bit too much. Su Yang still had a blank expression on his face, but his heart couldn't help but ache. Su Yang, you see clearly. You have pursued Lin Xueqing for 7 years with your true heart. To her, it was a weapon to hurt you. But fortunately, his heart was already full of holes and he was no longer afraid. Hao Feng and his companion stood up and walked toward Su Yang as soon as Lin Xueqing appeared. It was just that Song Qingyu was one step ahead of them and stood up for Su Yang, so they stood behind. But after hearing what Lin Xueqing said, the three of them couldn't help it, and Fu Lei rushed over. And this time, Song Qingyu was one step ahead of them again. Her eyes were cold, and she walked closer to Lin Xueqing step by step, blocking Su Yang behind her. So, you also think that liking you is a very shameful thing. Lin Xueqing choked and took a step back unconsciously. Hao Feng and his companion stopped, their eyes widened, and then they looked at Song Qingyu with a touch of admiration. The goddess is not only beautiful, but also has a fighting power that ordinary people can't match. Lin Xueqing gritted her teeth tightly and spoke for a long time. I'm talking to Su Yang, what does it have to do with you? Song Qingyu stared at Lin Xueqing. She is a person who loves music very much. In addition to singing, she can also compose. The most important thing about composing is to learn to observe the people and things around you, and use them as inspiration. Today, she watched Su Yang's performance in the audience. The loneliness and desolation in his singing almost made her cry. There were so many people in the activity center, but when Su Yang was playing on the stage, he had a strong sense of loneliness, as if he was abandoned. Song Qingyu was not a person who liked to meddle in other people's business, but this time, she couldn't help but help. Song Qingyu spoke slowly. Of course it matters. I'm pursuing Brother Yang. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it weren't for your rejection, I wouldn't have been able to get close to Brother Yang. You know, I've had a crush on him for a long time. Although Brother Yang hasn't agreed to be with me yet, he's willing to give me a chance. If you don't cherish someone, someone will naturally cherish you. But I'm curious. Brother Yang lost only someone who didn't love him, but you lost someone who loves you. Classmate Lin Xueqing, what are you so proud of? Chapter 10 Because you don't deserve it. Every time Song Qingyu said something, Lin Xueqing's face would turn pale. She wanted to refute Song Qingyu, but she didn't know how to refute. She clenched her teeth very tightly, but her eyes couldn't help but moisten. She looked at Su Yang, and the next moment, her heart was cold again. The other party didn't care about her at all. His eyes were all on Song Qingyu at this moment. Su Yang looked at Song Qingyu standing in front of him, and his dull pupils seemed to be lit by stars at this moment. In the past, he had always been guarding Lin Xueqing. Lin Xueqing was harassed at school, and he rushed over to solve it. Lin Xueqing was scolded by Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin, and he blocked Lin Xueqing behind him. At Lin Xueqing's order, he tried his best to appear in front of her. He had protected others for 7 years, and never thought that someone would stand in front of him and protect him. Su Yang took a deep breath, and his nose was a little sour. Maybe he had suffered too much from Lin Xueqing before, so the little sweetness from others made him feel a little bit uncomfortable. Lin Xueqing's tears were already rolling in her eyes. Su Yang, what are you doing? You clearly promised that you would always stay by my side, protect me, and love me. But now, I was bullied in front of you, and you turned a deaf ear to it, and even stood on the side with others. Su Yang, I just rejected you, but I didn't ask you to approach other girls. What's wrong with you? Lin Xueqing tried to control her emotions and pointed at Song Qingyu. Su Yang, don't say anything else, I have something serious to discuss with you, let her go back. Su Yang said lightly, there is nothing she can't listen to. Lin Xueqing's heart ached again, and her nails left marks on the palm of her hand. Okay, I'll be frank. I'm going to participate in the show soon. I want Chengquan as my debut song. Please send me the audio and lyrics tonight. I'm going to find a band to record it. Please hurry up. Su Yang didn't say anything, and looked straight at Lin Xueqing. Lin Xueqing felt much better when she saw his eyes on her. God knows how uncomfortable she felt when she saw Su Yang staring at Song Qingyu with such a gentle look just now. Her expression eased a little and she clenched her fists. You know, my dream is to debut as a singer. Haven't you always been worried about not being able to help me before? Now, you have a chance. Su Yang, I admit that I said too much today, but we are still friends, right? Lin Xueqing looked straight at Su Yang. Su Yang, I took the initiative to come over and bow my head. It's your turn. For a small matter, you have been making trouble for a long time, and even found other women to make me angry. I can forgive all these, now it's your turn to show off. Su Yang finally couldn't help laughing. Lin Xueqing, how can you still be so self-righteous? You didn't even ask me what I thought, but you took it for granted that I would hand over Chengquan to you. Besides, who are you showing this aggrieved look to? Do you think that you have bowed your head by saying that you admitted that what you said today was excessive? Lin Xueqing, you are really a princess. He didn't cry because of Song Qingyu, but now he laughed with tears in his eyes because of Lin Xueqing's words. It's so funny, isn't it? Lin Xueqing frowned slightly. Su Yang, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing, you are still so self-righteous. Su Yang showed sarcasm. You said that I caused you misunderstandings and troubles. You told me not to bother you anymore. You told me over and over again that you would be better off without me. When you don't need me, you kick me away. When you need me, you command me condescendingly. What do you think of me? Your dog. Lin Xueqing was stunned. Her pupils widened. For a moment, she seemed to have lost her soul. She couldn't stand steadily. Did those words really come from Su Yang's mouth? Hao Feng on the side was also shocked. He looked at Su Yang in amazement. The third brother stood up. The third brother is awesome. Zhang Rong hurriedly supported Lin Xueqing and shouted angrily, Su Yang, you changed your heart, betrayed Xueqing, and let your girlfriend bully Xueqing. Xueqing endured it and only talked to you about business. How can you say that to her? Lin Xueqing's body trembled. Tears finally slid down from her eyes uncontrollably and she cried out. Su Yang, just because I rejected you, you bully me like this. Bully you? Su Yang smiled. So I'm bullying you when I tell the truth, then Lin Xueqing, what about you? You hinted that I confessed to you, and for that person, you stepped on my face in front of everyone. Then I stopped pestering you, I fulfilled your wish, and you couldn't stand me getting along with other girls, so you brought your roommates to accuse me of being a scumbag and call me disgusting. Aren't these things you did excessive? After saying these words, Su Yang found that he felt much better. It's been suppressed for too long. Why did he only realize now that Lin Xueqing was so annoying? Selfish and self-righteous, he really had to admit at this moment that he was blind before. He looked at Lin Xueqing, who was already crying, and spoke word by word. Lin Xueqing, I will never sell you the song Chengquan because you don't deserve it. After saying that, he took Song Qingyu's hand and walked straight out. Yo-ho! Fu Lei whistled, and followed Su Yang with Hao Feng and Yang Meng with smiles on their faces. When passing by Lin Xueqing, Hao Feng showed a mocking smile and turned to Fu Lei and the others. Let's go and meet our third brother's wife. The third brother is really amazing. The third brother's wife is so beautiful. She can't be compared with any cat or dog. The school flower is nothing. My third sister-in-law and third brother are a perfect match. The three of them deliberately raised the volume so that Lin Xueqing could hear clearly, and left while chatting. Lin Xueqing couldn't stand steadily at all. She squatted down, hugged her knees with her arms, and cried bitterly. Rong, did I really do something wrong? Did I really go that far? She asked with tears in her eyes. Zhang Rong felt so distressed that she patted her back to comfort her. Xueqing, don't listen to Su Yang's nonsense. It was Su Yang who wanted to pursue you. What he did before was not what you asked him to do. He did it willingly. Why should he blame you? Besides, he is a boy and you are a girl. Boys should give way to girls. He accused you in front of that girl today. It's not manly. You have known each other for 7 years. Xueqing, you were right to refuse this morning. How can Su Yang compare to teacher Qin? He changes his mind so quickly. If you really get together with him, he will definitely cheat. Zhang Rong was indignant and became more and more angry. In her heart, Lin Xueqing is the beauty of the department and has talent. How can Su Yang match her? Lin Xueqing sniffed and her mood eased a little. Yes, we have been friends for 7 years, Su Yang, are you really so heartless? At this moment, Su Yang and his friends have already walked out of Cheshi Bar. Looking at the busy streets, Su Yang took a few deep breaths and felt so happy for the first time. Classmate Su Yang. Song Qingyu's voice sounded, and Su Yang turned around and met a pair of clear and beautiful eyes. How long do you plan to hold hands? Song Qingyu raised the hand that was being held. Su Yang was embarrassed and quickly let go of his hand. Sorry, by the way, thank you for your help today. Song Qingyu blinked cunningly. Just think of me as a female hero. If you really want to thank me, help me write a song that can get the first place on the list. Su Yang smiled when he heard it. Don't worry, I won't let you down. I'm looking forward to it. At this time, Lin Weiwei drove the car over, Song Qingyu nodded to Su Yang, and then left. As soon as Su Yang looked away, he was hooked by the neck by Fu Lei and Yang Meng. Su Yang, you are so good, tell us, when did you hide the goddess you met from us? Third brother, tell me honestly, what did Xinye Qingyu talk to you about? Hao Feng's eyes were also bright, and the three of them were all burning with gossip. Su Yang couldn't struggle away, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's the connection? She just watched my performance today and wanted to buy Chengquan from me. Fuck. Fu Lei's eyes lit up. Old third, it seems that you are really going to be famous. Song Qingyu is going to buy your song. Yang Meng muttered, no wonder they say that if there is no woman in your heart, you will be a god when you draw your sword. Third brother is going to rise. What you said to Lin Xueqing today really shocked me. Isn't it? Old third, I finally see you stand up. Do you know how touched I am, the second brother? Fu Lei pretended to wipe his tears and was about to hug Su Yang. Yang Meng was not to be outdone and also reached out to hug Su Yang. Su Yang's forehead was covered with black lines, and his hands tightly blocked the faces of the two. Hao Feng hesitated and asked. Old third, who is that person you talked about with Lin Xueqing? Chapter 11. 2 years of love can't compete with a dog you've only known for a few months. The noisy people suddenly became quiet. Fu Lei and Yang Meng also let go of Su Yang. Fu Lei coughed and glared at Hao Feng. You still say we are talking about things that are not related to the topic, look at yourself. Do you think we are not curious? But can you ask this? Hao Feng's face turned black, and he wanted to slap himself. Is your brain short-circuited? Why ask so many questions? He coughed twice awkwardly. Third brother, I just asked casually, whether you say it or not. Before he finished speaking, Su Yang slowly spoke. It's a person that Lin Xueqing has been waiting for 5 years. 5 years. Yang Meng's eyes widened. Third brother, are you familiar with this person? Su Yang smiled gently. Yes, very familiar. Yang Meng wanted to ask something else, but Fu Lei covered his mouth and whispered, stop talking, don't you see that the third brother is not right? Yang Meng looked at Su Yang, whose face was still very calm, but the atmosphere around him became much more depressed. Su Yang didn't say anything more, but a sneer came out of his lips. How could he and Qin Lang not be familiar with each other? Speaking of which, he and Qin Lang had been neighbors for a year. At that time, he had been neighbors with Lin Xueqing for 2 years. In the eyes of others, the two were inseparable. Although Lin Xueqing had a princess temper, she was very obedient in front of him and was very clingy to him. She regarded herself as her property. If a girl expressed her affection for her, Lin Xueqing would even tell them that they had an engagement to declare her sovereignty. If a boy harassed her, she would also call herself a shield. Su Yang believed that at that time, Lin Xueqing had thought about being with him forever. But in the second semester of their 3rd year of junior high school, Qin Lang's family moved next door to them. Qin Lang was 3 years older than them and transferred to a high school near them. On the day Qin Lang moved in, Lin Xueqing took him to visit the neighbors and happened to meet Qin Lang playing guitar and singing. Lin Xueqing, who always liked to make noise, became quiet at that moment. She listened to the song and looked at Qin Lang, and was fascinated. At that time, he did not notice anything unusual, and did not know that the girl's heart was shifted at that moment. Thinking of this, Su Yang's eyes dimmed. From that day on, Lin Xueqing would mention Qin Lang in his ear every day. She said, Su Yang, you should really learn how to talk from Brother Lang. Chatting with Brother Lang is much more interesting than chatting with you. She said, "Suyang, I heard Brother Lang singing again today. It was a new song he wrote. He is really amazing." She said, "Brother Lang has become a celebrity in the school since he came to school. He is sunny and handsome. This is a prince. Suyang, look at you, how can you compare with him? Perfection." Every time when Qin Lang was mentioned, Lin Xueqing's eyes were full of admiration, and she even compared him with Qin Lang many times. At first, he was just uncomfortable listening to it, and his attitude towards Qin Lang was a little cold. But later, after experiencing some of Qin Lang's tricks, his impression of Qin Lang had turned into disgust. He had also thought about getting along well with this neighbor, but Qin Lang's performance in front of Lin Xueqing was completely different from that when he was alone with her. When facing him alone, Qin Lang never concealed his bad nature. Lin Xueqing went to Qin Lang more and more days. She used to spend all the time with him to go to Qin Lang. He even changed his choice of major and dragged him to the same high school as Qin Lang. On the first day of school, Lin Xueqing ran to the senior high school to find Qin Lang, but saw Qin Lang holding hands and talking with another girl. She ran home in despair and locked herself in her room crying. Uncle Lin and the others found him to comfort him. He stood in front of Lin Xueqing's door, comforting her and advising her. He told her that Qin Lang had changed several girlfriends only a few months after entering school. He was a famous playboy in the school, and there was no need to be sad for him. He thought Lin Xueqing would wake up after hearing this, but Lin Xueqing opened the door, hit him with a book, and glared at him fiercely. "Suyang, I don't allow you to say bad things about Brother Lang. Get out of here." Lin Xueqing didn't blame Qin Lang, but blamed herself for not working hard enough. She observed the girls Qin Lang liked, learned to dress up, put on makeup, and became more elegant in her conversation. Lin Xueqing's efforts were not in vain. Qin Lang noticed her changes. Although the two did not confirm their relationship, they got closer and closer. As a result, Lin Xueqing's grades plummeted in the monthly exam. Uncle Lin found him again to persuade Lin Xueqing. He told her that Qin Lang had entangled with many girls in school and she should not waste her studies for such people. He still remembered the look Lin Xueqing gave him at that time. Disappointment and disgust. "Brother Lang told me that it was those girls who pestered him. He just didn't want to be too extreme and affect those girls' college entrance examination. I think you are just jealous that Brother Lang is more popular and more talented than you. If you say something bad about Brother Lang again, we won't be friends anymore." After hearing those words, he gave up. 2 years of relationship, no match for a dog he had known for a few months. He didn't care about Qin Lang and Lin Xueqing anymore, and devoted himself to studying. He only heard that Qin Lang became popular and signed a contract with Star Entertainment. Until the final exam of his first year in high school, one night, Lin Xueqing suddenly found him and hugged him and cried. Lin Xueqing cried and told him that Qin Lang was going to study abroad, and Qin Lang's family was also moving away, so they would not see each other in the future. He couldn't bear it, hugged Lin Xueqing tightly, and comforted her softly. After Qin Lang left, Lin Xueqing fell ill and didn't go to school for half a month. Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin were on a business trip, and he took care of Lin Xueqing for half a month. After Lin Xueqing recovered from her illness, she never mentioned Qin Lang again. She seemed to have figured it out and started to study hard, and the two of them returned to their previous way of getting along. He thought Qin Lang's haze was finally over. Until the second year of high school, Lin Xueqing forced her uncle and aunt to sign her up for a music class by running away from home. Thinking of this, Suyang looked sarcastic. "Lin Xueqing, whether it was then or now, you chose Qin Lang. Then why did you react so strongly to the fact that I was with another girl? Want to be with Qin Lang, but don't want to lose me, your bootlicker. Lin Xueqing, what you think is so beautiful. Perfection." It was already 11:30 when the four of them returned to the dormitory, and even the lights in the dormitory next door were turned off. Jiang Chuan's dormitory was a suite mode, with 2 suites on the first floor, and 1 suite had 2 dormitories. Each dormitory was a 4-person room with upper bunks and lower tables, while the bathroom and toilet were in the public area of the suite. As soon as they came back, Fu Lei and Yang Meng occupied the 2 bathrooms, and Suyang turned on the computer and searched for Song Qingyu. Admittedly, there are many King Bomb songs on Earth, but he wanted to find a song that matched Song Qingyu more. So, he needed to know more about Song Qingyu. Their webpage jumped out quickly, and Suyang took a breath of cold air after just looking at the content on it. Chapter 12, Innocent Little Boy, Every Guess is Accurate. Except for the top line of the encyclopedia that introduces Song Qingyu's age and the information that she won the championship of The Voice of China. The titles of the following lines are not friendly. Song Qingyu went to a bar late at night, destroying her pure image. VAR's Song Qingyu was involved in another scandal, and her fans collectively quit being her fans. Song Qingyu went to a gynecological hospital. Is it suspected that good things are coming? Qin Lang is about to return to China, and netizens demanded that Song Qingyu apologize in person. Perfection. The first page was filled with gossip. Su Yang frowned, although he had heard from Lin Weiwei that Xinguang Entertainment had used Song Qingyu to stir up scandals. But seeing so many negative reports at this time, he was still scared. If he hadn't listened to Song Qingyu's songs and knew about the bet between Xinguang Entertainment and Song Qingyu, he might have been misled by these rumors on the internet. Besides, he helped Song Qingyu for his own selfish reasons. Lin Weiwei said that Xinguang Entertainment would promote Qin Lang to the top of the new song list at the beginning of next month. Then he would disappoint Qin Lang's expectations. It was not for Lin Xueqing, but because he simply hated Qin Lang. Oh, you've seen Song Qingyu and your heart is aroused. Search her name as soon as you come back. Su Yang's bed was near the door. When Fu Lei came back from taking a shower, he saw him searching for Song Qingyu and immediately showed a lewd smile. Hearing this, Hao Feng also laughed and turned his head to tease, really? Third brother, you are also shocked by the beauty of senior sister Qingyu. Su Yang's forehead was full of black lines and he rolled his eyes at Fu Lei. Do you have to take a shower so fast? Fu Lei shook his hair casually. It's mainly because there is no mirror in the bathroom. It takes 2 minutes for a small shower, 5 minutes for a big shower, and 8 minutes for a fine shower. I can look at the mirror for half an hour. Su Yang? Hao Feng couldn't help it and picked up the slippers and threw them at him. Don't be so flirty. Fu Lei put his arm on Su Yang's chair and sighed. Third brother, although I admire your vision, I still have to remind you that Song Qingyu is a person who can only be admired from afar. You have also read her reputation on the internet. She is very accurate in predicting innocent boys like you. Yang Meng wiped his hair and walked into their house. Third brother, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. I have seen the black materials about Song Qingyu. None of them are solid. They are all those marketing accounts telling stories based on pictures. Just because senior sister Qingyu stood up for you today, I will recognize her as my sister-in-law. Fu Lei slapped him on the back of his head in annoyance. Are you crazy about recognizing your sister-in-law? If, as you said, Song Qingyu is targeted by so many marketing accounts, then you can't be with her, otherwise how can you have a peaceful life in the future? Su Yang's eyelids jumped when he heard it. What on earth are these two thinking about? He just checked Song Qingyu's information, how come they even talked about life? He didn't bother to pay attention to these two people, and he just clicked on the video clip of Song Qingyu participating in The Voice of China. In the video, Song Qingyu bowed deeply to the audience with a bright smile, and then began to sing. After getting the approval of the 3 mentors, she was as happy as a little bird, and thanked the mentors and the audience generously. Thank you, teacher, thank you everyone, I will never let you down, my name is Song Qingyu. Su Yang was a little surprised. The Song Qingyu in the video was completely different from the one he saw today. Fu Lei was also stunned. I haven't watched The Voice of China, I didn't know Song Qingyu was so lively before, I saw her on the show before, she didn't talk much. Do you know why I never blacked Qingyu's senior sister? Hao Feng came over and patted Su Yang on the shoulder, sighing slightly. In the first semester of my freshman year, I participated in the school's poor student assessment meeting. Senior Qingyu is an orphan. Su Yang was stunned, and Fu Lei and Yang Meng's eyes widened. Orphan. Hao Feng nodded. Senior Qingyu grew up in an orphanage, and worked part-time to get into college. She was originally admitted to the Central Conservatory of Music because our school waived her tuition and funded her living expenses. You also know that learning music costs a lot of money. In addition to studying at school, you have to spend money to find opportunities to study outside, and you have to buy musical instruments. Her annual living expenses of 10,000 yuan are just enough, but she donated half of the money to the orphanage. It was because of this that the school allowed her to participate in the poor student assessment again. Su Yang was silent for a while. Did she get the evaluation? Hao Feng raised his eyebrows. She got the evaluation, but she didn't want it. She was already able to be self-reliant at that time, and asked the school to leave the quota for people who need it more. In the dormitory, the air was quiet, especially Fu Lei, whose face turned green. At that time, Senior Qingyu was still a very cheerful person. Not long after, she went to participate in The Voice of China. I secretly congratulated her for finally seeing the moon after waiting for the clouds to clear, but in the end, Hao Feng paused and kicked Fu Lei. Logically, I shouldn't tell you these, but Fu Lei, you are too prejudiced against Senior Qingyu. She is not as bad as you think. Okay, I'm going to take a shower. What I just said, you three should keep it to yourself. The three of them were silent for a while. Par. Fu Lei raised his hand and slapped himself in the face, regretting it so much. I really deserve to die. Yang Meng sighed, I didn't expect the saint to be by my side. I admire Senior Qingyu even more. Su Yang took a deep breath, closed the computer, stood up and walked out. Yang Meng hurriedly called him, third brother, it's so late, where are you going? Go to the music room, and come back over the wall later. Su Yang left without looking back. He knew which song to give Song Qingyu. That song was very suitable for her. On the other side, Song Qingyu had returned to the hotel. As soon as she entered the room, Lin Weiwei came over angrily. Sister Lan just called me and the company fired me. If I'm fired, I'm fired. I don't want to stay in that broken place anymore. Song Qingyu smiled and handed her a glass of water. Calm down, you're almost angry like a hamster, I'll pay you later. Lin Weiwei sighed, Sister Qingyu, you know I'm not talking about this. Sister Lan just asked me to tell you that Qin Lang already has a song, and teacher Yuan personally wrote the lyrics and composed the music. Well, I know. Song Qingyu nodded perfunctorily and picked up a book on the bedside table to read. Lin Weiwei simply sat next to her. Sister Qingyu, I think we should buy Chengquan. I just saw that Chengquan still has no traffic promotion on Douyin. It's obvious that some singer must have taken a fancy to this song and suppressed the traffic. But even in this case, the number of likes has reached 500,000. It's only a matter of time before this song becomes popular. If we don't buy it first, be careful that someone else will grab it. Song Qingyu said lightly. Didn't Su Yang say that he would give me a song that can win the first place? Lin Weiwei was angry, you believe what he said? We just met him today. Song Qingyu put down the book and blinked at her, I'm wrong, you just met him today. Chapter 13 Fei Yangyang has to hand over a cigarette when he comes. Ring, ring, ring. At 6 in the morning, Su Yang turned off the alarm clock in a daze and subconsciously quickly picked up his coat and put it on. He had just stepped on the stairs to get in and out of bed when Fu Lei, who was sleeping opposite him, turned over and looked dazed. Old third, you got up so early again, to buy breakfast for Lin Xueqing. Yes, and her roommates too. They have classes at 8 a.m. today, so I have to hurry. Su Yang came to his senses halfway through his words. Habits are really terrible things. He has already decided to give up Lin Xueqing, but the remaining muscle memory in his body is not so easy to forget. Who said that being a bootlicker will end up with nothing? At least he is experienced. Look at him, how fast is his nerve reflex? Fei Yangyang has to hand me a cigarette when he sees me, right? Su Yang laughed at himself, took off his coat, covered himself with the quilt and continued to sleep. It's great, I can finally have a good sleep. On the other side, Lin Xueqing and Zhang Rong had already gotten up. There were 4 people in their dormitory before, but one of them, Zhao Nana, found an internship unit some time ago and went out for internship after applying to the school. Another roommate, Wen Jing, had a different major from them. She studied classical dance in the dance department and was very hardworking. She always got up at 5 or 6 in the morning to practice morning exercises. Lin Xueqing got up at 7:15. She looked a little haggard. She cried for a long time last night, and her eyes were a little swollen now. Xueqing, are you okay? You look very bad. Zhang Rong asked with concern. Lin Xueqing smiled weakly. I'm fine. She sat at the table, looking at her haggard self in the mirror, her eyes red again. Last night, she kept thinking about what Su Yang said to her, and the hand that Su Yang held tightly with that girl, and she didn't fall asleep until 4 in the morning. She wanted to send a message to Su Yang, but she didn't know what to send. Could it be that she wanted to apologize to Su Yang? Zhang Rong sighed and held Lin Xueqing's hand soothingly. Xueqing, don't be sad. Su Yang is too narrow-minded and doesn't care about your 7-year friendship. However, you should compromise for teacher Chin once. He asked you to do that yesterday. Well, I know. When Su Yang comes over later, I will give him a good face. Lin Xueqing put on her makeup in front of the mirror, carefully covering her fatigue. If Su Yang knew that she had been worried about him all night, he would be even more aggressive. She is Lin Xueqing, Su Yang's princess. Princesses are high and mighty. How can she show weakness to a knight? I really wronged you. Zhang Rong glanced at her phone and frowned, but it's already 7:30 now, why hasn't Su Yang brought the food over yet? Also, he didn't ask us what we wanted to eat this morning yesterday. Xueqing, hurry him up, don't make us late, he's really getting more and more ignorant. Lin Xueqing glanced at the time and her eyebrows knitted. Since her second year of high school, Su Yang has been responsible for her breakfast almost every day. Especially after entering college, she didn't want to eat in the cafeteria all the time, so Su Yang would ask her what she wanted to eat a day in advance, and then go to a restaurant outside to buy it for her and deliver it to her. After seeing this, Zhang Rong and Zhao Nana also wanted Su Yang to help buy it. It was just a matter of convenience, so she agreed on behalf of Su Yang. Until yesterday morning, Su Yang did a good job, and on the days when she had an early class, he would definitely deliver breakfast before 7:30. And today, Su Yang was late. Did he forget that she had an early class today? Lin Xueqing's face was tense, she picked up the phone and called Su Yang. The call was quickly connected, and Lin Xueqing's mouth corners raised. Su Yang, why haven't you arrived yet? I'm going to be late. Beep. Before she finished her words, a short busy tone sounded, followed by a series of beep sounds. Su Yang actually hung up her phone again? Lin Xueqing was stunned, her face pale. He must be almost there, so he didn't answer my call. I'll go out and see. Lin Xueqing bit her lip, forced a nonchalant smile, and tried her best to comfort herself. She just got up when Jing finished her morning exercises and pushed the door in. Seeing the two of them, Wen Jing was stunned. Aren't you going to work at 8 a.m. today? Why haven't you left yet? Zhang Rong snorted, it's all because of that Su Yang. He used to deliver breakfast before 7:30, but he hasn't come yet today. I don't know where he went. Wen Jing looked strange. Didn't you see how Feng's moments? They are already eating in the cafeteria. After saying that, she opened the moments and showed them to the two of them. 1 minute ago, Hao Feng posted a dynamic. Xiao Yanzi rarely has breakfast with the brothers. There are no classes in the morning, so it's so relaxing tilde. The accompanying picture is a photo of Su Yang eating, and Su Yang's mobile phone is placed next to him. Lin Xueqing was struck by lightning, and the whole person froze in place. Then, Bin-Sai's tears rolled down her face. She picked up the book, pushed open the door and rushed out directly. Zhang Rong hurried to chase. Xueqing, wait for me. When Jing looked at the backs of the two and felt ridiculous. From freshman to now, she has seen how Su Yang treats Lin Xueqing meticulously, and how Lin Xueqing tramples on Su Yang's sincerity. No matter the weather, he insisted on delivering breakfast for 2 years. Just ask, how many people in this world can do this? Even parents may not be able to do it, right? However, Lin Xueqing thought that Su Yang's kindness to her was natural, and she yelled at Su Yang for a trivial matter. Because of Lin Xueqing's attitude, Zhang Rong and Zhao Nana both regarded Su Yang as a servant who could be summoned and dismissed at will. When Jing once couldn't stand it and reminded Lin Xueqing that if she missed Su Yang, she would never meet someone who treated her better than Su Yang. But at that time, Lin Xueqing just looked at her strangely and smiled disapprovingly. When Jing, Su Yang has been chasing me for 7 years, and he will never leave me. Zhang Rong and Zhao Nana also echoed from the side, and even hinted that she was jealous of Lin Xueqing's status as the most beautiful girl in the department, and deliberately wanted to push Lin Xueqing into Su Yang's fire pit. Since then, she has never advised Lin Xueqing again, and kept a distance from the other three. When Jing smiled and shook her head. When she saw that Lin Xueqing was instigated by Zhao Nana and Zhang Rong and became more and more arrogant and selfish, she knew that Lin Xueqing would definitely be retaliated. Perfection. At this time, Su Yang was still eating in the cafeteria. Hao Feng looked at his phone and couldn't help laughing. Did you use my phone just now? Su Yang asked after glancing at the lit screen. Hao Feng did not hide it and tried to say, Lin Xueqing called me and I hung up for you. Oh. Su Yang responded and continued to eat. Hao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. As a good brother, what he feared most was that Su Yang would go back to contact Lin Xueqing again. He didn't know about the previous 5 years, but in the past 2 years, he felt really uncomfortable watching Su Yang being abused by Lin Xueqing. He patted Su Yang's shoulder and raised his mouth. Boy, congratulations on your new life. Su Yang's mouth twitched. This guy deserves a beating again. Perfection, perfection. The Department of Journalism only has one compulsory course today, news interview writing, which starts at 9:50. Hao Feng went to the student union to help, and Su Yang walked slowly to the dormitory alone. He planned to make up for his sleep. After giving up Lin Xueqing, today was the first time he had the taste of sleeping in. In one word, it was great. And he was busy in the music room until 1 a.m. yesterday, and he was a little more tired than before. If possible, he wished he could sleep for 3 days and 3 nights in a row to make up for the sleep he had not slept before. Before he reached the dormitory building, he heard a noise coming from the front, and in front of the door of the dormitory building, there were more than 10 people, most of them were girls. Su Yang was stunned for a moment. Before he could figure out the situation, an excited female voice suddenly sounded. Look, isn't that Senior Su Yang? Chapter 14. Do I look like your girlfriend? What the hell? Su Yang was startled by the shouting. Before he could react, he saw the group of people surrounding the door with green eyes, staring at him like hungry wolves. Then, they all ran towards him. The 2 girls in miniskirts were the first to be attacked. Senior Su Yang, I am a junior who just enrolled. I heard your singing yesterday in the audience. I like you very much. Can you please sign for me? Senior, I want an autograph too. Just sign my clothes. Another junior pulled the clothes on her chest and spoke boldly. Su Yang was frightened and took 2 steps back involuntarily. At this time, he realized that the other few people had also rushed over. And at this moment, he was surrounded by these junior girls. Senior, I'm also your little fan. The school doesn't play your first-person singing video, nor does it have a complete version. Can you record it? I really want to hear it. Yes, this is super important. Woohoo, I cried for a long time after listening to it yesterday. I couldn't even play it on repeat when I went back to savor it. Senior, what on earth have you been through? You can actually write such a song. It makes my heart break. Woohoo. Su Yang experienced this kind of scene for the first time. He didn't know what to say or how to deal with it. He pretended to be calm, took the paper and pen from these people, and signed for them. The whole process only repeated one sentence, thank you for your support. The junior girls looked at him and their ears turned red. They laughed and wanted to tease him even more. Senior, you are so innocent. Do you have a girlfriend? Do I look like your girlfriend? It's okay if you don't have a girlfriend, Senior, I'm not greedy, just a hug is enough. Senior, I'm thick, it's more comfortable to hug me. Fuck. What kind of lewd words are these? Su Yang's eyes were filled with horror. Is he out of touch with society? Are the current schoolgirls so wild? No need. He quickened his hand speed, signed the last book, and left in a hurry, and there was another burst of laughter behind him. Su Yang's face was extremely embarrassed, and he wanted to give himself a slap in the face. A guy who has never seen the world. It's embarrassing in front of the schoolgirls. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, the phone in his pocket rang. It was an unfamiliar call. Su Yang hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the phone. Soon, a familiar voice came from the other side. Su Yang, this is Ju Wan, do you still remember me? Ju Wan? Su Yang was stunned. He and Ju Wan had only met at yesterday's welcome party. How could she have his phone number? Yes, I remember. Are you free to come to the school's milk tea shop now? I have something to discuss with you. Ju Wan asked. I am free, but... Su Yang was still scared when he thought of the fierce schoolgirls at the door. Ju Wan laughed, don't worry, I was just downstairs of your dormitory. The girls have dispersed. You should wear a mask. Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief, okay, I'll be down right away. Although he didn't know what Ju Wan wanted to do with him, he still remembered that Ju Wan had comforted him yesterday. Just for this reason, he had to go there today. He took out a mask and put it on, and soon came to the milk tea shop. Ju Wan was already sitting and waiting for him. Su Yang, come and sit. Seeing him, Ju Wan hurriedly got up and greeted him. Su Yang nodded, and just as he sat down, a cup of milk tea was pushed in front of him. Lemon black tea, I don't know if you like it. Su Yang took the milk tea. Thank you, you called me out, what's the matter? Ju Wan didn't answer him immediately, but laughed and teased. Su Yang, you are so amazing now. You have become a big celebrity in our school. How does it feel to be surrounded by juniors? Su Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That feeling is really indescribable. Only juniors who have never heard of my past will be so enthusiastic. But, you can't be a big celebrity, right? Ju Wan was happy. You didn't join our school student group, did you? Yesterday, the freshmen celebrated the new year in it, and they were all talking about the song Chengquan you sang. This morning, several seniors took the initiative to find me and wanted me to provide a full video of your performance from your personal perspective. Some people also wanted to ask me for your contact information. However, I told them that I don't even have your contact information. Ju Wan blinked her eyes and looked innocent. Su Yang laughed. Do I have to thank you for blocking a wave of peach blossoms for me? That's not necessary. I am a good person by nature. I do good things without expecting anything in return. Ju Wan smiled and took out her mobile phone and put it in front of Su Yang. Look, this is the video that the school posted on Douyin yesterday. Now the number of likes has reached 600,000. It stands to reason that with this number of likes, Douyin should have pushed this video to their hot search, but it didn't. However, from a side point of view, without promotion, it is still an incomplete video, and it can get so many likes in one night. Su Yang, you have surpassed a group of stars in the entertainment industry. Nearly half of the people in the comments are students of our Jiangchuan. Do you think you have become a big celebrity? Su Yang smiled. His biggest reputation in school before was Lin Xueqing's dog. Now that so many classmates appreciate and like him, it would be a lie to say that he is not happy. It has to be said that he always thought that he didn't care about the evaluation of the outside world, but now, he found that being praised is a happy thing. It's just that in the past, he experienced more ridicule from Lin Xueqing and others. That's why. Ju Wan finally talked about business, and she took out a document from her bag. Some of the sponsors that our art department has invited have also noticed you. 2 of them are going to hold commercial performances recently and want to invite you to participate, so I asked Fu Lei for your contact information, just to talk to you about this. Commercial performance. Su Yang was stunned. He took the document from Ju Wan and looked at it. There were 2 contracts. One was an invitation from a Western restaurant, and the other was a commercial performance in a shopping mall. The prices were 30,000 and 50,000 respectively. For a star, this price is naturally very low, but for a college student, singing a song can earn 30,000 or 50,000. Where can you find such an opportunity? Don't underestimate the price, but you only need to sing one song. Most of our music students will not pay more than 100,000 yuan if they go there, and they have to sing several songs. Moreover, those who are not famous will not even be invited. Ju Wan coughed. I won't hide it from you. These 2 are also the major merchants that cooperate with our art department. They said that if you go, they will also cover the school anniversary performance of the art department. Su Yang, take a look, do you want to answer? I agree. Su Yang answered without hesitation. Please, that's 80,000 yuan. He is not a rich man. Hesitating for a second is disrespectful to money, okay? Moreover, it is very normal for Jiangchuan students to participate in commercial performances. The most important thing is that the students of their school will find cooperative merchants, and they are all carefully screened, so he can rest assured to cooperate. Ju Wan's eyes lit up instantly, and she stood up and shook Su Yang's hand. Then you really helped me a lot. I'll tell them when I go back, and they will send you an invitation email later. Don't worry, if you become more famous during this period, I will help you raise the price. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then I also thank you in advance. After a class, Su Yang packed up and prepared to leave, and Fu Lei rushed out from the classroom next to him. Third brother, I heard from Ju Wan that a junior sister blocked you today. Come on, do you have any contact information? I will help you appreciate it. No, I will help you to look at it. Su Yang's mouth twitched. You are well informed in this regard. Fu Lei threw his hair back coquettishly. If nothing else, half of the beauties in our school are my suitors. Will you die if you don't brag? Yang Meng came over and rolled his eyes at Fu Lei. Third brother has more fans than you now, and you spent 2 years, but it's not as good as a song of third brother. Fu Lei's face suddenly fell, and one hand was placed on Su Yang. I don't care, you have to treat us today, let's go to the bar. My fragile heart needs sweet girls to comfort me, I'm not greedy, 7 is enough, my limit. Su Yang rolled his eyes. You listen, people say no. I have something to do today, let's talk next time. Fu Lei immediately looked heartbroken. Old 3, have you also learned the perfunctory routine of the scumbag? Su Yang? Be a human being. The 3 of them laughed and made a noise, and Fu Lei and Yang Meng also had to go to work part-time. After putting down their books, the 3 of them walked out of the school gate together. Soon after leaving the school gate, a white car stopped in front of Su Yang. Chapter 15. What a coincidence. I can actually play the guitar. Su Yang's way was blocked by a car. When he was about to take a DT, the car window rolled down halfway, revealing a delicate face. It's Song Qingyu. Get in the car, I'll take you there. Su Yang was slightly stunned. He didn't know that Song Qingyu would come all the way to pick him up today. But he didn't act pretentiously. He just opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. The destination is some distance away from the school, and there is a beautiful woman driving a luxury car to pick him up, so why should he refuse? I thought you would be waiting for me in the recording studio. Su Yang fastened his seat belt and looked at Song Qingyu. Song Qingyu smiled. That was originally my plan, but just assume that I can't wait to hear the new song. After saying that, she stepped on the accelerator and sped away, leaving Fu Lei and Yang Meng standing there alone. Ymar was stunned. Meng, am I seeing things? The third brother got into senior sister Qingyu's car just now, right? Fu Lei swallowed hard. Well, perfection. Yang Meng choked up and said, besides, senior Qingyu seems to have come all their way here to pick up third brother. The 2 were silent for a while, looked at each other, and gritted their teeth. Su Yang, this bastard. Perfection. On the other side, Lin Xueqing's morning class had also ended and she looked very bad. She hasn't had a sip of water since she got up. You know, people who are used to eating breakfast will feel particularly uncomfortable in their stomach if they suddenly don't eat breakfast one day. Of course, there were times when other male classmates offered her food during class, but she refused. Lin Xueqing looked at her cell phone. Since last night, Su Yang had not called her or sent her a message. Su Yang, if you don't bring me breakfast, I won't eat anything in the morning. I feel bad now. Are you really not going to feel bad? She covered her chest and felt a sharp pain in her heart. Zhang Rong comforted her. Xueqing, don't be sad. It's Su Yang's loss to give up on you. You haven't eaten all morning, so you have to eat lunch. You still have classes in the afternoon. Let's go to the cafeteria. Lin Xueqing adjusted her mood and went to the cafeteria with Zhang Rong. The 2 of them were used to having Su Yang help them reserve seats, so they walked leisurely. By the time they arrived at the cafeteria, it was already packed with people. The seat where they had been sitting was occupied by a couple, and there was a long queue in front of each food window. Zhang Rong was stunned, her face unsightly. Su Yang, really, is it necessary to be so ruthless? Xueqing, what should we do now? Lin Xueqing froze for a moment, then took a deep breath. Come on, let's get in line. She regained her previous proud look, straightened her back and walked towards the team. Isn't it just waiting in line? What's so difficult about that? Su Yang, since you don't care about our past friendship at all, then I will prove to you that without you, I, Lin Xueqing, will only live a better life. Those little daily things, I can do them myself. My name is Lin Xueqing. I'm the beauty in the music department of Jiangchuan University and a music blogger with hundreds of thousands of fans. My future is bright. If you give up on me, it will be your loss. You will never meet an outstanding woman like me again. Lin Xueqing bit her lip tightly and lined up in the crowd with Zhang Rong. But after standing for a while, her legs started to feel sore, and Zhang Rong also felt uncomfortable. Xueqing, why don't we go eat somewhere else? It's so hard to wait. My legs are numb. Lin Xueqing shook her head and said firmly, no, I want to eat lunch in this cafeteria today. Zhang Rong had no choice but to endure the discomfort and accompany her. At this time, the people queuing nearby noticed Lin Xueqing, and they all looked surprised and started talking in low voices. Look, Lin Xueqing, she actually came to line up in person. Isn't it usually Su Yang who lines up for her? What's going on? Su Yang doesn't want to lick her anymore. No way, Su Yang likes her so much. He used to rush out of the classroom as soon as the get out of class was over. There were so many people on the road, but he ran forward to the cafeteria to get Lin Xueqing's food. I was moved by it. Didn't you hear about what happened yesterday? Lin Xueqing rejected Su Yang in public at the activity center. Su Yang must be too embarrassed to look for Lin Xueqing again. The dog licked her until he ended up with nothing. Har har har. But Su Yang also got a blessing in disguise. He just finished singing yesterday, and today many junior high school girls blocked him. I have to say it, if it were me, I wouldn't lick him either. Lin Xueqing is really beautiful, otherwise I will give her my seat. Forget it, I don't want to be like Su Yang, eating cold food every day. Perfection. The discussions of the crowd more or less reached Lin Xueqing's ears. Lin Xueqing closed her eyes and tried hard to hold back her tears. She is Lin Xueqing, she absolutely cannot let others laugh at her. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xueqing finally got the food, but none of the dishes were what she wanted to eat. But she was very glad that Jiang Chuan's meal card and student card were bound together, and she had the habit of carrying her student card with her. At this moment, there are empty seats in the cafeteria. She sat at the somewhat messy dining table, looked at the leftovers in front of her, and forced a smile. Su Yang, look, I can still have lunch and hot meals without you. She picked up the chopsticks and took a bite, and finally couldn't hold back her tears and burst out. It's cold. The food is cold. Su Yang, without you here, I can't even have a hot lunch. Zhang Rong patted her back. Xueqing, don't be sad, or else, let's go out for dinner. Lin Xueqing shook her head and continued to eat bite by bite with patience. She can't stop, because if she stops, it means she loses. How could Lin Xueqing lose to Su Yang? Absolutely impossible. Perfection. On the other side, Su Yang and Song Qingyu had already arrived at their destination. Looking at the surrounding environment, Su Yang was stunned. He originally thought that the recording studio that Song Qingyu brought him to was not high-end, but it should also be a big store. After all, Song Qingyu is also a star, so she shouldn't be in such an awkward situation. But now, the place where he was very dilapidated, like an urban village in Jiangcheng. Song Qingyu brought him to the door of a small shop. The paint on the facade of the shop had fallen off, and a sign with the words Yin Yu was hanging on the side, crumbling. Who is it? After knocking on the door, a deep voice was heard, and a man in his 30s, wearing slippers and yawning, opened the door. His hair was messy and he looked like he had just been woken up. Su Yang looked at Song Qingyu in surprise. Are you sure you're in the right place? Song Qingyu greeted the man with a smile. Brother Chen, long time no see. Hearing this, Chen Hai rubbed his eyes and grinned. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be Xiao Song. Come in quickly. Song Qingyu nodded and took Su Yang into their house. The room was not big and a bit messy, but there was a staircase leading to the basement. Su Yang thought that the musical instruments and recording studio should be in the basement. Chen Hai poured 2 glasses of water and handed them to the two of them. Xiao Song, you haven't been here for a long time. I read the news online. You have had a hard time during this period. Song Qingyu's mouth was bitter. It's okay, better than before. At least there is still a chance to make money. Chen Hai glanced at Su Yang and raised his eyebrows and said, Are you in love? Boy, you are very lucky. Su Yang had no expression on his face. No, you misunderstood. He and Song Qingyu had only known each other for 2 days, and there were already 3 people who misunderstood their relationship. Brother Chen, he is a classmate I invited to help. He is the lyricist and composer of the song I am going to record this time. Song Qingyu said. The lyricist. Chen Hai frowned and looked at Su Yang. Him? Xiao Song, have you listened to the songs he wrote? Don't be fooled by this guy. Su Yang pulled the corner of his mouth with a forced smile. This big brother must have gotten beaten a lot, right? Song Qingyu smiled and said, Thank you, Brother Chen, for reminding me. I know what to do now. Chen Hai snorted and walked towards the basement first. Song Qingyu nodded to Su Yang, and the two of them followed him downstairs. On their way, Song Qingyu introduced to Su Yang. The guy just now is the boss here, Chen Hai, who used to be a musician. Don't mind his attitude, he has always been like this. Unless he truly recognizes you, he will change his attitude. Su Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, but didn't care much. People who make music all have some personality. For example, the music professor in their school also has a weird temper. But this kind of person, as long as you convince him, he can be sincere to you. Perfection. After going downstairs, Su Yang was shocked. The basement is completely different from the upstairs. It is very large and is divided into 2 recording studios and 2 control rooms, which can accommodate 2 people recording at the same time. Moreover, this equipment is even better than the ones in their school's music classroom, some of which Su Yang can't even name. After Chen Hai debugged the equipment, he sat on the chair in the control room with his legs crossed and raised his chin towards Song Qingyu. We can try singing first. Who will go first? Su Yang took out the simple accompaniment he had made yesterday and handed it over. Let me go first. Chen Hai sneered, picked up the guitar beside him and threw it over, raising his chin provocatively. Boy, don't make such a fuss about the song you wrote for Xiao Song. Can't you write songs? You must be able to play the guitar, right? Let me see the strength of Jiang Chuan's students. He simply didn't believe that such a young guy could write any good songs. Also, don't think he didn't observe that songwriters' fingers will become thicker and their joints will become larger because they have to touch musical instruments frequently. But this boy's fingers are still very thin. Although there are some calluses on his fingertips, it is obvious that he has only studied for a few years or has not practiced persistently. Is such a person worthy of using his recording studio? Su Yang took the guitar and couldn't help laughing. Okay, then I'll do as you say and sing directly. Chapter 16. Can a song like this be written in one day? Chen Hai was stunned. He was surprised that Su Yang agreed so quickly. Are you trying to be tough because you don't want to embarrass yourself in front of the school beauty? He kicked a chair to Su Yang and said, interesting. I'm all ears. Song Qingyu glanced at Su Yang with some concern. Student Su Yang, how about changing to the piano? Su Yang shook his head. Coincidentally, he can actually play the guitar. He sat on the chair holding his guitar and spoke slowly. This song is called A Jiao. Our Jiao? Hearing the title of the song, Song Qingyu and Chen Hai were both stunned. What does a jiao mean? Su Yang closed his eyes, gently plucked the guitar strings with his fingers, and melodious and low music sounded. Chen Hai raised his eyebrows. Although it hasn't reached perfection yet, it's pretty good. Soon, Su Yang closed his eyes, immersed himself in the mood of the music, and began to sing. A jiao, living somewhere in Tibet. Like vultures, perched on top of mountains. A jiao, the front of the Jokang temple is full of sunshine. Make a pot of sweet tea and let's talk about the past. This song is sung by the singer Zhao Lei from Earth. Later, on a program, Angela Chang covered this song against all odds, and she amazed the audience as soon as she opened her mouth. The song also gained more listeners. According to people on Earth, Zhao Lei sang the role of a jiao, while Angela Chang sang the role of herself. The two singing styles have their own merits, but what remains unchanged is that there will always be people who are moved by this song. After listening to Hao Feng talk about Song Qingyu's experience yesterday, Su Yang thought of this song. Song Qingyu, or it could be a jiao. This is also the reason why he did not give Song Qingyu accomplishment. If Chengquan is in Song Qingyu's hands, it may not be able to compete with the behind-the-scenes manipulation of Starlight Entertainment. And he believes that a jiao can. You know, when a person sings about himself, he can best infect others and create miracles. For example, Angela Chang from Earth. Song Qingyu was slightly stunned, then sat up straight. Chen Hai also put away his playful expression and turned serious. They now knew that a jiao was a person and Su Yang was telling his story. A jiao, you always dress yourself like a boy, but even more tenacious than Jesang. A jiao, cunning people have thousands of ways to laugh. When you go down the mountain, remember to bring the zhuomar knife. Perfection. A jiao, the reality will not smooth out your edges. You are not from this world, so you don't need to care about the truth. Su Yang closed his eyes. He was now completely immersed in the singing. He seemed to see the girl named Jiao, wearing a fox skin hat, holding a zhuomar knife, and riding a horse freely and unrestrainedly. She had encountered many difficulties and her skin was roughened by the wind, but she was as brave as a female eagle. Jiao, your edges will not be smoothed out by reality. Song Qingyu's eyes felt a little hot, and she lowered her eyes to hold back her tears. When she heard this song for the first time, she could see her own shadow in a Jiao. She was once as simple and brave as a Jiao. Forced by life, she entered society at a young age, studying and working at the same time. Serve dishes, wash dishes, sweep the floor. She is not afraid of dirty or tiring work. She is only afraid that the welfare home can no longer hold on and that her friends will not have a full meal tomorrow. I'm just afraid I can't repay Mother Song. She was luckier than many people. She got the opportunity to become famous and earned in a short period of time the amount of money that many people would take more than 10 years to earn. She knew that if she was willing to listen to Starlight Entertainment's manipulation, she would become famous faster and make money more easily. But she didn't want to. Just as a Jia would not be smoothed over by reality, she also had her own principles to stick to. Chen Hai took a deep breath and felt a blockage in his heart. Isn't he the same as a Jiao? Perfection. Fate is unfortunate, obsession is indifferent. Farewell to youth, countless stations. Be willing to be ordinary but not willing to be ordinary and rotten. Su Yang opened his eyes and looked into the distance. His voice rose in a high pitch, with expectation and encouragement in his eyes. You are Jiao. You are a free bird. Perfection. Wow. As soon as this line was sung, Song Qingyu suddenly raised her eyes and looked directly at Su Yang. There was already a gleam of light in her eyes, but the sharpness was even stronger. Yes, she would never let her soul be imprisoned. She will never admit defeat. Chen Hai even closed his eyes and calmed himself down. He is very similar to a Jiao. If he wasn't unwilling to smooth out his edges, he would have occupied a place in the music industry now. After the song was sung, the control room became quiet. After a while, Song Qingyu calmed down, but her voice was still a little choked. Su Yang, did it only take you 1 day to create this song? Su Yang nodded. Well, what do you think? As soon as he said this, Song Qingyu and Chen Hai looked at each other and both gasped. They were sure that once this song was released, it would become an instant hit and push all the songs out of the charts. However, Su Yang managed to create such a song in just 1 day. Song Qingyu exhaled, looking serious. Su Yang, thank you. I like this song very much. I only have 300,000 yuan on hand now, but I can sign a profit-sharing contract with you. I will give you half of the profit from this song. Do you think you can accept it? Su Yang had no intention of raising the price. 300,000 a year to buy the rights to use a song is not a low price. Now, Song Qingyu even took the initiative to add a 50-50 split. Many well-known songwriters and composers in the circle cannot get such a price. Su Yang raised the corner of his mouth. No problem. Chen Hai was silent for a moment and bowed deeply to Su Yang. Hello, my name is Chen Hai. I apologize for offending you just now. Su Yang quickly stepped to the side to avoid the bow and reached out to support Chen Hai. Brother Chen, that's not the case. Chen Hai stood up and looked at Su Yang with eyes full of admiration. I underestimated you. You were so young and yet you were able to write such a song in just 1 day. I'm sure there is no one more talented than you in the music industry today. Su Yang was embarrassed by the compliment. Thank you, you're flattering me. Chen Hai reached out and patted his shoulder. I'll print out the contract for you, Su Yang. You can come to my recording studio anytime from now on. After Chen Hai left, Song Qingyu winked at Su Yang. It seems that Brother Chen is completely convinced by you. You know, this place is not a place you can come to just by paying money. Su Yang smiled, took out his cell phone and operated it a few times. I sent you the lyrics and accompaniment. The lyrics of the version you sang may be slightly different from what I just sang. Take a look. After reading it, Song Qingyu raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and her pair of dimples were particularly charming. Su Yang, thank you. Su Yang froze for a moment, then immediately looked away. You're welcome, it's not like I didn't take the money. Finished. Song Qingyu is so beautiful. He felt his heart skip a beat when she stared at him like that. Sure enough, the phrase, breathtakingly beautiful, was not invented casually. Song Qingyu was a little curious why Su Yang turned his head. Just as she was about to ask, she saw the boy's red ears. She was stunned at first, then turned her head and a bright smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. After the contract was signed, Song Qingyu practiced a few times and then went into the studio to record. In the recording studio, as soon as her singing sounded, Soo-young got goosebumps. She is worthy of being the candidate for the Queen of Pop recognized by teacher Meili. She can sing it smoothly just by referring to the lyrics and music score. Moreover, Song Ching-yu's singing voice is really amazing, gentle yet penetrating, which makes people unable to help but be intoxicated by it. After the recording session, Chen Hai couldn't help but praise, "Xiao Song, your singing voice is unmatched in the industry. I think it's perfect." Song Ching-yu put on headphones to listen to her own singing. Her brows furrowed. She put down the headphones and shook her head. "I always feel like something is missing, Brother Chen, I'm sorry to trouble you today." Chen Hai was amused. "Don't I know you well? I've always accompanied you to record from dawn to dusk. Okay, I'll accompany you to the end for this song today." Song Ching-yu raised the corner of her mouth and turned to look at Soo-young. Soo-young shrugged, "I don't have classes today either." "Soo-young, you're just sitting here anyway, and there's no one in the shed next door, why don't you go and record your version yourself?" Chen Hai suggested. "Yes." Soo-young's eyes brightened. He had never recorded a song in a recording studio, so this was a good opportunity to experience it. Besides, aren't there a lot of people in the school who want the complete version of Cheng Quan? It just so happened that he also made the soundtrack for Cheng Quan yesterday, so he could record it now. "Okay, thank you Brother Chen." After closing the door of the control room, Soo-young opened the recording studio next door. He put on a headset, walked into the recording studio, and recorded a Jiao first. But when recording Cheng Quan, he encountered problems. He didn't know which button he touched by mistake and the microphone went silent. Soo-young had experience in a recording studio, but he only knew how to operate the equipment in the music classroom. The equipment here is too advanced. He has never seen it before and dares not act rashly. Soo-young looked at it for a long time but was still confused. He opened the door and wanted to ask Chen Hai, but the door of the control room where Chen Hai was closed and Song Ching-yu was recording. Soo-young didn't want to push the door open and disturb them, so he could only observe and search the Earth's memory to see if he could find a solution. "Little brother, are you having any problems?" Just as Soo-young was thinking, a voice sounded from behind him. Chapter 17 Join my studio. Soo-young's heart skipped a beat. He was immersed in thought just now and involuntarily blocked out the outside world. At this moment, he was suddenly interrupted and was easily frightened. He took a deep breath and turned around to see a man wearing a black hat and black framed glasses standing behind him. This man looks familiar. "Sorry, did I scare you?" the man apologized. Soo-young shook his head and was too lazy to think about when he had seen this person before. "It's okay. You are here to record a song. Brother Chen is in the shed next to you, recording." The man smiled and said, "I knew it when I came down. I just saw that you seemed to be in trouble, so I wanted to come over to help. I often come here to record, and I am very familiar with the equipment here." "Yeah." A gleam of light flashed across Soo-young's eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose. "Then I'm really lucky. Could you please help me check?" The microphone suddenly went silent. The man nodded, walked to the recording room to observe the microphone, and then went to the control room to operate the computer for a while. The microphone itself is fine, it's the line or the sound card that's faulty. It should be fine now. Try again. Soo-young tried the sound and found that the microphone worked properly, so he hurriedly thanked the man. "Thank you, otherwise I don't know when I would have gotten it." The man waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. "It just so happens that I'm free right now. You can record it and I'll watch it in the control room." "Okay, thank you for your help." Soo-young nodded to the man in gratitude. It would also be more convenient for him to record if someone was willing to help. Moreover, anyone who can come here to record must have been recognized by Brother Chen and his character is trustworthy. Furthermore, the song he recorded this time was Cheng Quan, and the copyright was registered as early as last night. The man put on headphones, quickly adjusted the machine, and made an OK gesture to Soo-young. Soo-young nodded, and the background music started playing at this time. Hearing the prelude, the man was surprised for a moment. "This tune is pretty good." Soo-young took a deep breath, immersed himself in his emotions, and began to sing. "Look at you and him, walk up to me. Smile and say to me, long time no see. If I hadn't helped you back then, will it still be hovering in the same place today?" Perfection. Hearing his singing, the man sitting in the control room's pupils suddenly shrank and he looked at Su Yang in surprise. He adjusted his posture, looking much more serious than before. A few minutes later, Su Yang finished singing and calmed down his breathing. The song accomplishment means something different to him. When he sings it again, he can still feel the heartache. He looked at the man in the control room, who took a deep breath and gave him a thumbs up. Su Yang then took off his headset and walked out. As soon as he walked out of the recording studio, the man came over excitedly and grabbed his hand. "Little brother, what's your name? What kind of job are you doing now? Did you write that song yourself?" A series of questions came down on him, and Su Yang was completely stunned. The man reacted, patted his head, and said with a smile, "Look at my brain, I haven't introduced myself to you yet." After saying that, he took off his glasses, took out a business card from his jacket pocket and handed it to Su Yang. "My name is Xue Zhifei, and I'm a musician. Nice to meet you. You sang this song so well." The moment he took off his glasses, Su Yang was stunned. Although he doesn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, he knows some talented singers and actors in the circle. Xue Zhifei, a talented musician in the Chinese music scene, is known as the prince of sad love songs. He has tens of millions of fans and is very well known. He is also a resident mentor on the Chinese music talent show Star of Tomorrow. Now, at the age of 40, he has opened his own studio. Although he has trained few artists, they are all talented. Su Yang hurriedly took the business card and said, "Hello, Mr. Xue. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you just now. My name is Su Yang, and I'm a student at Jiangcheng University of Media." He studied at a communication university and has great respect for talented artists like these. And in terms of age alone, Xue Zhifei is also his elder. Xue Zhifei grinned. "If I can make you recognize me, is it still called going out in disguise?" "Su Yang, what a good name. What was the name of the song just now? Did you compose it?" Su Yang nodded. "It's called Chengquan. Xue Zhifei was shocked. "You are still a student but you can write such a song. Su Yang, you are really a musical genius. I am ashamed of myself for the lyrics of this song. How about joining my studio? I am confident that I can make you famous." He reached out and patted Su Yang's shoulder, his eyes burning. Su Yang hesitated for a moment. "I'm sorry, Teacher Xue, I haven't considered this for the time being." Xue Zhifei frowned slightly. "You are from the communication university. You should be in the circle in the future. This is a good opportunity. Do you want to think about it again?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Xue." Su Yang gave an apologetic smile but still refused. Not to mention that he doesn't want to be a singer in front of the stage now. Even if he wants to, he can't join someone else's company or studio. He has inherited memories from Earth, so if he really wants to do something, he will naturally do it on a big scale. Xue Zhifei wanted to persuade him, but seeing Su Yang's determined expression, he could only sigh. "Okay, I won't persuade you anymore. It's not too much to add a contact method, right? If you change your mind, contact me immediately. I really admire you." Su Yang smiled. "Of course, no problem, it's my honor." Just as the two exchanged contact information, the door of the control room next door opened. "Old Xue, why did you come here today?" Seeing Xue Zhifei, Chen Hai walked towards him in surprise. Xue Zhifei said unhappily, "You didn't see the message I sent you, but it's okay. If you hadn't forgotten, I wouldn't have met such a good musician." Chen Hai looked at Su Yang and raised his eyebrows. "You didn't agree to come into his studio?" Su Yang nodded, "No." Chen Hai was happy and patted his shoulder. "Well done. In my heart, you are much better than him. He is not worthy of being your boss. Get out of the way." Xue Zhifei kicked him and said with a dark face, "Hurry up, the theme song of my show hasn't been recorded yet." "I know. It's time for you to kill me." Chen Hai looked at Su Yang. Xiao Song is stuck in a bottleneck and is still trying to calm down. "You go over and keep her company. I'll record a song with this old guy. It will be quick." Having said this, he suddenly thought of something and smiled meaningfully. "Or, if you want me to show up later, that's fine too. There's no one else in the recording studio." After saying that, he winked at Su Yang and took Xue Zhifei into the recording studio. Black lines appeared on Su Yang's forehead. As expected, one cannot know someone for too long, otherwise their image will easily collapse. He used to be a cool music guy with a unique personality, but in the blink of an eye he has turned into a creepy old man. He walked to the recording studio next to him and looked inside. Song Qingyu was sitting on a chair, looking at the lyrics with a frown on her face. She would sing a line from time to time, then sigh and start again. Su Yang stopped his hand that was about to open the door and turned to walk upstairs. Perfection. In the recording room, Song Qingyu finished recording again. She took off her headphones, walked to the control room, and listened to the recorded audio. As she listened, her brows furrowed. Whatever is going on, it's still not right. She clenched her fists, feeling a little irritated and feeling upset. In fact, she will release this song according to the current recorded version. As long as Star Entertainment does not cause any trouble, she is confident that she can top the charts. She was even confident that even if Star Entertainment was manipulating things behind the scenes, she could still stand out with this song. But she is not satisfied with her current singing. It had nothing to do with her voice or pitch. She always felt that there was something missing in the emotion of her singing, but she couldn't figure out what it was. This situation upset her the most. I'm so annoyed that I want to pull my hair. At this time, the door of the control room was pushed open and Su Yang walked in. Chapter 18. Did I offend this sister in any way? Su Yang walked in carrying a bag. Seeing him, Song Qingyu forced a smile with difficulty, lowered her head, and her eyes were a little red. She actually doesn't like to show this emotion in front of others. Su Yang blinked, sat next to Song Qingyu, took out a bottle of water and handed it to her, comforting her clumsily. Don't worry, I bought some bread. I haven't eaten since lunch. Let's take a break first and then continue. We still have a lot of time. Thanks. Song Qingyu took the water, but she was not in the mood to drink it, and her nose felt sore. It was obvious that she didn't want to cry before Su Yang came over. Why can't I hold back my tears when someone suddenly shows concern for me? Can I listen to it? Su Yang asked, pointing at the headphones. Although his professional qualities in music are definitely not as good as Song Qingyu. But after all, he had heard the version from Earth in his mind, which might be able to provide some help to Song Qingyu. Song Qingyu sniffed and handed the headphones to Su Yang. At this moment, she was so frustrated that she couldn't speak. After putting on the headphones, Su Yang pressed the play button. Song Qingyu's singing voice rang out. A jiao lives somewhere in Tibet. Like vultures, perched on mountain tops. Her voice was very gentle, and different from the two versions of Lanxing. Su Yang couldn't help but immerse himself in it. No matter how many times he listens to Song Qingyu singing, he will never get tired of it. It is ethereal and powerful, soothing like a trickle of water. This kind of singing voice must be the legendary gift from God. Su Yang closed his eyes, feeling somewhat intoxicated. You are a tree and you will never wither. When the song ended, Su Yang opened his eyes and took off his headphones. He almost knew what Song Qingyu was dissatisfied with. Song Qingyu's almond-shaped eyes flickered slightly, and she looked at him expectantly. It's already sung very well. If you use this version to compete on the charts, there won't be any problems. Hearing this, Song Qingyu was a little disappointed. Sure enough, she couldn't find the problem herself, so how could she expect others to? But at this time, Su Yang spoke again. However, if you can express your emotions more fully, this song will be more amazing. Your singing lacks a little bit of bravery and freedom. He thought for a moment and came up with these two words. Although it is not that accurate, it is pretty close. Song Qingyu's singing voice was indeed amazing, and he could also tell that Song Qingyu was putting herself into the singing. However, it didn't have that soul-shaking feeling. Emotionally, I still seem a little hesitant and haven't completely let go. You know, the reason why Angela Chang became popular again with this song is not only because of her amazing voice, but also because she put all the emotions she wanted to express into this song. She was shouting with all her might, telling everyone that she would not accept her fate. She was a jiao, she was the free bird, and no one could stop her. The feeling when Song Qingyu sings is that she wants to be a jiao, she wants to be that free bird. That's the difference between the two. Brave, free and easy. Song Qingyu's eyes lit up, as if she suddenly realized something. Yes, it's brave and free and easy. She immediately got up and went to record it again. However, the result still disappointed her. Song Qingyu took off her headset, a bitter look on her face. Su Yang, I may not be able to record well today. I can't control myself from thinking about the new song chart. Although I don't want to admit it, I am really afraid of losing. I am not as free and easy as I thought. The atmosphere became silent. Song Qingyu felt extremely upset. She is actually not a fragile person, nor is she someone who is easily emotionally irritable. But when it comes to music, it's different. Music is the career she aspires to and her dream. She sets very high standards for herself, whether in composing or singing. If she couldn't achieve her desired goals, she would become irritated and frustrated. Su Yang looked at Song Qingyu. The girl lowered her head, bit her lower lip tightly, and her body trembled slightly, as if she was about to cry at the next moment. It's not like he hasn't seen girls trying to hold back their tears. He often saw this kind of expression on Lin Xueqing's face. But the difference is that Lin Xueqing mostly does this for her face. Song Qingyu was upset that she couldn't perform in her ideal state. It must be said that he had some respect for the latter. Sister Qingyu. Su Yang shouted, and Song Qingyu turned around and looked at him. There was a hint of mist in her almond-shaped eyes, which made Su Yang's heart tremble again. He took a few deep breaths, calmed himself, and looked at Song Qingyu. Are you free tomorrow morning? Song Qingyu was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, yes. She and the company had agreed that during the period of the bet, the company had no right to force her to participate in any work. Su Yang thought about it. Okay, come to school at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning and I'll take you somewhere. So early? Where are you going? You'll find out tomorrow. Suddenly thinking of something, Su Yang quickly added a sentence. Don't bring your assistant. Her words can easily ruin the atmosphere. Song Qingyu's originally bad mood was suddenly amused by Su Yang's words, and she wiped away her tears. Okay, I'll come find you tomorrow. You look better when you smile. The way you looked just now didn't look like the Song Qingyu I remembered. Su Yang raised the corner of his mouth and picked up a piece of bread and started to eat it. Song Qingyu couldn't help but glare at him. They just met me yesterday, but they talked as if they had been together for a long time. But it must be said that what happened today did bring them closer together. Song Qingyu glanced at the time and was surprised for a moment. I thought I hadn't been recording for long, but I didn't expect it's already 4:30. She had been thinking about inviting Su Yang to lunch after the recording, but now they can only have dinner. Song Qingyu was a little annoyed. She put her phone in her pocket, stood up and snatched the bread from Su Yang's hand. WTF? Snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Su Yang looked at his empty palms and stared at Song Qingyu in a daze. Did I offend this sister in any way? He coughed and spoke tentatively. If you want to eat it, there are some unopened ones here. Song Qingyu blushed a little. She didn't think too much about it and took the bread subconsciously. But what was this guy thinking? How could she possibly eat the bread he had bitten? Isn't that indirect? Song Qingyu's face turned even redder, and she shook off these chaotic thoughts. Don't eat this. I'll take you back to school in about half an hour. I'll treat you to dinner. What do you want to eat? Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. You haven't eaten around the school for a long time, right? Let's go to the school. I'll treat you to this meal. Are you kidding? He made $300,000. Although the money hasn't arrived yet, he still has enough money for a meal. Song Qingyu didn't refuse. Okay, I'll treat you next time, let's go. After saying hello to Chen Hai and Shui Jifei, the two drove to Jiangchuan. Shui Jifei said regretfully, such a good seedling, why don't you want to join my studio? Just like you. Chen Hai looked at him and said, is your studio made of gold? Does anyone want to go there? Shui Jifei was happy to hear that. If you're willing to come into my studio, I can try to put more gold in it. Chen Hai sighed. I'll let it go. If this kid wants to enter the entertainment industry, you should help him. He's a talented guy. Shui Jifei smiled. Nothing else to say. Once I'm done, I have to pass on the song Cheng Quan. Such a good song can't be buried. He just watched the video released by Jiang Chuan. Having been in the circle for so long, he could tell at a glance that the popularity of the video had been suppressed. He doesn't want such a good song to be wasted by those traffic singers. Perfection. At 10:10 p.m., the third-year music department finished its last class. Lin Xueqing was in a trance the whole day. She has always performed well in class, but today when the teacher asked her to play the guzheng, she played the wrong note. Although the teacher didn't say anything harsh, she felt extremely uncomfortable. She has always been a role model in guzheng classes and is admired by her classmates. After she made a mistake today, the surprised looks from her classmates and teachers were like flames, burning her face and making it hurt. It's so embarrassing. Xueqing, it's okay. Everyone makes mistakes. Zhang Rong consoled him, you didn't have breakfast today, and you didn't eat well at noon, so of course that will affect your performance. We will go to special training tomorrow afternoon, and we will go to Zhejiang University to participate in the talent show next Monday. Before that, we need to adjust our mood and ask Su Yang for Chengquan. Lin Xueqing bit her lip. Su Yang doesn't even answer my calls now, so how can he give me Chengquan? Is it possible that without Chengquan, I won't be able to debut? Su Yang treated her like this, how could she possibly bow her head and ask him for songs? If she bowed to Su Yang, wouldn't it prove that her choice was wrong? Zhang Rong was anxious when she heard this, but Teacher Qin. Brother Lang will understand me. If you mention this matter again, I will go back first. Lin Xueqing interrupted her coldly and walked away. Zhang Rong stamped her feet anxiously and hurriedly chased after him. Xueqing, don't be angry, I'm worried about you too. So, you haven't eaten well in the morning and at noon. Let's go out for a good meal in the evening, just to change our mood. I'll treat you, don't be angry. Lin Xueqing took a deep breath to calm herself down, and seeing Zhang Rong's appearance, she felt a little reluctant. It's okay. I was a little rude just now. Let's go. I'll treat you. Hey, Xueqing, do we need to talk about this with our relationship? I have to treat you today, let's go to the Western restaurant on the commercial street. Zhang Rong forced a smile, took Lin Xueqing's arm, and the two walked out of the school gate. When the two were waiting for the green light to cross the road, a white car stopped opposite them. The appearance of the car was in line with Lin Xueqing's aesthetic taste, and she subconsciously took another look at it. The next second, her expression changed. Su Yang? Chapter 19. A good food stall must be made to taste like a candlelight dinner. Following Su Yang's directions, Song Qingyu parked the car in front of a food stall. Because of the hot weather, there were quite a few people sitting outside the food stalls. She was a little surprised. Eat here. Although her reputation on the internet is not very good, she is a public figure after all. In particular, in order to make her surrender, Star Entertainment even hired paparazzi to keep an eye on her, hoping to find something to hold against her. There are so many people here. If someone takes a picture of her and Su Yang having dinner together, those marketing accounts will definitely make up stories based on the pictures. In the past she wouldn't have had too many concerns, but there were only 10 days left until the beginning of the month. While participating in the new song chart, she didn't want too much negative news that could easily affect her ranking on the chart. Don't worry, there is a private room inside. Let's go in and eat. Put on your mask first. Su Yang took out a mask from the storage compartment of the passenger seat and handed it to Song Qingyu. This is a good place with cheap prices and great taste. Song Qingyu raised the corner of her mouth, I'm looking forward to it now. She used to work part-time at a food stall and she quite liked the lively atmosphere of the food stalls. But after becoming an artist, I rarely go to such places to eat. First, it is easy for her to be photographed, and second, she has to control her weight, and maintaining her image is also part of an artist's job. Perfection. It's Su Yang? When Lin Xueqing was looking at the small white car, she happened to see Su Yang getting out of the passenger seat and walking quickly towards her. Xueqing, Su Yang is walking towards us. He must be here to apologize to you. Remember to ask him for their fulfillment later. Zhang Rong's eyes lit up and she grabbed Lin Xueqing's arm. Lin Xueqing's pretty face lit up with joy, but she quickly put away her smile and snorted coldly. Should I accept his apology? Su Yang, what's wrong? Have you finally realized that you still can't leave me? You've made such a mess this time, I won't forgive you easily. The red light turned green. Lin Xueqing raised her chin proudly, waiting for Su Yang to come over and apologize. She had already made up her mind that after Su Yang apologized this time, she would control her temper a little. Otherwise, Su Yang would make such a scene from time to time, which would delay her a lot. However, the next second, Su Yang walked around the front of the car and did not come towards her. Instead, he walked to the driver's seat and opened the door like a gentleman. Then, a girl with a good figure and wearing a mask came out. Lin Xueqing recognized her at a glance. This person was the girl who left Xiaoxi Bar holding hands with Su Yang yesterday. Her proud look froze and her face turned pale in an instant. Watching Su Yang talking to the girl gently with a smile on his lips, Lin Xueqing seemed to have lost her soul for a moment, standing there unable to move. Passers-by looked at her strangely. "Hey, the light is green. If you don't want to go, don't stand in front," a girl shouted dissatisfiedly. Lin Xueqing finally came to her senses, took a step to the side, and the crowd pushed past her. When she looked forward again, Su Yang's figure had become blurred. Zhang Rong called out cautiously, "Xueqing." Lin Xueqing's eyes were filled with tears. She wiped her tears and quickly chased after Su Yang as if she had lost her mind. Zhang Rong was helpless and could only follow him again. With Xueqing's temper, she will definitely get angry this time. Perfection. After entering the restaurant, Su Yang took Song Qingyu around the counter and walked straight to the back. "Is this the box you were talking about?" Seeing the environment, a hint of surprise appeared in Song Qingyu's eyes. There is actually a large open space at the back of the restaurant, with many tables and chairs placed there, and quite a few people are already sitting there. On the far right, there are 2 rows of tents with tables and chairs placed inside the tents. Small wooden lamps are placed on the tables, creating a strong atmosphere. Su Yang nodded, took Song Qingyu into a tent, lowered the curtain, and said with a smile, "This is also my first time eating here. The girls in our school like this place very much. Ever since their dormitory discovered this food stall, Fu Lei would invite senior and junior classmates to eat here from time to time. After returning, they complained about the hot weather. The girls didn't want to sit outside in the breeze and eat skewers, but insisted on eating in the tent. A good food stall must taste like a candlelight dinner." Song Qingyu raised her eyebrows slightly. "You pay a lot of attention to your female classmates." Su Yang, perfection. This is a unique focus. He was too lazy to explain anything. He scanned the menu on his phone and handed it to Song Qingyu. "Take a look at what you want to eat." Song Qingyu checked a few dishes, Su Yang added some more, and then placed the order directly. While waiting for the food to be served, the two chatted while eating the snacks given by the waiter. "There are still 10 days until the beginning of next month. Your song is almost ready. The next thing to prepare is the promotion. Will Starlight Entertainment prepare for you in this regard?" Su Yang asked. "They hope that I lose the bet, so I'll be thankful if they don't harm me. After I left this time, my agent directly took over my Weibo account and used it to advertise for the people they wanted to promote. I heard that it will be Qin Lang's turn soon." Song Qingyu's lips curled up in sarcasm. The company knew about the dispute between her and Qin Lang, but still wanted to use her account to promote Qin Lang. There is no doubt that once she promotes Qin Lang, she will be criticized under her Weibo. A dark color flashed across Su Yang's eyes. "Qin Lang, is he already in the country?" "Well, he's been back for 2 or 3 days. The company values him very much and is preparing a new song list for him. It seems that he has also been given a major program, but no specific information has been disclosed except to Qin Lang's team." Song Qingyu took a sip of water and looked at Su Yang with a smile. "But don't worry too much, the songs participating in the new song list will be played on the 3 major platforms of KK, Penguin, and NetCloud, and will have a month of settling time. The platforms will take turns recommending traffic to the songs that enter the platform in the first 3 days. I am sure that as long as our songs are recommended, they will become popular. I submitted the music at the end of the month and registered the copyright, so they couldn't do anything to me. If the 3 major platforms broadcast it together, it should be relatively fair." Su Yang nodded. "You will definitely be able to terminate the contract smoothly." A bright smile broke out on Song Qingyu's face and she raised her glass to Su Yang. "I'll lend you my good words." Su Yang also smiled and clinked glasses with her. Song Qingyu suddenly thought of something and reached into her bag to search. "Oh, by the way, I have something else to give you. The voice of China is about to crash." At this moment, the curtain of the tent was suddenly pulled open by someone, and Song Qingyu quickly turned her head away. Lin Xueqing stood at the door, her lips tight and her cheeks flushed with anger. "Su Yang? You?" Before she could finish her words, Su Yang quickly closed the curtain and blocked her out. Lin Xueqing's body trembled violently, and her eyes were filled with tears of disappointment. She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and opened the curtain again. The scene behind the curtain made her blood run cold. Chapter 20. Hold on to my clothes, I will protect you and leave. Su Yang stood up and walked to Song Qingyu's side. His 1.82-meter height blocked the girl tightly, and his tone was concerned. Are you scared? Where's the mask? Song Qingyu shook her head and pointed at the mask that had fallen to the ground when the curtain was blown open. Although the waiter had cleaned it, there were still oil stains on the floor and the inside of the mask was close to the floor, so it was obviously unusable. Su Yang took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xueqing with a cold voice. What's the matter? If not, please leave. Lin Xueqing's heart ached violently and tears welled up in her eyes. Su Yang, you ignored me all day, just for her. Her voice was choked with sobs, and because she was angry, she unconsciously raised the volume. The students who were eating nearby heard the sound and looked at her with concern. What's going on? Catching an adulterer. So exciting, so beautiful. This girl looks so familiar. Oh my god, isn't this Lin Xueqing from our school? Yes, it was Lin Xueqing. She was calling Su Yang just now, right? What happened? Su Yang stopped licking her. Su Yang? Oh my god, is that the Su Yang who sang Cheng Quan? Let me see him. I want Kang Kang too. Perfection. The crowd was excited, and they all pricked up their ears and stared at Su Yang's tent. Some people even pretended to stand up to get drinks and deliberately looked into the tent. Su Yang's gaze stayed on Lin Xueqing for a moment, and suddenly he felt a little confused. No one knew better than him how much he had loved Lin Xueqing in the past 7 years. No matter how much Lin Xueqing went overboard, he would endure it silently, and even poor himself and find excuses for her. I obviously loved you so much at that time, I loved you to the point of being humbled to dust. But why didn't he feel anything when he saw Lin Xueqing in pain? He even felt that her behavior disgusted him. It's really annoying. Seeing Su Yang staring at her, Lin Xueqing's heart moved. She no longer held back her tears, and tears rolled down her cheeks like beads from a broken string. Su Yang, every time I cried in the past, you would feel worse than I did and try every way to make me happy. Look, I'm crying so sadly now, can you really be so cruel as to ignore me? But the following developments were beyond her expectations. Su Yang's gaze moved away from her face without hesitation and turned to look at Song Qingyu. A lot of people have looked over here, so it may not be convenient to eat here today. It's okay. There will be opportunities later. It's just, how can I get out now? Song Qingyu glanced at the students watching outside with a worried look on her face. Su Yang turned his back to her and said, You grab my clothes, I'll block you. Song Qingyu was stunned for a moment, and when she met Su Yang's eyes, she nodded slightly, stood up, grabbed Su Yang's clothes on the back, lowered her head, and her cheeks were slightly red. Seeing this scene, Lin Xueqing's heart trembled, and she felt a buzzing in her head, and everything around her seemed to be silent. Su Yang protected Song Qingyu and squeezed past her without even glancing at her. Lin Xueqing panicked, turned around and gave the order subconsciously. Su Yang, I won't let you leave. But Su Yang seemed not to hear it, and left with Song Qingyu without looking back. Lin Xueqing's tears suddenly welled up, and more people turned their eyes to her. Zhang Rong protected her and glared at the people around her. What are you looking at? Eat your meal. TSK. A girl rolled her eyes and muttered, You're acting out a sad story here and you're not letting anyone watch it. The others also showed a half-smile expression. Lin Xueqing wiped her tears and calmed down. Then she glanced back at the girl who had spoken and spoke in a cold voice. I have seen most of the outstanding students in the school, but I am unfamiliar with you. Before you laugh at me, let me see if you are qualified. After saying that, she walked out without paying any attention to the girl's ugly expression. She is Lin Xueqing. Even if she loses her composure, these people cannot laugh at her. Perfection. Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief only after he helped Song Qingyu into the car. I'm sorry, I almost exposed you. Song Qingyu shook her head. You didn't know she would suddenly show up, what about the dishes you ordered? Su Yang smiled and said, The food probably hasn't been prepared yet. I'll just tell the boss here. Song Qingyu smiled and said, Okay, see you tomorrow. The two said goodbye, and she stepped on the accelerator and drove away. As the car drove out, Song Qingyu suddenly reacted and looked at the bag next to her. Forget it, I'll give it to him tomorrow. She looked at her hands holding the steering wheel and pursed her lips. Although he looks tall and thin, his back is quite broad and perfection warm perfection. Perfection. After explaining the situation to the owner of the food stall, Su Yang returned to the dormitory. Lin Xueqing called him several times, but he didn't answer. He lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, his thoughts racing. Last night, he still had some hatred towards Lin Xueqing, unwilling to accept what he had done before. But when he saw Lin Xueqing again today, he didn't hate her at all. It's not that he fell in love with her again, but he didn't care about her anymore. Of course, I still feel a little sad. But I wasn't sad for Lin Xueqing, but for my past self. Hey, after loving you for 7 years, it's not as hard to get over it as I thought. He smiled self-deprecatingly. It's better to give up now and give up hope. Then you won't have to worry about falling into the pain and struggle of the past again. Su Yang closed his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth. That's great. Perfection. Hey, third brother, wake up. Feeling someone pushing his arm twice, Su Yang opened his eyes dazedly and checked the time. It was already 7:30 and it was dark. He didn't even know when he fell asleep. He yawned, sat up, and turned to look at Fu Lei. What's wrong? Lin Xueqing was at the gate and said she wanted to see you. Looking for me? Su Yang frowned. What does she want from me? Who knows? I saw her when I just came back. I heard that she had been standing downstairs for half an hour. Fu Lei said excitedly, the dormitory group in our building has been blown up. Come and have a look. Jiang Chuan's headquarters has a total of 15 dormitory buildings, including 6 male dormitories, and the compound they are located in is called Zhuyuan. Each dormitory building has a building manager and corresponding building groups. Su Yang and his family live in building number 5 of Zhuyuan. Su Yang took out his cell phone, and the Zhuwu group was already flooded with messages. Oh my god, Lin Xueqing is still waiting for Su Yang at the door, go check it out. I've been waiting for half an hour. What's going on? Has she figured it out? Is she going to be with Su Yang? Did you feel a sense of crisis because Yang Zi has become popular in school and a junior high school girl is coveting him? This is a rare opportunity, hurry up, tonight is a great opportunity for you to lick Lin Xueqing at perfection. Because we live in a building, and the building is only 5 stories high. All of Zhuwu's students have had more or less contact with Su Yang, and they have a good relationship with him. When so many people laughed at Su Yang for being a bootlicker before, they didn't add insult to injury. They just felt that it was not worth it for Su Yang to do so. When they learned that Lin Xueqing came to see Su Yang, everyone was excited and frantically at Su Yang in the group. Someone also secretly took a photo of Lin Xueqing and Zhang Rong at the entrance of Zhuyuan and sent it to the group. Chapter 21. It's impossible, Lin Xueqing, I don't like you anymore. Fu Lei's eyes were shining. Lin Xueqing is most likely here to seek peace. Go now and take revenge on her for humiliating you in public. Su Yang laughed, come on, I don't want to have anything to do with her anymore. Go tell her that I'm sleeping and don't have time to see her. If Lin Xueqing had taken the initiative to look for him in the past, he would have jumped out of bed immediately, eager to see her as soon as possible. But now, he really didn't want to see her. Although it's only been less than a day, it feels so comfortable not having to worry about Lin Xueqing's life. He even felt that Lin Xueqing's frequent appearances from last night to today were a disturbance to him. No, even if it's just for the sake of peace and quiet in the future, you should go and talk to her clearly. You don't want Lin Xueqing to always pester you, do you? Fu Lei pointed out the window and said, besides, you know how quickly gossip spreads in our school. If you don't go down today, I guarantee that there will be 80 different versions tomorrow. God knows how long Lin Xueqing will have to wait down there. Su Yang has a headache. Forget it, I'll go down and take a look. Fu Lei immediately handed over the clothes attentively and followed closely behind. Su Yang turned to look at him, and Fu Lei raised his paw firmly. I swear, I only want to read first-hand gossip and never tell anyone else. Su Yang laughed, put on his clothes, and walked out of the dormitory. Perfection. At this time, Lin Xueqing had been standing at the gate of Zhuyuan for more than half an hour. In the boys' dormitory, many people poked their heads out, looking extremely surprised. It's really Lin Xueqing. She actually came here to look for Su Yang. Doesn't she always look down on Su Yang? Oh my god, Su Yang, this dog licker, couldn't he really lick the goddess? I'm not jealous even if he licked me. Think about what he did before. He delivered meals, fetched water, and washed clothes for Lin Xueqing. He was scolded in public by Lin Xueqing, but he didn't dare to say a word. Anyway, I can't do that. Do you remember what happened in the cafeteria last year? It really brought shame to us men. Perfection. Shueching, we've been waiting for so long, Suyang definitely won't come out, why don't we go back? Zhang Rong felt uncomfortable with the stares from people passing by, so she reached out and pulled Lin Shueching's arm. Lin Shueching shook her head and said stubbornly, "No, I must ask clearly today. She will start closed training tomorrow afternoon. Next Monday, the recording of Producer will begin, and she will go to Zhejiang High for a few months. Before leaving, she must find out why Suyang could be so heartless. She didn't believe that Suyang could let go of 7 years of relationship so easily. The gazes of the people around her were irritating to her. But she couldn't wait any longer, she had to resolve the matter today, she didn't want these emotions to affect her future competition. Suyang is here. At this time, someone shouted from the boys' dormitory. The crowd suddenly became agitated, all eyes focused on Suyang, who was coming out of the dormitory building. Even the dormitory manager couldn't help but secretly open the window a crack. Lin Shueching's eyes brightened. She took a deep breath, adjusted her hair while looking at the phone, and turned around to look over. Before coming to see Suyang, she dressed up carefully. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Suyang and Fu Lei walked to the gate of Zhuyuan. Lin Shueching pushed her hair behind her ears and gave Suyang a proper smile. "Suyang, you finally came out. Do you have time? I'll treat you to a cup of milk tea. Fu Lei can come too." Suyang was a little surprised. Given Lin Shueching's personality, she should be furious and condescendingly questioning him about what happened in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, she can speak well. Fu Lei was also stunned when he heard this and looked at Suyang in confusion. As Suyang's roommate, it was also the first time he saw Lin Shueching talking to Suyang with a smile. But Suyang still refused. "It's getting late, let's talk about it here if you have anything to say." "Suyang, you." Zhang Rong frowned and was about to scold, but Lin Shueching reached out to stop her and mustered up the courage to speak. "Suyang, let me ask you directly, are you really with someone else?" This is what she wants to know most. Even she herself didn't know why she cared so much. She even couldn't sleep well that night because of this incident. She also knew that asking meant she cared. But after seeing Suyang gently protecting the girl, she couldn't bear it anymore. "No." Suyang answered quickly. Lin Shueching breathed a sigh of relief, loosened her clenched fists, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. "If that's the case, then we can go back to the way we were before, right?" Suyang looked calm. "I can't go back." Lin Shueching's heart suddenly tightened when she heard this. She held back her tears and forced a faint smile. "Why? Have you forgotten your promise to me? You said you would take care of me for the rest of my life, or are you still mad at me for what I did yesterday?" "Suyang, I can apologize to you. I said something harsh yesterday, but you were also very heartless, weren't you? You know, I didn't eat breakfast, there were no seats in the cafeteria at noon, I queued until my legs were sore, and in the end I got cold rice. Even now, I haven't had dinner, and you didn't answer my call and went to accompany another girl. I don't care about all this. I want to know, what would it take for you to be willing to go back to the past? We have been good friends for 7 years. I am willing to be the first one to speak up and maintain this friendship." Lin Shueching choked up, suppressed the grievance welling up in her chest, blinked her eyes deliberately, and spoke in a teasing manner. "Or do you like that girl? So you want to keep your distance from me? That girl is pretty when she's wearing a mask, but we've been good friends for 7 years, right? There's no need to make it this far, right? And I will start closed training tomorrow afternoon, and the next time we meet will be a few months later." After saying this, she loosened her clenched fists and took a few deep breaths. She is Lin Shueching, what a proud person she is. It took all her strength to say these words. "So, Suyang, I have already taken the initiative to give you a way out. Isn't it time for you to step down?" Suyang looked at Lin Shueching and suddenly found it very funny, and also felt very absurd. "Lin Shueching, do you feel like you are bowing to me?" Lin Shueching looked straight at Suyang and pursed her lips. She was unwilling to acknowledge the word bow. Suyang couldn't help but laugh, and it was a mocking laugh. "I find it very strange. You seem to be here to apologize to me. But you also say that I went too far and caused you to miss breakfast and a hot lunch. Lin Shueching, why do you think that these are all my responsibilities?" Lin Shueching was a little unsteady on her feet and spoke with difficulty. I didn't mean that. It's because you've always done this before that I So you think it's natural for me to bring you breakfast and save a seat for you? Su Yang interrupted her, his tone flat. Lin Xueqing, when you said these words, have you ever thought about how I have lived these years? I got up at 6 o'clock, ran out to bring lunch for you and your roommates, carried your school bags, and sent you to the classroom. I had no time to take care of myself. Regardless of whether I have classes in the morning or not, I will run to the cafeteria at noon, reserve a seat for you, queue up to get meals for 3 people, wait for you to come and eat, and then I can queue up to buy meals again. You complained to me that you didn't have a hot meal at noon, but have you ever thought that I have been eating cold meals for the past 2 years? Thinking back to the past, Su Yang felt disgusted with Lin Xueqing. At the same time, he also hated himself for loving Lin Xueqing to the point of abandoning his dignity. Lin Xueqing, do you think that no matter how you treat me, even if you trample on my heart, as long as you take the initiative to find me, I will definitely come back to you like before? Su Yang shook his head, his expression firm. It's impossible, Lin Xueqing, I don't like you anymore. Chapter 22. Who do you think you are? After hearing Su Yang's words, Lin Xueqing's face turned paler and paler. She wanted to open her mouth, but her throat was choked with sobs. Before this, no matter how cold Su Yang was to her, she just thought that he was angry, jealous of Brother Lang, and deliberately wanted to make her sad. But now she felt that it was not the case. She was very panicked and reached out to grab Su Yang's arm tightly. I don't believe it. You're lying, right? You've liked me for 7 years. Su Yang ignored her and pried open her fingers one by one. With a surprisingly calm expression, he pulled his arm away and turned to leave. Lin Xueqing seemed to have lost all her strength. She staggered back 2 steps, tears welling up in her eyes. She suppressed her emotions and spoke with difficulty. Su Yang, do you hate me very much? Su Yang stopped and looked back at her. No, I don't hate you, I just don't care about you anymore. After saying that, he left without looking back. Lin Xueqing could no longer stand. She leaned against the wall and tears as big as beans fell down in a row. Zhang Rong supported her, not knowing how to comfort her. Oh. Fu Lei, who had been leaning against the wall watching the show, laughed with a sarcastic smile on his face. Lin Xueqing, I thought you finally came to your senses and realized that you were wrong before, so you came here to apologize. I didn't expect you to be so selfish. You are 20 years old, and you think it is the third brother's fault if you don't eat well. You can ignore it. Hey, who do you think you are? You even spent Su Yang's money on meals, and you even brought your beggar roommate with you. Lin Xueqing pursed her lips tightly and said nothing. Zhang Rong couldn't help it. Fu Lei, what does the matter between Xueqing and Su Yang have to do with you? Is this how a grown man like you talk to a girl? Fu Lei's eyes suddenly turned cold and he started cursing. Should a man die? Should a man give in to a woman? I haven't said anything about you yet. Yang Zi likes Lin Xueqing and is willing to be a lickspittle. He deserves it. You are G tyrant, are you worthy of being ordered around by him? You and Zhao Nana are 2 dogs, flattering Lin Xueqing every day. Look, what has she been made into? Fu Lei has always been a gentleman and very tolerant towards girls. This is the first time he has spoken to a girl in this way. I can't stand it. As Su Yang's roommate and second brother, he watched Su Yang take meticulous care of Lin Xueqing and watched Su Yang being ordered around by these women. The most disgusting thing is that when Su Yang thought he had finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel, Lin Xueqing changed her mind for the sake of others and humiliated Su Yang in public. Look, how gentlemanly he is, he didn't even do anything. Completely ignoring Zhang Rong who was crying due to being scolded, Fu Lei looked at Lin Xueqing and opened fire again. Yanzi is a decent person who doesn't say harsh words, but I am not. Lin Xueqing, do you still remember what happened in the cafeteria in the 2nd year? Yanzi's fever reached 39 degrees that day, but he ran out despite the high fever to buy breakfast for you and deliver it to you. After I came back, I couldn't bear it, so I gave him a cold medicine and turned off his alarm clock after he fell asleep, so he missed the chance to go to the cafeteria to save a seat for you. When Yanzi received your call, he was quite happy, thinking that you came to care about him. As a result, you came up to him and asked him why he didn't reserve a seat, and ordered him to be in the cafeteria within 5 minutes. His brain was spinning, he was in pain but still managed to get up, put on his coat and ran over in slippers. I was running behind him. Lin Xueqing, do you remember what you said at that time? Lin Xueqing's body trembled violently. She looked at Fu Lei in panic, even begging him to stop talking. Fu Lei stared at her and spoke slowly. You say, see, I knew he would be on time. He still remembered that day. After Lin Xueqing said this proudly, Zhao Nana and Zhang Rong laughed while holding their stomachs, mocking Su Yang for running out without even combing his hair. At that time, there were a lot of people in the cafeteria, and everyone looked at Su Yang as if they were laughing at a joke. He wanted to step forward and speak for Su Yang, but he backed off. It was after that incident that Su Yang got the title of Jiang Chuan's #1 bootlicker. Until now, Fu Lei feels very guilty. He wonders what would have happened if he had not forced Su Yang to take the cold medicine and turned off Su Yang's alarm clock. Su Yang wouldn't have been so embarrassed that day. When he said this, Fu Lei's eyes were bloodshot and he clenched his fists. Lin Xueqing shook her head and moved her pale lips with difficulty. He didn't say he had a fever, I thought, he just felt unwell. She really didn't know that Su Yang had a fever. If she had known that he had a fever, she wouldn't blame him so much. She thought it was just a little uncomfortable. Moreover, she did not expect that Zhao Nana and Zhang Rong's laughter would be so loud that day, causing the entire college to laugh at Su Yang. When she mentioned this matter to Su Yang later, Su Yang also said it was okay. Har har, so in your eyes, his discomfort is just a small matter, and your eating is a big deal. Fu Lei stood up straight and sneered. Lin Xueqing, why are you so arrogant? Just because you are famous, just because you were named the most beautiful girl in the department. Yanzi treated you as a princess in the past, do you really think you are princess? I heard that you secretly want to compete with Song Qingyu. Whether in appearance or musical accomplishment, how can you compare with her? Song Qingyu is 100 times better than you, but she is never as arrogant as you. You are both from the music department, so why are you just the belle of the department? Don't you know? Also, the girl who likes Yanzi looks better than you when she takes off her mask. Please stop bothering him in the future. All of us in dormitory 141 think that you are not worthy of him. After saying that, Fu Lei put his hands in his pockets and left. After taking a few steps, he stopped, looked back at Lin Xueqing with a vicious smile. Oh, there's one thing I don't understand. Isn't the person you like someone else? Why does it make you so uncomfortable when Yang Zi is with another girl? Fu Lei turned around and left in style. Call. I really have hidden my merits and fame. Lin Xueqing stood there, she squatted down, hugged her knees, her eyes blurred by tears. She was also confused. Yes, she obviously likes Brother Lang, so why doesn't she want to see Su Yan with other girls? Xueqing, they are really going too far. Zhang Rong was so angry that her eyes turned red. Lin Xueqing wiped her tears, took a deep breath and stood up. Zhang Rong, let's go back. She feels dizzy now and needs to go back and think carefully. Perfection. Back in the dormitory, Lin Xueqing lay quietly on the bed with a groggy head. It was obvious that she found Su Yang annoying before, and it was obvious that the person she was looking forward to and waiting for was Brother Lang. Why did she feel so uncomfortable when she heard Su Yang say in person that he didn't like her? She couldn't figure out the answer to this question. But there is one thing she is very clear about. That is, she really couldn't stand Su Yang's indifference to her. She wanted to go back to the past madly. Lin Xueqing opened her cell phone and looked through the chat history between her and Su Yang. The first few pages were almost all messages from Su Yang, and she simply replied with a few words. Su Yang, Xueqing, the seat is reserved for you. When can you arrive? Su Yang, Xueqing, are you serious about what you said tonight? I'm so happy. I will definitely practice hard. Su Yang, Xueqing, I feel like I've practiced well enough, so I shouldn't be a drag on you, can you help me listen? Su Yang, I am looking forward to tomorrow's performance, Xueqing, thank you. Perfection. The latest page of chat records were all sent by her. Su Yang, why did you hang up on me? Su Yang, I have something to talk to you about. Call me back immediately. Are you really jealous of Brother Lang? Do you deliberately find a girl to piss me off? I'll give you one last chance. Apologize to me tomorrow morning. Su Yang, I'm waiting for you at the entrance of Zhuyuan, can you come out for a moment? Perfection. Only now did she realize that Su Yang was really looking forward to yesterday. But she? Guilt filled her entire chest. Lin Xueqing clutched her cell phone tightly, tears falling like beads from a broken string. She seems to have really gone too far. Su Yang, I admit that I have let you down, I admit that I was wrong. Please, bow your head one more time, and this time, I will make amends. Shueching, don't be sad. We will have closed training tomorrow. It will be Su Yang's loss if he misses you. Zhang Rong comforted her carefully. Lin Shueching closed her eyes. Yeah? If this is true, why is she the one who is suffering now? After a while, she found Qin Lang's contact information and called him. Chapter 23 Su Yang, it's time for us to meet. Starlight Entertainment is bright at the moment. Qin Lang was sitting in the office, with his agent Hong Lan sitting opposite him. Boss Qin, the Voice of China will hold its final audition in Jiangcheng next Monday, and you will be participating in the recording afterwards. Before the show airs, viewers will sign a confidentiality agreement, so you don't have to worry about your status as a mysterious guest being revealed. Hong Lan said respectfully. Qin Lang slid the mouse and nodded. Well, time is a bit tight, but the most important thing right now is my comeback promotion. Have you arranged it? It's all arranged. The first promotional post will be on the hot search list at 10 o'clock tonight. We will continue to buy hype. Other companies don't have any hot spots at the moment, so no one should be able to affect our headlines. Well done. The popularity must be maintained until tomorrow morning, and the search volume must be far ahead of the second most searched topic. Okay, Mr. Qin. One more thing. The songs of several music teachers have been sent over. Teacher Yuan's song is the best among them. However, it is indeed much worse than the Chengquan that you liked. If Chengquan is your comeback song, the publicity effect will definitely be doubled. Look, when can we discuss this matter? Hong Lan asked. Qin Lang frowned slightly and glanced at the time. It was still an hour and a half before 10 o'clock. That's not right. According to his investigation, Su Yang has always liked Lin Shueching. This matter should have been resolved this morning. Why hasn't Lin Shueching replied to his message yet? Originally, he planned to record Chengquan today and promote it together. Now it seems that it can only be put on the return stage. I will follow up on this matter. Tonight, let Song Qinyu promote me first. Her current traffic is not lower than mine. It's not low, most of them are haters. Hong Lan grinned, don't worry, I have her account. Qin Lang nodded with satisfaction, his eyes flickering. Actually, I like Song Qinyu very much, but it's a pity that she doesn't listen. It's okay, you go and make the arrangements. Buzz 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 tilde. As soon as Hong Lan left the office, Qin Lang's phone vibrated. When he saw the caller, a light flashed in his eyes and he immediately picked up the phone. Qing, why did you call me back just now? Are you busy today? On the other end of the phone, Lin Shueching was silent for a moment. Brother Lang, I don't want to go to closed training anymore. What happened? Qin Lang stood up with his cell phone in hand and faced the window. Lin Shueching's voice was a little choked up. I seem to have done a lot of things that let Su Yang down. I want to stay in school to make it up to him. Make up? Qin Lang frowned. He thought Lin Shueching called to tell him that Su Yang had agreed to sell the copyright of Chengquan. From the sound of it, Lin Shueching not only didn't get the song, but also had a falling out with Su Yang. This is really rare. Qing, you are now an artist of the company. You have signed a contract to join producer. The closed training is to prepare for your future performances. You can't act willfully at this juncture. But Lin Shueching bit her lip, but couldn't help but let her tears roll down. But she was afraid that if she just left like that, she would really lose Su Yang forever. She couldn't say this, but she had to admit that she really couldn't bear life without Su Yang. It had been less than 2 days and she was already feeling so uncomfortable that she couldn't breathe. It's so strange, she obviously likes Brother Lang, she has been waiting for him for 5 years. Hearing her whimpering, Qin Lang rubbed his sore brows, feeling a little impatient. Qing, I can help you with other things, but I really can't help you with this. Haven't you always wanted to stand on a bigger stage? Are you going to miss such a good opportunity? Lin Shueching pursed her lips, her thoughts in a tangled mess. Qin Lang patiently and persuadingly. Qing, I have always known that you are different from other girls. You are ambitious, and that is why I like you. Aren't there people in your school who often compare you to Song Qinyu? Don't you want to surpass Song Qinyu back then? Besides, I just returned to the company and I'm under a lot of pressure. I need someone to help share the burden with me. I think you can do it. If you give up such a good opportunity for Su Yang, are you sure you won't regret it? Lin Xueqing bit her lip, struggling internally. It has always been her dream to become a singer and stand on the stage. This audition is her best chance to realize her dream. And because she and Song Qingyu are both in the music department, one is the school beauty and the other is the department beauty. Although they are in different grades, people always compare the two of them. They would say that Lin Xueqing is very capable, but still a little worse than Song Qingyu back then. Even though Song Qingyu has failed now, the music teacher occasionally says in class that Song Qingyu is the most talented student she has ever taught. Every time, she found it extremely harsh. Obviously, she is the best student in the music department now, so why do teachers and classmates still mention the notorious Song Qingyu? She had to admit that the reason why she was working so hard now was because she wanted to surpass Song Qingyu. But, if she left, she and Suyang. I'm sorry Suyang, I can't give up my dream for you. When I become famous, I will come back to help you. By then, you should forgive me. After a while, Lin Xueqing made a decision. Brother Lang, I understand. I will follow the company's arrangements. Qin Lang's mouth curved up. I know you're different from others, but you still have to find a way to repair your relationship. Even if it's not for the sake of perfection, it has to be for the sake of the feelings you've had for so many years. I have decided to arrange the comeback stage on Sunday at your school. I will invite you to the stage and build momentum for you. You can stay in school from that night until you catch the bus the next day. Qingqing, I have tried my best. You know, I really need you now, right? His tone was extremely gentle, and Lin Xueqing felt as if her heart was being caressed by a gentle warm breeze, and she felt much better. Yeah, I know, Brother Lang, thank you, I'm glad you're here. Of course, I will always be with you, just be good. After coaxing Lin Xueqing to hang up the phone, Qin Lang's face instantly turned cold. Yesterday I was so sure that I could get their Chengquan, but it's useless. If Lin Xueqing wasn't still useful to him now, he wouldn't be so tolerant of her. Qin Lang took out his cell phone and opened the video of Suyang singing, with a determined light in his eyes. He is a professional singer and is well aware of the value of this song. If he hadn't spent money to contact Douyin to reduce the exposure of this song would definitely have become a hit. Such a good song can only become popular in his hands. Suyang, it's time for us to meet. Perfection. Did the third brother really say that today? In the dormitory, Hao Feng and Yang Meng also came back, and Fu Lei quickly told them about Suyang's heroic deeds today. He even exaggerated the story of his heroic act of attacking Lin Xueqing. Hao Feng and Yang Meng felt relieved after hearing this, and Yang Meng was so happy that he stood up and slammed the table. Third brother is awesome. This was the scene Suyang saw when he came out of the shower, and he was speechless. Fu Lei rushed to him and made faces. How is it? Did my brother embarrass you? Suyang smiled with his lips but not his eyes. Just a joke. I only read first-hand gossip and never spread it outside. Fu Lei was embarrassed and coughed. We are all family in the dormitory, so I won't tell anyone. Can we really not tell anyone? Suyang was too lazy to pay attention to him, turned off their computer and prepared to go to bed. He and Song Qingyu had an appointment to meet at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, so he had to go to bed early today. The protagonist didn't want to talk about this, and Fu Lei and the others tactfully stopped talking about it. Yang Meng sat back in his chair, suddenly thought of something, and turned to look at the three people. Third brother, there is something I almost forgot to tell you. Chapter 24, the hand speed I practiced for many years finally came in handy. As soon as these words came out, the three people's eyes immediately turned to Yang Meng. Yang Meng grinned and took out his cell phone and shook it. I've joined Senior Qingyu's fan club. Do you want me to invite you in? I can just tell the group owner. There aren't many people now, so it's easy to join the group. Fu Lei's eyes lit up instantly. Pull me, pull me. Ever since he heard Hao Feng talk about Song Qingyu's deeds yesterday, he has been filled with guilt towards Song Qingyu. Now, he must participate in any activity that can support Song Qingyu. Hao Feng directly scanned the group's QR code and shook his phone. Thank you. Third brother, do you want to join the group? Yang Meng asked. Suyang shook his head. He doesn't like joining groups because too many group messages would be annoying, and he has obsessive-compulsive disorder and can't help but press the red dot. No, I'm not interested in this kind of group. Oh my god. They are posting the photos of Senior Whispering who just debuted. She is so pure. At this time, Yang Meng shouted in surprise. Ahem. Su Yang said seriously, pull me. In an instant, 3 eyes were focused on him. Fu Lei patted his shoulder meaningfully and said, third brother, congratulations. Not only have you become a human being again, but you have also become a man. Su Yang, perfection. When will it be illegal to stab someone? The group owner quickly approved their application to join the group. Song Qingyu's fans were exchanging beautiful photos stored in their mobile phones and Song Qingyu's singing videos. Su Yang lay on the bed, ready to check the group messages before going to sleep. And just at this moment, a message was released. Hurry up and check Weibo, our Yu has been scolded again. Song Qingyu was scolded. Su Yang was stunned. He quickly downloaded Weibo. As soon as he clicked on it, his face turned a little colder. At this moment, Weibo's top trending search is, musical genius Qin Lang returns. The second most searched, celebrities posted on Weibo to welcome Qin Lang. Hot search number 3, Qin Lang sings Dream again. Hot search number 4, Song Qingyu, Qin Lang. Perfection. The first 4 hot searches were all filled with news about Qin Lang. As expected of Starlight Entertainment's own son, he has been on the trending searches for 4 consecutive times. Starlight Entertainment is really willing to spend a lot of money for Qin Lang. Su Yang sneered and clicked on the 4th topic. The first post on the topic page was from the official Weibo account of Starlight Entertainment. Xinguang Entertainment, official announcement, warmly welcome our artist at Qin Lang back to China. You became famous at a young age, but you were not blinded by fame and fortune. After 5 years of training, we have witnessed your growth from a young talent to the best male singer of the year. The long-awaited journey has officially begun, and there is still much to look forward to in the future. Musical talent Qin Lang returns. Below the text, there is also a video. In the video, Qin Lang played the piano and sang his famous song Dream from 5 years ago again. At the end of the video, Qin Lang's eyes were moist and he showed a gentle smile. Waves, I'm back. Hai Lang is the nickname of Qin Lang's fans. In the second post on the topic page, Qin Lang forwarded this Weibo post with the caption, sorry for the long wait, I'm back. The waves were blown out instantly. Did I see it wrong? Did I see it wrong? Xiao Lang has returned. Woohoo, tears welled up in my eyes. All their Hai Langs welcome Xiao Lang back to China. Xiao Lang's eyes were red in the video. He really loves us. Xiao Lang, we will always support you. Don't cry, Xiao Lang. You haven't treated us badly in the past 5 years. You have always interacted with us and released beautiful songs. You are the best Xiao Lang in the world. Xiao Lang has grown into Brother Lang. Woohoo, it feels like watching a child grow up. Xiao Lang, mommy loves you. Looking forward to Xiao Lang's comeback concert. Looking forward to Xiao Lang's comeback concert. Perfection. Su Yang clearly clicked on the 4th topic, but the first few items on the homepage were still promoting Qin Lang's return. In addition to the first 2 posts, the following consecutive posts are all reposts by artists from Star Entertainment welcoming Qin Lang back to China. He flipped all the way to the 6th entry before he saw Song Qingyu's name. A new Weibo post was added to Song Qingyu's homepage. Song Qingyu, welcome the musical talent Qin Lang back to China. Welcome Qin Lang home. I appreciate your music and look forward to the opportunity to work with you in the future. It had only been 3 minutes since it was posted, but the number of comments displayed under this Weibo post was no less than that under Qin Lang's Weibo post. Su Yang hesitated for a moment, but still clicked on the comment section. Song Qingyu. Why aren't you dead yet? Song Bailian is here again. Cooperation, you are worthy of cooperating with our brother. Oh shit, do you have any shame? You don't think you're cute like this, do you? I'm about to vomit, you slut who rubs up to men when you see them. Hee, Song Bailian, you didn't think we had forgotten about your slandering Xiao Lang for stealing the song, did you? Are you still pretending? Song Qingyu, your mother's ashes are with me. Apologize to Qin Lang immediately, otherwise I will scatter your mother's ashes. Please Song Qingyu apologize to Qin Lang. Get out of the entertainment industry. Please Song Qingyu apologize to Qin Lang. Get out of the entertainment industry. Perfection. Thousands of swear words, insults, and personal attacks came one after another. Song Qingyu's fans also spoke for Song Qingyu, but who could beat the army of anti-fans? Even though Su Yang was mentally prepared before clicking, he was still shocked. These comments were 100 times worse than he imagined. No wonder Song Qingyu is not as lively as before. Anyone who suffers such online violence will not be able to live anymore. What's more, they may not want to continue living in this world. Even after being blacklisted by the entire network for nearly 2 years, he still refused to compromise with Star Entertainment and persisted in his dream. Song Qingyu is the strongest girl he has ever met. After exiting Weibo, Suyang thought for a moment and picked up his phone again. Perfection. At this moment, Hao Feng and the other two also saw the comments on Weibo, and they were filled with indignation. Fuck it, what right do these bastards have to say that to senior sister Qingyu? Yang Meng cursed, his round face flushed with anger. Fu Lei flipped his hair and quickly tapped the keyboard. The hand speed I practiced for many years finally came in handy. The two looked at Hao Feng, who was eating chicken chop. Hao Feng raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I'll go with you, but not too late. I have an interview tomorrow. Perfection. On the other side, in the hotel, Song Qingyu had just finished taking a shower and was sitting on the bed listening to the music she had recorded today. The door was opened. Lin Weiwei had just returned. She changed into slippers and walked in angrily. Sister Qingyu, Sister Lan. Bar. Hong Lan is such a shameless bastard. It's okay to use your account to promote other artists, but she even promoted Qin Lang, causing you to be scolded by netizens again. I'm really pissed off. Song Qingyu took off her headphones with a calm expression. Of course they will use my account to promote Qin Lang. The more people scold me, the more people will feel sorry for Qin Lang. Disgusting, so disgusting. Lin Weiwei's face turned red with anger. What exactly is Qin Lang's relationship with the company? Why are you praising him so much? Sister Qingyu, your singing and composition are obviously much better than his. Why can't the company see that? Song Qingyu had a blank expression on her face. She knew very well that Qin Lang's relationship with Starlight Entertainment was definitely not ordinary. Qin Lang's famous song Dream is indeed good, but it is only above average. If it weren't for Star Entertainment's unremitting efforts to promote this song on the entire network, Qin Lang would not have become an overnight sensation, and later covered all the expenses for his study abroad. Because of this incident, Star Entertainment won a lot of praise that year, saying that they respect and cherish talents, unlike other companies. After she debuted on The Voice of China, many companies offered her jobs. She chose Starlight Entertainment because of its reputation and thought she had found a good employer. Thinking about it now, it was really stupid. Song Qingyu shook her head. Let's not talk about this anymore. How is your resignation going? Lin Weiwei took out her resignation certificate from her bag. It's already been done. Hong Lan came over and said something sarcastic, saying she's waiting for you to come back. By the way, Sister Qingyu, I saw the contract you sent me. Is the song Suyang gave you today really better than Cheng Quan? Song Qingyu's lips curled slightly, and 2 dimples were faintly visible. It's not better than the complete works, but it's more suitable for me than the complete works. Lin Weiwei's eyes lit up and she immediately threw herself on the bed. Really? Then let me hear it. Ding dong. Just at this moment, the phone on the table rang. Song Qingyu took the phone, and a hint of surprise flashed across her eyes. Why did Suyang send her a message at this time? Chapter 25. Sister Qingyu, do you have a man? Ignoring Lin Weiwei, who was clamming to listen to music, Song Qingyu clicked on the message. Suyang, rest early today and stop playing with your phone. Seeing the content, Song Qingyu was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. It's already 10:30. She thought Suyang sent her a message at this time to remind her not to be late tomorrow, or to change the time tomorrow. I didn't expect that this would be the message he sent. He must have also seen the news online. Lin Weiwei smelled an unusual scent and immediately moved forward, staring straight at Song Qingyu. Sister Qingyu, why are you ignoring me and smiling so happily at your phone? Do you have a man? Let me see. Song Qingyu patted her little head and said, what are you thinking about every day, little brain? Go back to your room, I have something to do. The more Lin Weiwei looked at her, the more strange it seemed to her. Sister Qingyu, your reaction is a bit exaggerated. Something is wrong. Song Qingyu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and pushed her out of the room. Perfection. In the dormitory, Fu Lei and others were still sweating hard on the keyboard. I'm promoting this for your master, and you're still cursing. Have you taken some brain-dead pills? Fuck, the data shows that high school students, have you finished your homework? Are you just trolling on the internet? I'll use 3 years of college entrance exams and 5 years of simulations to crush you to death. You must have received a lot of money for trolling so many times. I'm really touched by your professionalism, little troll. Perfection. Yang Meng was the most excited, and he cursed while typing. Fu Lei and Hao Feng were also infected by him and started cursing. Su Yang lay on the bed. Without waiting for any news from Song Qingyu, he silently put on his earplugs and prepared to go to sleep. At this moment, his cell phone rang and the caller ID showed Song Qingyu. Su Yang hurriedly got up and was about to answer the call. He glanced at the 3 people typing on the keyboard, then silently got up and went to the balcony. After closing the balcony door, he pressed the answer button. Song Qingyu's pleasant voice came over instantly. I got your message. Haven't you rested yet? Su Yang smiled and said, well, I thought you were asleep. Well, I'm getting ready to take a break. Have you seen the news online? Song Qingyu asked. Yeah, I watched a little bit. After thinking for a while, Su Yang comforted him, don't be affected by those comments. When the song comes out, give them a slap in the face. Song Qingyu blinked, with so many people coming at me one by one, I'm afraid my hands will hurt. And seeing how Xinguang Entertainment is promoting Qin Lang, I'm not sure I can stand out from the crowd. At the end, there was a hint of loneliness in her voice. Su Yang was silent for a while. You can't just release one song on the new song chart. If this one doesn't work, try the next one. I'll help you. Song Qingyu was stunned when she heard this, and couldn't help laughing out loud, and deliberately said jokingly. Okay, little brother, then I will rely on you wholeheartedly. When she said this, she didn't feel anything was wrong, but Su Yang heard some ambiguity and coughed awkwardly and changed the subject. You should go to bed early today. Don't pay attention to the comments online. My 3 roommates are all fighting against the black community for you. Otherwise, I'll let you hear some of the swearing. It's pretty filthy. Song Qingyu couldn't help but laugh out loud, no need to listen, just thank them for me. Su Yang, thank you too, thank you for choosing to believe me. The girl's voice was as clear as a spring and her tone was sincere. Su Yang's mind suddenly popped up the scene of Song Qingyu looking at him in the recording studio today, and his heartbeat quickened. You're welcome. Go to bed early. See you tomorrow morning. See you tomorrow morning. After the call ended, Su Yang looked at the phone with a slight smile on his lips. He inexplicably understood why Song Qingyu would call him directly after he sent a message. People who have never been treated kindly are often the best at recognizing kindness and cherishing it the most. This feeling was just like when Song Qingyu stood behind him and stood up for him in the Cheshi bar. The reason why he now trusts Song Qingyu so much and is willing to help her is because he feels kindness from Song Qingyu. And at that time, Song Qingyu was just a stranger to him. Kindness from strangers is more likely to touch people's hearts. Anyway, he now has the inherited memory of the earth. He can use it to help those he wants to help and provide himself with income at the same time. Why not do it? Su Yang put his phone back in his pocket and prepared to go back to his room to sleep. As soon as he turned around, he saw 2 big faces pressed against the glass door of the balcony. Fu Lei and Yang Meng were staring at him. Fuck. Su Yang was so scared that he cursed, opened the glass door angrily, and kicked each of them. Do you know that scaring others can kill them? Yang Meng looked at him strangely. We called you several times, didn't you hear us? Tell me the truth, which beautiful lady were you chatting with so intently? Fu Lei laughed, hooked his shoulder, and reached out to take out his cell phone. You continue to fight against the black, I'm going to sleep. Su Yang rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay attention to him, and left with his phone. Hao Feng laughed and said, stop teasing Yang Zi. You don't know him yet. How many girls does he know? Fu Lei looked resentful. Boss, do you know that Song Qingyu came to school today to pick up Su Yang to go out and play? Fuck. If you don't make a sound, you'll be a surprise. Hao Feng jumped up instantly, his eyes widened, and the chicken fillet in his hand suddenly didn't taste good anymore. Because of this episode, the status of the 3 people changed from passionate and crazy to full of resentment and angry trolls. Perfection. The next day, Lin Xueqing got up at 6:30 in the morning. The music department had no classes in the morning, and she and Zhang Rong both had closed training this afternoon. They had already asked for leave from school and did not have to go to the classroom during this period. Xueqing, why did you get up so early today? Zhang Rong was woken up and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Go buy breakfast. Lin Xueqing replied, put on her clothes and went to the bathroom to wash up. Then I'll accompany you. Zhang Rong resisted the urge to sleep and stood up. When we get to Zhejiang Ocean University, we will probably have to get up this early to buy breakfast. Xueqing, you are really smart. We should adapt in advance. Lin Xueqing didn't answer her. After washing up, she walked out immediately. Zhang Rong hurriedly quickened her pace and followed her out the door. It is September now, and Jiangcheng is at its hottest. Although it is relatively cool in the morning, the humidity in the air still gives people a stuffy feeling. After walking for a while, beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Xueqing, are we going to eat outside the school? Isn't this the way to the cafeteria? Zhang Rong said weakly. Well, let's eat outside the school. Lin Xueqing looked at the road ahead and bit her lip slightly. After talking with Brother Lang yesterday, she felt much better, but she also became more determined to make up for Su Yang. She was leaving this afternoon, and before that, she wanted to do something for Su Yang, even if it was just a small thing. The gate closest to her favorite breakfast shop is South Gate 1, which is also the gate that students least want to go through. Because it is the dormitory closest to the South Gate, and it is 1 kilometer away. She usually leaves the school through the West Gate because it is closer and closer to the commercial street. She was only thinking that she wanted to buy breakfast for Su Yang today, but she never thought that the way to her favorite restaurant to buy breakfast would be so difficult. Lin Xueqing's nose felt a little sore. However, Su Yang walked this path for 2 years. Perfection. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Song Qingyu's little white car arrived at the gate of Zhuyuan on time. Most of the boys have not gotten up at this time. Even if it is 8 a.m., as boys, they are not afraid of being late if they get up at 7:40. So when Su Yang got on the car, no one noticed. Good morning, where are we going? Song Qingyu said while holding the steering wheel. Su Yang fastened his seat belt and said, go out of the school first, I'll show you the way. Song Qingyu nodded, stepped on the accelerator, and walked out of the school gate. The car stopped in front of a breakfast restaurant and Su Yang unbuckled his seat belt and got out. I'm going to buy 2 breakfasts. Please wait for me. Okay, I'll wait for you. After getting off the car, Su Yang walked quickly into the restaurant. He often came here, and Lin Xueqing used to like to have breakfast here. It is nutritious and not greasy, very suitable for artists. Su Yang, you are here too. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded, and Lin Xueqing and Zhang Rong appeared in front of him. Lin Xueqing was holding 2 breakfasts in her hands. When she saw Su Yang, her eyes lit up and the tiredness from walking for nearly 20 minutes to buy breakfast seemed to have dissipated. Su Yang was slightly stunned, followed by a feeling of helplessness. In the past, when he wanted to see Lin Xueqing, it was not so easy to see her. Now he doesn't want to see her, but he meets her every day. Out of politeness, he nodded to Lin Xueqing and walked quickly to the front desk. Boss, buy breakfast. Hearing the sound, the fat boss in the kitchen immediately stuck his head out with a grin on his face. Xiaoyan, why didn't you come yesterday? Su Yang smiled and paid the bill. Thank you, uncle, I've been quite busy lately. Yes, you are a junior now. Come, as usual, 2 breakfasts. Soon, 2 hot breakfasts were placed on the table. Or 2. Lin Xueqing raised the corner of her mouth. She knew that after 7 years of relationship, there was no way Su Yang could let go of it so easily. She must feel that what I said yesterday was too harsh, so I plan to buy her breakfast today to make amends. Lin Xueqing walked over directly, picked up a breakfast, and said happily. Su Yang, I knew you were just angry yesterday. Thank you for your breakfast. I came here today to buy you breakfast. Look, this is for you. Before she could finish her words, Su Yang snatched the breakfast from her hand and frowned slightly. I'm sorry, this breakfast is not prepared for you, and I don't need you to buy breakfast for me. Don't do this again in the future. After saying that, Su Yang turned around and walked out of the store. Chapter 26. People should stay in a place without a ceiling. The smile on Lin Xueqing's face froze instantly. Su Yang, Xueqing ran out early in the morning to buy you breakfast. Is there any need for you to be so indifferent? Zhang Rong couldn't help but shouted. A sneer appeared on Su Yang's lips. He brought breakfast to Lin Xueqing for 2 years, rain or shine. But Lin Xueqing never felt how hard he worked, and even asked him to take care of Zhang Rong and Zhao Nana. Sometimes, when the breakfast Lin Xueqing wanted was not available, he would replace it with another one. Lin Xueqing would then lose her temper and even throw the breakfast into the trash can in front of him. What? Lin Xueqing just bought him breakfast, should he be so grateful? Moreover, Lin Xueqing's behavior only moved herself. Su Yang didn't stop and left. Lin Xueqing couldn't help but tears up in her eyes. She clenched her fists, picked up her breakfast and trotted out. Since she said she wanted to make it up to Su Yang, she would not be defeated by this setback. She was leaving in the afternoon and time was running out, so she had to give this breakfast to Su Yang. Su Yang, She stopped before she finished her sentence and stared blankly ahead. Xueqing, what's wrong? Zhang Rong chased out and looked in the direction her gaze went. Su Yang opened the car door and handed the breakfast to the girl in the driver's seat. Although the girls' faces couldn't be seen clearly from outside, they were very familiar with this car. It's that girl again. The little white car drove away, and Lin Xueqing stood there in a daze, feeling powerless in her heart. Zhang Rong waved her fist in anger. What do you mean you're not in a relationship? You're not together, why are you meeting up so early in the morning? Su Yang has fallen in love with someone else, and is still making excuses for himself, it's disgusting. Rong, stop talking. I'm not wrong. Su Yang must have gotten together with that bitch because she was rich and willing to pay him back. Maybe they were together last night, otherwise why would they be together so early? Stop talking. Lin Xueqing raised her voice and shouted angrily. Passers-by around gave her strange looks. Zhang Rong was startled by the yelling and quickly fell silent. Lin Xueqing stopped talking, threw one of the breakfasts into the trash can with an expressionless face, and turned and left. Perfection. Arrive. An hour later, the car arrived at its destination. Su Yang got out of the car and opened the door for Song Qingyu. Song Qingyu put on a mask and came out. When she saw the surrounding environment, she was stunned. This place is very remote and belongs to the far city area of Jiangcheng. There is a high school nearby, but there are not many shops around, only a few noodle restaurants, and even few high-rise buildings. Is this the place you want to bring me to? She asked doubtfully. Su Yang stretched and smiled. This is the only convenient place to park. Let's walk over there and you'll know in a moment. Song Qingyu showed her two dimples and blinked her eyes. It takes an hour to get here, and you'd better take me somewhere nice, or else you'll have to give me a free song afterwards. Okay, I won't let you down. Su Yang laughed it off. In fact, he didn't know whether Song Qingyu would like it there. But, it's just a song, I'm not afraid. Perfection. Su Yang led Song Qingyu and walked for 10 minutes until they came to a small path. The grass on both sides was shaped like a terrace, forming two quite high slopes from the roadside down. Looking around, there is a large area of grassland, and there is a stream under the grassland. The environment is very beautiful. Song Qingyu's breathing stopped for a moment and she stared blankly ahead. Is this where you want to take me? After seeing her expression, Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief and raised the corners of his mouth. Yes, this is the place I came to before when I was sketching. It's beautiful, isn't it? Song Qingyu looked ahead, as if she had thought of something, and raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Yes, it's beautiful. I'm tired from walking. Let's sit down and rest for a while. Su Yang took out a picnic mat from his school bag and sat down on the lawn. He patted the seat next to him and motioned to Song Qingyu. Song Qingyu was amused and walked over to sit next to him. Are you so well prepared? Su Yang did not answer her, but looked up at the sky. Look over there. Song Qingyu turned her head and followed his gaze. The next second, her eyes lit up. The sky on that side was dyed a large area of orange-red by the sun, and among them, the bright red color dragged by the sun's halo was the most eye-catching. Su Yang sighed. Everyone says that the sunrise is beautiful. The sun at 8 o'clock in the morning is actually very beautiful, but there are too many tall buildings in the city and the pace is too fast, so it is difficult to pay attention to it. Yeah, I haven't admired the sun like this for a long time. Did you bring me here today just to show me the sun? Song Qingyu hugged her knees, with a shallow dimple. Yes and no. Su Yang turned and looked at her. I read a sentence in a book that people should stay in a place without a ceiling, rather than being trapped in a corner and wasting their time and energy. I could tell from your singing yesterday that you were too tense, and I thought maybe this place could help you relax a little. People should stay in a place without a ceiling. Song Qingyu murmured, his eyes swept across the vast area, and whispered softly, the place where our Jiao grew up should be more spacious than here. Su Yang didn't answer her and just lay down. He knew that Song Qingyu had some realizations now, and he didn't want his thoughts to affect her. Just as there are 1,000 hamlets in the eyes of 1,000 people, he and the Ajiao imagined by Song Qingyu will not be the same. Song Qingyu didn't intend to listen to Su Yang's answer, she just smiled lightly. Anyway, what she longs for is definitely to be free in this vast world. Su Yang, will I disturb you if I sing now? Su Yang immediately became interested, sat up quickly and looked at her expectantly. Song Qingyu stood up, walked to the middle of the grass, looked into the distance, and spoke slowly. A Jiao lives somewhere in Tibet. Like a vulture, perched on a mountain top. Su Yang only felt his heart move, as if being brushed by a midsummer breeze. A beautiful girl was singing a beautiful song in a green field. Su Yang couldn't help but take out his mobile phone to record, wanting to save this scene. A Jiao. Love is a seed of sadness. You are a tree, you will never wither. When the song ended, tears flashed in Song Qingyu's eyes. She looked at the sky, her eyes tough and stubborn. She, Song Qingyu, will never admit defeat. How do you feel? She wiped her tears and looked back at Su Yang. Su Yang already had goosebumps all over his body from listening to the song, and his mood was also affected by the song. The feeling that Song Qingyu sings is different from Zhao Lei and Angela Zhang. She sings in her own unique style, which is not inferior to those two. Tough, fearless, and most importantly, she sang out herself, she is a Jiao. Su Yang didn't say anything, but silently gave a thumbs up. If she continued to sing in this state, even if Star Entertainment caused trouble, he believed that Song Qingyu would be able to break through and take the top spot. The power of music should not be underestimated. Song Qingyu raised the corners of her mouth and smiled like a flower. Perfection. The sun was shining brightly, and the two of them chatted while lying on the picnic blanket, squinting their eyes in comfort. Su Yang, I saw Lin Xueqing today. You really like her, right? Song Qingyu suddenly asked. Su Yang closed his eyes, feeling a little sleepy. I used to like you so much, I liked you so much that I lost myself. And now? I don't like it anymore. It's too tiring to like someone. And I found that when I humble myself to the dust to love someone, no one will like me in the dust. If you meet the right person in the future, will you still treat her sincerely? Song Qingyu blinked and turned her head to look at Su Yang. Meeting. Su Yang answered without hesitation. Lin Xueqing has influenced him for 7 years, and he will not allow this influence to continue. If he meets someone he likes again, he will still try his best, but this time, he will love her on the premise of loving himself. The atmosphere fell silent. Su Yang opened his eyes, turned his head to look at Song Qingyu, and met Song Qingyu's gaze. The distance between the two people quickly narrowed, and they could even feel each other's breathing. No one had expected this situation, and both of them were stunned. Chapter 27. What kind of family is this? You don't even want $1 million? After realizing what was happening, Song Qingyu quickly turned her head away, her little face flushed red. Su Yang had not expected this kind of situation to happen. It was the first time since he became an adult that he was so close to a girl of the same age, and he was almost awakened from his sleep. But Song Qingyu's eyelashes are so long, they are flickering. Su Yang shook his head vigorously to shake off all these inappropriate thoughts, stood up, and coughed awkwardly. Well, it's already past 10 o'clock, and I have classes in the afternoon, so why don't we go back? Song Qingyu stood up and smoothed her hair pretending to be calm. Well, I'm going to the recording studio today and record the song while the iron is hot. Because of the incident, the two were so embarrassed that they didn't even say a few words on their way back. However, when waiting for the red light halfway, Song Qingyu glanced at Su Yang, and seeing the other's red ears, she couldn't help but pursed her lips. Junior brother is so simple tilde. Perfection. There was a lot of traffic at that time, and it was almost 12 o'clock when the two arrived at Jiang Chuan's gate. Song Qingyu rubbed her sore neck and looked at Su Yang. The news of Qin Lang's return will probably be on the hot search for a while. I need to stay out of the spotlight. There are so many people here right now, so I won't send you to the dormitory door. I wanted to treat you to lunch at noon, but I'll have to wait until next time. And the 300,000 will be in your account by this afternoon at the latest. Okay. Su Yang nodded and said comfortingly, don't pay too much attention to the news on the internet. It will fade away after a while. After the song comes out, everything will be fine. Thanks. Song Qingyu raised the corner of her mouth slightly and nodded at him. Just as Su Yang was about to get off the bus, Song Qingyu suddenly remembered something, called him and took out a flyer from her bag and handed it to him. Wait a minute, hold this. I received news that the final audition of The Voice of China will be held in Jiancheng next Monday. I suggest you go and participate. I think you have the ability to win the championship. The Voice of China is the most popular music talent show in China today. The program features zero threshold for participation, and both well-known singers and grassroots singers can apply to participate. 3 of the resident mentors are well-known talented musicians and veteran singers in China. Starting last year, The Voice of China has added a seat for a mysterious mentor, which will not be announced until the first episode of the show is broadcast. Last year's mysterious mentor was music king Zhu Shuhua, who caused a sensation across the internet after his appearance. Therefore, netizens are paying more attention to this year's The Voice of China. Some people predict that this year's The Voice of China will be the season with the highest ratings in history. There are also many more singers participating in the show than before. Su Yang did not take the flyer and told the truth, I am not ready to enter the entertainment industry yet. It doesn't hurt to give it a try. I think your talent shouldn't be buried. Hearing this, Su Yang just smiled and said nothing, but his attitude said it all. He has obtained the inherited memory of the earth, so naturally he will not waste this golden finger. It's just that he's not used to standing in front of the screen, but he can rely on the songs of the earth and become a songwriter behind the scenes, right? Isn't he there an admirable musical genius on earth, Mr. Huang Zhan? Okay then. Song Qingyu sighed and didn't force it. I also want to find a champion for teacher Mai Li, and this year's The Strongest Voice regional champion will have a bonus of 30,000 yuan, and the overall champion will get a bonus of 30,000 yuan. There is a bonus of 1 million, so forget it since you are not interested. Call out. Before she finished speaking, Song Qingyu felt that her hand was empty, and the flyer she originally held had fallen into Su Yang's hand. Song Qingyu's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, with astonishment written all over her face. Su Yang coughed awkwardly. I'll think about it. Song Qingyu. She always thought that Su Yang was a taciturn, but steady and mature young man. I didn't expect there is this side. Then Senior Qingyu, I'm leaving first. Su Yang couldn't stay any longer, so after saying hello, he immediately left. After the car door was closed, Song Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle and laughed out loud while leaning on the steering wheel. This little brother is more interesting than she thought. Perfection. Su Yang's face was still a little hot. He only knew that The Voice of China was very popular, but he didn't know that the champion could get such a high prize money. The money is not important, the main thing is that he wants to challenge himself. Okay, I just love money. What kind of family is this? They don't even want $1 million. He put the flyer in his pocket and was about to enter the school when a blue Lamborghini stopped in front of him. The car window rolled down. Qin Lang took off his sunglasses and looked at him with a raised lip. Su Yang, long time no see. Su Yang's expression suddenly turned cold. Qin Lang smiled and said, after all, we haven't seen each other for 5 years. Are you a little cold? Come on, I'll buy you a drink and we can catch up. No need, we are not that familiar with each other. Su Yang replied expressionlessly and turned away. Qin Lang got out of the car and stopped in front of him, smiling. Su Yang, after so many years, why are you still as annoying as before? I have something important to talk to you about today. It concerns your future. Are you sure you don't want to listen? Su Yang laughed when he heard this. It's related to my future. Young Master Qin is becoming more and more capable. Qin Lang pretended not to notice his sarcasm and shrugged. It's okay. At least, better than you. Su Yang smiled, with a sneer on his face. Okay, then I'll listen. Qin Lang smiled and made a please gesture. The two soon arrived at a cafe opposite the school. 2 glasses of Blue Mountain, 2 steaks, and dessert of your choice. After handing the menu to the waiter, Qin Lang closed the curtain of the box and took off his mask. I searched online and found that the most authentic coffee shop near Jiangchuan is here. The Blue Mountain coffee is very good and only costs 300 yuan a cup. Qin Lang looked at Su Yang, with contempt flashing in his eyes. Looking at you like this, you probably haven't started working yet. A cup of coffee that costs 300 yuan is a bit of a luxury for you, and your family conditions can't support your high consumption. But it doesn't matter, I'll treat you today. Su Yang responded with a simple move, thank you. Sure enough, it's still the same Qin Lang. He has a high opinion of himself and is arrogant. Even lunch has to be eaten in a cafe, and they feel superior just by drinking a cup of coffee. Qin Lang raised his eyebrows in surprise. I still remember that before, you would get angry if I provoked you a little. Now you are much calmer. Not bad. You have grown a lot. After he finished speaking, he grinned and said deliberately, come to think of it, Xiaoyan, you should also thank me for your training, right? Now that I think about it, time flies so fast. I really miss those days. A hint of coldness flashed across Su Yang's eyes. After Qin Lang moved to his neighborhood, almost all of his neighbors liked this polite, talkative and talented child. Only he knew the evil in Qin Lang's bones. He knew it since his third year in junior high school, but no one believed him at the time, including Lin Xueqing.